Please take your seats and silence all mobile devices. Our program is about to begin. The Splunk legal team requires that we share the following. As you might expect, we'll be making forward-looking statements about our business and financial performance during the course of this presentation. Those statements are subject to risk and uncertainties that are described in our filings with the SEC. Welcome Splunk Senior Vice President and General Manager, Kaml Hathi.
All right. Well, good morning. No parachute this time, it turns out. Thank God for that. Still have my t-shirt. By the way, this t-shirt, I came up with it, wasn't dumped in a wheelbarrow, and still made it out. I'm also reminded by the Splunk legal team to tell you that this t-shirt may or may not be released to you in public. All right. With that said, let's jump in. It's day 2, and are you ready for day 2? Yes, all right. So a few things about day 2 to remind you. 1, we will continue to unpack all the amazing things you two talked about, working with machine data, AI, and how machine data influences that. But we also are going to talk a lot about what Splunk always has done, working with data, enabling with data management, observability, security. There'll be many interesting announcements about that. We're going to have some multiple deep dives there, so get really ready for that. And then we'll also continue to talk about how this, in some senses, is a new Splunk. And this Splunk is ready to help you make the transition into the AI era. All right, with that said, let's get started and jump in. Okay, so yesterday we talked a lot about all the complexities, in some senses, the issues that are coming in with AI and making our jobs, your jobs, everyone's jobs, a little bit harder. At the same time, though, AI also is giving us tools, is giving us abilities. It's a revolution that helps us do much more. And our job here at Splunk is to make sure that you are able to lead this AI revolution. So that's what we're here. We are here to make sure that you are able to be at the forefront. Now, in some senses, we have only scratched the surface of what is possible, and we talked about that yesterday. And Jeetu really did, I thought, an amazing, amazing, amazing job to really get in and start talking about all the potential there is in terms of using machine data, teaching AI to learn machine data, being sort of bilingual, human language, machine data language, and really being able to solve problems, issues that are not unforeseen, are unable for us to see directly and understand. And that was, I think, really interesting. And today I'll go a little bit more into details there, and we have the deep dives that will unpack that further. With that said, it's really important to us to recognize and acknowledge that digital resilience will have to evolve. It has to evolve. Our jobs have to evolve. And this requires a whole new level of digital resilience. And the approach we've talked about is this notion of delivering both resilience, observability, security for AI, creating that trust, because you can't trust it, you can't use it. And with AI, this notion of giving you the tools, the power, really the ability to move at machine speed and machine scale. Now, everything is changing, literally, in this world, everything. And as are we, as is Splunk. And our commitment is really to make sure that you are able to move ahead and be at the forefront of this AI revolution. That's our passion, that's our commitment. And I'll tell you this, I go to the office every day, and I feel this energy, I feel this buzz, I really feel this, it's almost a renewal that's taking place. And the old-timers at Splunk, the Splunkers, who've been around for a long time, the proverbial the graybeards, nothing wrong with that. They tell me that this is how it used to be. This is how it used to be in the early days of Splunk. There was that shift to the cloud, a movement to be digital, and that created this excitement, this buzz, this energy that was coming out of Splunk. And once again, with AI, the change in AI, we're feeling this energy again. We're feeling this drive again to make sure that we are here for you, to help you transform and help you succeed with AI. Now, with that said, it's really important to acknowledge one thing. All this stuff, this AI transformation and all these things we're talking about, it doesn't happen without you. I mean, you all are the masters of machine data. You've been doing this for a long time. You know how to unlock machine data, how to make it work, and especially now with AI, all the discussions we had, you've been talking about creating new models, etc. That's what you are really great at. Now, I'll also admit, kind of sheepishly actually, that I am a superhero fan. I really am. Maybe you are as well. Yeah, thank you. And it turns out that I sometimes sleep in my superhero pajamas. And I have this red cape that covers me and keeps me safe. But I'm a romantic. And the reason I'm romantic is I believe that every time there's a shift in the world, there's a change, a superhero steps in. And that's what you did. That's what you did when you moved to the cloud. That shift to the cloud, it would not have happened without Splunk, without what this whole amazing community was able to do and making the world really stay on top of resilience for the cloud era. And that's exactly what you will do in the AI era. You are the ones who are going to make it possible for us to have a practical, truly practical use of AI in the enterprise. Not consumer stuff, but practical, scalable, reliable, resilient AI. That's what you'll deliver. And that's why the AI era does not happen without you. Okay? Now, AI is spreading. It's like wildfire. And in this wildfire, you need to fight fire with fire. And that's what we're doing. We're delivering you the tools that enable you to be responsive, be able to work at machine scale, at machine speed, to respond to the new kinds of capabilities that are popping up, and do so in a way that works for you. The way we think about it, and we have said this before, is in two ways. One is this notion of resilience with AI. And this is really important. This is the notion of enabling you to have the tools, the autonomous tools, the assistive tools that allow you to work in security, observability, make the SOC more agentic. And you'll hear Mike Horn very soon talk a lot more about this and really empower you to move at this machine speed in security. The same thing applies to observability, to deliver the tools to make observability more agentic, more autonomous, able to respond to issues that happen in a quick and fast fashion. And Patrick Lynn, PCL as we call him, will talk about that a bit more in the rest of the keynote. The second thing, of course, again, is this notion of resilience, with AI. The idea that you need to be able to trust it all the way from silicon to the agent, to the application, as G2 had pointed out. And this is really important because, again, you are going to deal with so many different changes, agents coming from all over the place, AI, LLMs, vector databases, GPUs, and God knows what else. And you need the trust, the observability and security to be able to keep really a track of what's going on. So we are delivering that as well. Now, at the base of all of this, again, is data. I mean, data is everything. Data is the fuel. And you need a way to refine that data into fuel that you can use. And here, it's really important to point this out again. It's not just about new AI or new AI tools. This is what Splunk has always done. We've always done this. Except now, they're going to a different scale that you're working with. When I had started off my career, which is a long time, I talk about gray beards, don't have a beard, but certainly gray hair, a gigabyte was a big thing. We dealt with gigabytes, I was like, wow, we got a gigabyte now, And then we got to what big data. Now, big data was a big thing, right? And I think all of you, I would say, are big data practitioners. Splunk has always been a big data company and big data analytics. With AI, I think we're seeing this transition. This transition that is no longer just big data, we're talking at data at ludicrous scales, right? It's just inconceivably large data. But again, this is what we do. This is what Splunk is really great at, which is providing you the tools, the capabilities to deal with data, the complexity, the scale, no matter what it is. And so we've always done this. We'll continue to provide you the capabilities, the tooling that allows you to distill this data down, boost that signal from the noise, make sense out of it, manage the data, and then go ahead and correlate it and work with it, bring it together to make sense out of it, again, in this new massive scale that you're working with. So once we do all of this, it's again back to the same notion of, unleashing AI to get sense out of this massive amounts of data. And we talked yesterday about this a little bit. We talked about all these different possibilities that exist, what we can do with machine data. But it's really, really important, it's my point of view, to understand this, which is that one size of data does not fit all. Right? I get customers, all of you telling me all the time, this notion of, out-of-the-box magic AI, like it doesn't work. Like you need AI that works for you. You have so many different requirements, so many different needs. Your data is differentiated. And every time I talk to customers, every time I talk to you, this comes back again and again, which is there's scenarios in security, in observability, there's scenarios in manufacturing, networking, et cetera, et cetera. And there's one that particularly stands out to me, like personally. I spend a lot of time online shopping. As, those pajamas and capes don't show up on their own. You've got to work hard and find them. And so that's what I spend a lot of time is online. And the one thing that customers have told me in terms of retail scenarios, is this notion of a self-healing checkout. This comes up over and over again, right? Every time there's a big announcement, and there may be one today, like all kinds of people are making big announcements, right? The systems seem to go down. We seem to hit some problems, something happens, and you have to ask yourself, why does this keep happening over and over again? It's a game of whack-a-mole. This breaks, you fix that. That breaks, you fix this. And every time you're sitting, if you're an SRE, the question is it a repeat incident? Well, it's not, but it's something slightly different and slightly different. And that's where this notion comes in, of being able to understand how you can take many, many, many different signals well beyond anything you thought about, combine it, and come up with an ability to start seeing the unseen, being able to have this agentic solution, if you will, that's able to keep these checkout processes available. So that's what I hear. Customers want agentic solutions for self-healing checkout that are able to prevent any incidents from happening before they happen, and when they happen, rapidly fix them so that they don't happen again. And that's exactly what we've been talking about when we say, hey, this butterfly effect or small changes have a big impact. And something as mundane as a checkout process would benefit immensely by having this new class of AI, where the AI understands machine data and is able to stay ahead of these kinds of problems. So that's what we talked about, and that's exactly what we mean by these three things that enable this. The first is this issue of working with data at these literally ludicrous scales. And the reason this data is so large is because the signals are so varied. You can't just focus, in this example, just on the cart data. You worry about data from the network, from compute, from various databases, maybe even we talked yesterday about ambient temperature. All these things have to come together. This is well beyond what any ways we can keep in our head or even think about, and really start to create these AI models based on this data, your proprietary data, to create interesting predictions of what might happen, have the agents be able to operate on that, and then, of course, finally, have this interfaces capability to work, talk to the agents, and have the ability to direct them and make sure that indeed you have this resilient process. And these three things are exactly what we have been driving with this notion of the Cisco data fabric. And to make it simple and sort of unpack a little bit, what the Cisco data fabric is an evolution of the core Splunk data platform. It's a Splunk data platform, but now working at these literally infinite scales, if you will, but with very finite economics. It's the ability to take that data, schematize it, correlate it, and persist it in a what we call the machine data lake, to have it ready for AI training and have these agentic solutions that are able to operate upon it. And that's what you saw yesterday, and we'll unpack some of this a little bit more going forward. All right. So I talked a lot, in the abstract about what is possible, what we want to do, how at Splunk we want to really enable you sort of this new era and be the ones that allow you to succeed. What I want to do next is shift gears a little bit and go from the abstract to something very real. And to do that, I'm going to invite my friend, Tom Gillis, to join me on stage. Come on, Tom. All right. Welcome, Tom. Thank you so much for being here.
Well, thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Did you know this is home? So I grew up in Boston, 30 years,
Oh.
Boston boy. Yep, yeah, exactly. Now, when I tell people that, they're always a little disappointed because, like, where's the Boston accent? And all I'll just say is, put a few PBRs in me, and I'll tell you where I park my car. Okay? But for the time being, we'll keep it in the Queen's English.
Fantastic. Hey, Tom, we talked. Well, yeah. I didn't know what he said. He said something, but that's okay. I think my accent's much better.
Yeah, it's not the Queen's English, but I'm going to go with it, right?
Okay, that's fine. Hey, Tom, we talked about this data fabric.
Yes.
You and I have been talking a lot about this, and I really like the way you think about it. Can you just sort of share with the audience your thoughts?
Yeah, well, first of all, I would say this is one of the more interesting. I'm an engineering, techie, kind of nerdy guy, superheroes too, although I don't wear the pajamas, but because that'd be weird. And so
he doesn't admit it. You never know. Yeah.
I think it's one of the more interesting projects I've worked on, because the idea here is everyone knows that this AI revolution, this is not just hype, right? It is making fundamental changes. And when we think about my lifetime dream of having a robot bartender at home that's AI powered, that's going to generate a lot of data, ludicrous amounts of data. And so if you're trying to ingest ludicrous amounts of data into a monolithic single data repository, you may be able to make that data repository 20% more efficient, 30% more efficient. We're talking about 1,000, 3 orders of magnitude more data. right? It's just not going to scale. Like, come on, what's going to happen if you take ludicrous data and put it into a single data repository? Pop quiz for you.
We just did that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And what you get is a ludicrous ingestion bill, okay? And nobody wants that. So the idea behind the Splunk data fabric is let's take that data lake and let's break it up into data ponds and then data puddles. So this is a multi-year journey we're working on, but having the ability to decentralize the stores, but have them be able to communicate and share information is really, really powerful. So it's not just a better version of that which exists today. It's a new architecture that I think is going to be relevant in this world where AI devices are generating tons and tons of traffic. And so there's a kind of top-down aspect to it where we create these decentralized data stores, and there's a bottom-up in that we're putting intelligence into the capillaries of the network, into the fabric of the network itself, that allow us to send telemetry into these data repositories in a much more compact and much more organized fashion. You put those two things together, we're ready for ludicrous amounts of data.
Got it.
Yeah.
And I think, Tom, you talk about this notion of security infused into the fabric of the network.
Yes.
And I love that. Can you just here's a clicker and talk us up through that a little bit?
Yeah, sure thing. So for decades, the way we used to think about network security is it came in a box. Right? Now, a box is a firewall or an IPS or an appliance device, and you stick that box at the edge of the network, and it would do its magic thing. Those boxes are expensive, hard to administer. And if you think about it from a security standpoint, they only see a little tiny slice of the traffic. It's really not that effective, right? So imagine we could take that box, define it in software, and break it literally into 1 million pieces. 1 million little tiny baby network security, I don't want to call it firewall, network security widgets that you can put everywhere, right? So every application gets its own little perimeter. It's the services within that application. Every web server, every app server, every Kubernetes cluster, every database gets its own little perimeter. But applications don't just live in the data center. In this AI world, they're going to live in the world around us, right? You know, the robot bartender, the robot welder, the hospital blood analyzer, these are very sophisticated applications that need controls, and the network is the perfect place to observe and initiate those controls. And so with this distributed system, we have extremely precise, fine-grained resolution. And we can see a lot of this is built around software technology from Isovalent, which is a Cisco company, that allows us to look into the kernel of the operating system, but not actually be in the kernel. And it allows us to see everything that's happening in the guts of the machine at the process level. So we can see when one process is initiating a connection, and we can see when that process is terminating a connection, which is a really big deal, because in today's world, where an attacker has stolen a credential, you got to look much deeper. It's not enough to know who a user is and that they've got a legitimate password. In fact, I mean, from your perspective, stolen credentials.
I mean, that's it. Why would you try to hack anything if you can steal it?
Right. It's pretty much standard procedure for attackers to use a stolen credential and move through legitimate pathways. So having the ability to be able to look at the process level and say, yeah, I know it's Tom, and I know he's on a Cisco managed machine. What process on Tom's machine is initiating this connection? And then, oh, look at that, it's terminating in a SQL database, but it's not terminating in a SQL daemon. Red alert, right? So when you have that process level data, we can see amazing things. The problem is, if you look at the volume of process level, you're correlating every process to every flow on east-west traffic in an application, that is 3 orders of magnitude, 1,000 times more data that you're ingesting.
But how do you handle it? I mean, that seems like it's crazy, right? I mean, talk about ludicrous. This is beyond ludicrous.
Correct. So the way we gather this data is kind of with 2 parameters. One is we have that isovalent software that runs in the host. And like I said, that is magical and transformative. But as good as it is, there are also applications you simply can't put any agent. And so we've introduced a class of device that we call a smart switch. And a smart switch is a single device that has 2 personalities. So on the one side, it has a networking personality. A networking personality is super high performance, ultra stable, ultra reliable, and you don't update it that often, right? You kind of want to set that thing and forget it. The other personality is the security personality. And what's that like? It's like your superhero. It's fast, it's moving, it's updating, it's constantly changing, it's looking deep into the packets. Those 2 different life cycles live in this single box. Mm-hmm. And so all of a sudden, the network becomes a really interesting enforcement point. And that we can see things like the robot bartender or the robot welder or the blood analyzer. We can see the behavior of these devices and understand and interpret them in a really powerful way. And so while we're moving the packets from point A to point B, we can be identifying, hey, this one needs further analysis. And that's happening not in the giant data lake, that's happening out in the capillaries of the network. And so having this decentralized ability to gather and harvest information in an intelligent fashion and then bring it up into one of these data repositories that is part of the Cisco data fabric, that's the magic here, right? And so
amazing, yeah.
So this architecture, in the fullness of time, I just want to be sure, we're talking about kind of a multi-year journey here, but this architecture will ultimately take over and replace what you think of as a traditional network security device. In fact, I'd like to say 2 years from now, when we come back to Boston and we go out for those PBRs, I'll say, remember when a firewall used to come in a box? Remember that? And you had to update that thing during a change control window, and it was like Christmas Eve or sort of the 4th of July, and you had to
talk about taking things down. I mean, that's yeah,
exactly, right. And so this will just be woven into the fabric of the network, and so the network security element is going to be much, much, much faster. Now, talk about what that means in terms of Splunk and the commercials that you guys have been thinking about.
Yeah. So yesterday you heard G2 talk about the firewall and the firewall offer. And I think this is an incredible deal, right? Yes. Here we are. Tom tells me all the time, and it makes so much sense, is a very large portion of all data that goes into SIEMs, into security operations, is from a firewall.
I talk to customers, it's like a third to half.
That's amazing.
Of the total ingest. And ironically, that's only looking at a little sliver of the traffic, right? And so with this program, that firewall ingest is now free. Right? We don't charge for it, right? What do we think about that, folks? Woo-hoo. Free firewall?
Yeah.
Okay, so free T-shirts, we like that. Free firewall ingest, we like that. Kaml, pop quiz for you. What's even better than free firewall ingest? Do you know? How about not ingesting at all?
Ooh.
Right? And that's the idea here, is that with the Cisco Data Fabric, we'll be able to apply analytics on data that is stored in place in a local log repository, and you don't actually ingest it in just Splunk at all. And here's the best part of this whole entire narrative. It's real. You can see it, and we're actually going to run a demo.
And before we get to the demo, also the point is, well beyond firewall, this is going to be possible for all of Cisco's estate.
Correct.
That's what you're working on. Well, with that said, let's have Katie Brown join us and talk about how this becomes real, show us a demo, and walk us through a real example. Come on, Katie, join us on stage.
I want exploding fist bumps. I want exploding fist bumps.
There you go.
All right. Hey, folks, listen, recently as a SOC analyst, I've been losing a lot of sleep over some zero-day vulnerabilities that are targeting AI infrastructure. So we're going to take a look at our demo today and see what we can do if that happens in our environment with Splunk and Isovalent helping. So recently, a remote code execution vulnerability called Problema hit Olama, an open source LLM tool that our AI team was running in Docker. Thankfully, we've just set up Isovalent runtime security with Splunk. Setup is super easy, and with smart data management onboarding, the templates that come equipped into Isovalent, we can ensure that we are only getting the logs that we care about. The rest of those logs, who knows? We can send them to S3 because we may or may not need them later. So the reality is, folks, as these lovely gentlemen were mentioning, that we've got way too much data, and I'm not going to need it all for my investigations. So with Edge Processor and Cisco Data Fabric, we can intelligently extract and retain only the highest value data that we need.
Okay, let me interject.
Please.
That little intelligence that you're talking about, that agent, that's the Isovalent software that is at the very, very edges of the Cisco Data Fabric, right? So we can see all that process level detail, but we're putting logic in there that what it sends up, it sends the needle and not the whole haystack.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly, Tom. And as soon as that Isovalent data is streaming into Splunk, our Splunk dashboards would light up, so we would be able to detect this literally in real time.
And you're going to show us.
I'm going to show us. So obviously, we would want to launch an investigation and enterprise security workflow. So here we get to correlate all the other things that could be related to this incident. So we got a ton of findings that may or may not be related, but thankfully we've got threat Talos information embedded in our findings. So Talos is telling us, hey, we know you've got a lot of findings. You probably want to look at these first because we've seen them in the wild and it's really not good. So we can disposition events faster than ever. Here's where the value really hits. So it turns out those logs that we sent to S3, we need them. Oopsies. I gotta scope my incident. I need more information about the user. I need to look at different things. Those are logs that are not ingested into Splunk, but with federated search, we can run searches directly against those logs in S3. So any additional information that I need for my incident, I can search those logs directly without the additional cost.
Yes.
Exactly. And with SOAR, our responses can be super quick. So if I'm an analyst, by the time I'm hitting my automation page, my triage steps have already been taken for me. We stopped the network traffic. We isolated vulnerable hosts. I don't even have to do anything. So we can launch a war room within seconds. I can continue this investigation. But folks, as you saw with Splunk, we're getting lots of speed, full coverage, full control without the unnecessary cost.
Amazing.
And if I were into dad jokes, this is where I'd say we've solved this problema with ease.
That was not
a dad joke.
problematic
I hate
at
myself.
all. Yeah. Good job. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
Thank
Katie.
you. Amazing. Well, amazing. Big hand to Katie. Thank you. Tom, your take on this?
Well, I think what's exciting about this is this is not an incremental effort, right? This is a new architecture and a new way of thinking about how we'll do not just security, but observability in this AI era, which is exciting and bold. And, yes, we have tons of work to do here, but, no guts, no glory. Let's get started, right?
All right. Thank you, Tom. Amazing.
Thanks, my friend.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you,
Take
everyone.
care. That's amazing. Wonderful seeds of this whole thing come together from edge to federation to enforcement. And that's what you hear a lot more about as you go forward. So now this was a good example, but we've worked with many of you, the world's largest companies. And one of the most iconic companies that there is Ford. Ford is arguably the world's premier auto manufacturer. And so let's now see a quick video, roll the video, and let's see and talk about Ford. All right. So in the theme of keeping it real, I want to welcome Parsh Limaye from Ford to join me on stage. Come on, Parsh, let's talk about how Ford does it.
Morning.
All right.
Good to be here.
My
Thank
pleasure.
you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Good to be here.
All right. And Parsh, you do a lot at Ford. Just tell us a little bit more about your role, what you do, etc., so the audience understands.
So appreciate it.
Of course.
Really great to be here this morning. My name is Parshuram Limaye, as Kaml introduced. Generally go by Parsh. I've been with Ford for about 2 years. I'm responsible at Ford for cloud, SRE, and developer experience, making sure that we continue to drive the future of mobility.
Got it. Now this is an iconic company, 122-year legacy is what it is of building automobiles.
Yeah.
So how do you, now, more and more I think of Ford as a technology company. All these things in the car, they're all high-tech, so, how have you been evolving?
I mean, really, first of all, thank you for all the Ford owners and who drives them. Really appreciate your trust and patronage.
Yeah.
And for those who are considering, you would be amazed what's coming. So having said that, 122 years of legacy. An awesome legacy, right? We started with Model T, assembly line. That was technology-driven mobility. Now we are embedding AI across the verticals, across the businesses, whether it's in manufacturing plants, whether it's in the reliability domain, whether it's in areas of digital manufacturing, and so on and so forth. At the same time, we are being very true to our heritage. which is looking at the data at scale. You talked about ludicrous scale.
Right.
We are definitely dealing with it right now.
Yeah, of
So
course.
for us, the innovation continues as we honor our heritage.
Fantastic. I wanted GT, but we'll talk about that after. Yeah. All right. Maybe everybody wants one. So look, you talked about ludicrous scale, the explosion of data and manufacturing. So how did you come up? What kind of solution have you had for this sort of data issue, these data problem, data challenges?
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it, right?
Yeah.
The machines are producing so much data. For us, manufacturing-wise, as the vehicle is being built, it produces gobs of data, and then the processes, machines, people who are producing is also producing that data. So for us, the challenge is simple. How do you sift through that data, get to the proverbial needle in the haystack, really understand the correlation, and then how do we improve our customer experience, effectiveness, and then competitiveness for the business? That has been the challenge altogether.
Got it. And I assume that as you talk about this, again, data and this large, massive manufacturing data that's coming in, AI has to be a pretty important part of what you're doing. And you've been working with Cisco and Splunk. And just talk a little bit about how that partnership has helped you.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long-standing partnership with both Cisco and Splunk. Good to see them as a company.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
And Splunk is our data analytics and observability platform for our manufacturing plant. We have manufacturing plant across the globe. And Cisco, for most part, is our network backbone. So you see a lot of data being pumped from the machines as well as from Cisco devices. And then together, we need to really have good real-time insights into manufacturing plants, because at any given point of time, if there is a stoppage, there is a problem, as you can understand. And so for us, in the AI area, it's all about looking at this data, really getting to, and I said before, right, the needle in the haystack, and really making sure our production continues to flow and our customers continue to have the great experience they have.
Got it. And how about some examples of how you are transforming manufacturing?
Sure. So, a lot of data comes from the plant floor, from telemetry, the vehicle data. As the vehicle is being built, it will tell you where it is in the build process, what errors it's seeing. So that's one part of the story. The other part is the machines which are observing that vehicle being built. It produces data. For the best example I can give you is if there is a welding defect, right? Is the weld being done through vision system, or if the panels are not sitting together properly, or if there is a discoloration, we are able to quickly figure that one out using AI. On top of that, the other thing we are looking at is predictively, through Splunk, really understand if there are going to be maintenance failures, right, on the systems, and then proactively schedule those maintenance so we don't have stoppages.
Wow, that's amazing. I think this notion of, I should have thought, but didn't realize that the vision is looking at the welding joints and color and paint. So AI is really reshaping how this work gets done. And talk a little bit more, as you talk about AI and you heard so many different discussions today, how is that sort of really driving changes in how you're working?
Sure. So, as the data comes in, it becomes very, very important for us to really have smarter decisions, faster decisions, right? So it's not about managing the data anymore. It's really getting the insights from the data on what's going on, what issues we are seeing. And then we are trying to accelerate a lot of onboarding with our new commerce as well as our customers onto the platform. That's where AI has been very, very fruitful. And again, like you talked about, G2 talked about, I think, the time series data yesterday, and the model associated with that. Yeah. That is the direction we are going, to really understand and get the insights without training the model itself. So hoping that the models you are producing are trained enough for us to have the direct insights in.
Fantastic. So I would say that, in terms of, just looking ahead and the innovation that you saw today will hopefully help you, really make this transformation going further.
No, definitely, right? Because, one thing we are also looking at is to move the intelligence closer to the edge.
Right.
Really have an understanding at the floor plans, what the issues are, how do we process it, and we are definitely looking to standardize the data. Of course, there will be some local adaptability depending on the region they are in, and then using SPL2 for data pipeline enrichment. So we are definitely trying to continue to drive the innovation, of course, you as a partner along the way.
Fantastic. Well, with that said, last thing for you, you've been doing this a long time. Any best practices, anything you want to share as a parting comment to the audience?
Definitely. Appreciate, again, having me here.
Of course.
One thing I will definitely say, treat your data as an asset, foundation for both efficiency and resiliency. Connect insights, right, end to end. Don't try to do them in silos. Really have a shared view across all the stakeholders, where it's in the platforms, where it's in the automation, whether it's in the manufacturing plant for you. Also, the biggest part of it is balance people, process, and technology. Because at the end of the day, if you have happy employees, you will have a happy company and a great customer base.
All right, Parsh, thank you so much for your insights. This partnership with Ford is amazing. And
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And that GT we'll talk about, right?
All right,
thank you.
good.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Now, it was great to hear from Parsh and what Ford is looking at, what it's doing. But we also worked with Ford to build a demo and show you some of this in action. So I'm going to ask Lizzie Lee to join me on stage and do this demo that goes through what Parsh just talked about with the Ford data. So Lizzie, come on stage and join me. There you are. Hey, how are you doing?
Hey.
We'll do a little psh as well.
Yes, all right.
And Lizzie is going to be really brave, along with Chris, and they're going to do a live code demo. So this is, we'll let the demo gods decide. But good luck, and we'll be watching.
Thank
Take
you.
Care. Bye. The clicker for that, for sure.
Yes,
Thank
you. Thank you. Thanks, Kaml. So Ford is one of the world's most iconic automakers, and they're partnering with Splunk and Cisco to unify customer and machine data into a single pane of glass to deliver a seamless customer experience. In today's demo, we're going to show you how we're working with Ford now and where we're headed in the future. Meet Jenny. She's in the market for a new car to drive her kids to school, and the Ford Mach-E has caught her eye. After a test drive, she's really impressed. It checks every box for performance and comfort. So ready to make it hers, Jenny sits down with a sales rep and places her order. Congrats, Jenny. Now, Ford uses Splunk to monitor their production end-to-end so that they can proactively identify and remediate issues before they ever impact a customer experience. So let's take a look at this with a live demo. And here, Chris is going to help me drive, but this demo while I talk through what's happening. Imagine I'm an IT analyst at Ford. I'm on call, and I see Jenny's new order come in our executive dashboard that's powered by Splunk. In this dashboard, I can get a single view across the entire manufacturing process for the Mach-E. It brings together data from over 65 manufacturing plants worldwide, 300 apps, and 500,000 connected vehicles. I can see everything from total units produced, operations, services, and even Ford past data like remote starts and next-gen vehicle scheduling. In this dashboard, it looks like we have an issue coming from our Cuautitlán plant. So let's investigate. In our Cuautitlán plant dashboard, I can get real-time visibility into data flowing in from my connected machines across the manufacturing lifecycle. I can also get visibility into network performance. It looks like there is an alert coming from one of our body assembly machines. Maybe it's a network issue? Let's find out. Inside Splunk's IT Service Intelligence, I can get a complete view across my apps, services, infrastructure, and business metrics for easy troubleshooting. Immediately, I can see that I have a widespread issue that's impacting all my manufacturing services. So let's click into the network layer to figure out if this is truly a network issue or not. With just a few clicks and without having to switch tabs, I'm able to drill directly into critical metrics like latency and network loss. I'm also able to deep link directly into Thousand Eyes for deeper troubleshooting across known and unknown networks. Here, I can see correlated network paths, and, well, it looks like the network is not the issue. So back in Service Analyzer, I can now see that the root cause is actually this database that is supporting the body assembly inspection robot. Digging in a little deeper, I can see that the database disk utilization is really high. And that's what's causing the slowness and the robot to halt. So I'll message the database team on WebEx so they can help resolve the issue. In the meantime, I'm going to create an alert using Splunk's AI Assistant for SPL so that I can more easily detect and prevent issues like this from happening again in the future. And within a few minutes, we have our alert created. The database team has resolved the issue, and now production is up and running again. And that's how Splunk and Cisco are working together to enable Ford to deliver seamless customer experiences. Now, back at home, Jenny gets the call that she's been waiting for. Her new Ford Mach-E is ready, and at the dealership, she beams as she sees her new car. She uses Ford Pass that's monitored by Splunk to unlock her vehicle, step inside, explore all the cutting-edge technology that's going to power her adventures going forward. And back to you, Kaml.
Right, here I am, yeah. Fantastic. Thank you so much. That's amazing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Well
Awesome.
done. Good job, guys. Well done. Good job. Yeah. That's fantastic. So amazing to see this whole thing come together with Ford. And really, you know, this is an amazing partnership for us. And we have many such partnerships with a multitude of customers. But seeing this in action really brings the power of what Splunk can do with the real customer scenario altogether. So fantastic. Thank you, Parsh. Thank you, Lizzie. Thank you, Chris, as you walked through this. So now we went through this morning through, you know, a little bit of recap what happened. We looked at really getting more real into the specifics of what can be done with AI, with what Splunk already does traditionally. And then we'll talk a little bit more about how we empower you to really stay ahead in the AI era with this transformation that we are undergoing at Splunk. Now, what I want to do now is start to expand this out a little bit further. Splunk is a complete solution. We provide a leading data platform that helps you think about this machine data and how it becomes intelligence. And on top of it, of course, we have security and observability. And so what we'll do next is to have 3 sections. One, we'll have Mangesh come in and talk about the platform. Then we'll have a discussion on security and then observability with Mike Horn and Patrick Lin. So with that said, Mangesh Pipalkare, GM for our platform, please join me. Come on. All right. There you go. There you go, don't clicker. Okay, take care.
Thanks, Kaml. Hello, everyone. I'm so excited to be at conf25. Now, since day one, Splunk has been helping all of you manage your machine data. And we have continuously been evolving the platform to meet your changing needs. Now, I've been at Splunk for 5 years and driving the transformation of the platform, first with our journey on the cloud, then as we got integrated within Cisco, and now with all the amazing opportunity we all see with AI. Now, you heard Jeetu as well as Kaml frame our go-forward path for an AI-centric world. What I'm going to do is focus on how to make it real. And I'm also going to be introducing some new product announcements, but I'll also help unpack some of what you heard before in the last 2 sessions. Now, it's becoming more and more difficult for all of you to keep a handle on all your machine data. And machine data drives more than 55% of the worldwide data growth. Now, AI-centric operations are making this even worse. They can also help solve the problem, but ultimately, these AI-centric solutions are going to need the right training models. And training models need data, because ultimately, AI is a data problem. And talking of data, the old ways of managing data, all of what you have been trying, are still not working. And we talked about this, right? We've tried centralizing the data into data lakes. But at ludicrous scale that Tom Gillis talked about, this breaks down. This just becomes cost prohibitive. And I'll say that, I'll be the first one to admit, even Splunk asked you in the past to ingest all your data into Splunk. We can help with the scale. The issue there is the value of the data is quite variable. So it's not such a simple solve to just ingest that. And we clearly need a different answer. You need to tier the data, and it needs to stay where it belongs. But we need to take the power of Splunk down to every single pawn bits of data residing everywhere. So that's the way forward. And I wanted to connect the dots to what Jeetu and Kaml framed when they laid out the forward vision for the Cisco data fabric. Now, I wanted to connect it to some of the product capabilities we have already been building over the last couple of years. If you remember, we started more than a year and a half ago with data management capabilities all the way from the edge to the cloud, and this allows us some of that bottoms-up data processing. We also released last year capabilities in federated search with data lakes like S3. That is what starts down the path of taking Splunk to wherever data is residing. Now, going ahead, there are two new components to the data fabric. The first one is the machine data lake. Now, this is the layer that you so badly need as the fuel for all your AI-centric models. And then the AI foundational models, you heard about the time series model that G2 talked about yesterday. That ultimately trains on this machine data and drives the kind of amazing AI-first experiences that you saw in the live demo yesterday on main stage. One thing I'll say is that for all of you who have been using Splunk platform, the Cisco data fabric is powered by the Splunk platform. So we are bringing together all these components, all the 4 components I talked about, in a whole integrated way, and you don't have to worry about buying a completely different product. So again, Cisco data fabric is not a completely new product. What you have accrues towards all the power of the Cisco data fabric. And remember, we'll continue to be an open platform. We are very committed, even as part of Cisco, to continue to be an open platform that we've always been. Now, let's talk about the benefits. And again, this is framed slightly differently, but I want to connect the dots from what you heard from G2 yesterday. The 3 big benefits. All of you firstly care about operational efficiency. And it's not just being efficient, right? Ultimately, you need to keep up with that ludicrous scale. And this is what data processing is all about. The second, if you want to unlock proprietary data, especially data that's particular to your context, you need a unified view of all that machine data. Now, this is what the data lake and foundational models is all about. And third, all this does not come to life without having a unified analytics engine. Because ultimately, AI, my t-shirt says that, AI can explain, but that's if it has SPL, right? We'll unpack that later in case you didn't get it. But, you know, you've heard my perspective. Really, this is being echoed by companies like Regeneron. Now, this is a great customer study. Regeneron started down the path processing very high volumes of machine data. And they were struggling with the data volumes. Now, this is a leader in the drug discovery space, so think of labs and all kinds of environments. And Regeneron became an early design partner with our federated platform. And they were able to get an amazing 70% efficiency by dropping off and sifting their low-value data while getting the highest signals from the high-value data. Now, we are going to unpack this case study in my deep dive. Right after this session, you'll hear directly from Chris Wyndham and Keith Kiemig how they were able to unlock this kind of value. So stay tuned. And Regeneron's not the only one. The federated platform is now used by hundreds of customers, and they're getting great value. But what we need to do next is bring together the truly intelligent AI-first solutions. This is going to unlock the full potential of machine data for all of you. It's going to close those blind spots that you have with human operator-driven solutions. This is going to be the next wave of operational excellence, resilience reimagined, and AI-centric innovation. Let's look at that in the next video.
More data, more complexity, more pressure. It's time to take back control. The Splunk platform turns machine data into AI-ready actionable insights. Search, correlate, and analyze wherever data lives. Instantly reduce noise at the source. And unleash AI to optimize data pipelines, prevent downtime, and secure the unexpected, all at scale. Take your data strategy to the next level. This is the platform for the agentic era.
All right, so that went by fast, but we'll be unpacking a lot of these innovations in the deep dive following this session. But remember this, today, as well as the next 6 months, all these announcements that we are rolling out, we are going to be bringing incredible value to all of you to turn your data into intelligence. That's the one thing I want you to take away. Now, we are doing this by not only using AI in the platform, but ultimately allowing you to use your machine data for your AI solutions. And I wanted to kind of show you some examples of that. So back to the 3 value pillars, I'm going to go through one by one and choose, in the interest of time, just choose 1 or 2 announcements that make it real, that show you how you can get this value. So starting with that operational efficiency and scale, remember we said it all starts with the bottoms-up data processing. This is why processing data at the edge is so critical. And this is why I'm so super excited now that we have Edge Processor finally on Splunk 10 on on-prem environments. Thank you. I know all of you who operate in standalone on-prem environments have been asking, why can't I filter, mask, and route my data just like you can on the cloud? Well, now you can. It's the same consistent experience on cloud and on-prem. And now you have a single console to look at the entire end-to-end data pipelines, right from the forwarding agents to where it lands up at the right destination based on your use case. This also gives you data governance at a very granular level. So we have literally the ability to, based on the user, select down to the fields, and if they're sensitive fields of data, filter that out. Amazingly powerful. Net, what you get is maximize, reuse, and minimize the duplication of your data. This is the secret to operational efficiency. Now, data management is just the start, right? That's not the means to the end. The means to the end is unlocking the power for AI. And so, unlocking the power of machine data, you heard some of that before, but I'm going to call out 2 product capabilities, one of which you heard from G2 and Kaml before. One is new. So just stay tuned. The first one is the machine data lake. Now, we'll have that in alpha in Feb of 26, and this helps you enrich, connect, as well as activate all your machine data, whether it's in Splunk or whether it's in other systems. And this is the fuel, ultimately, that brings that machine GPT vision to life. But you need more than just the data. To bring the vision to life, you actually need the AI models that train on the data. You need actually a full solution kit, right? And this is why I'm actually super excited to announce we have that kit. We are excited to announce Splunk AI Toolkit with large language model support as well as anomaly detection built in, and all these are GA today. Now let's unpack that really quickly. Some of you might be wondering, what is AI Toolkit? We knew machine learning toolkit. Well, we first of all are evolving machine learning toolkit. So you get all the goodness of machine learning toolkit, but the reason we have expanded the scope is that AI Toolkit now has all the inbuilt support with large language models. And here's the real kicker. We are now offering Splunk-hosted large language models. So you don't have to worry about spinning up the right infrastructure. Let Splunk just take care of it. It's a self-contained solution. Now, we are going to start with some of the foundational models that we already have. The Cisco foundational AI model, 2 versions of the Llama 3.1 model. So this is going to give you a great choice between like the footprint of infrastructure and your use cases. And then over time, we'll work in the time series foundational model, other foundational models as we build them. Now, why is this important? With AI Toolkit and using the MCP server interface, which by the way is GA already, you can now start creating the kind of agentic experiences that you all saw yesterday in the live demo. Kaml said, sometimes you want to build checkout failure types solutions. Well, you might be a very different customer, and you could be a bank, you could be a retailer, you could be a media company. Now you can actually take advantage of your environment and bring your own machine GPT to life. That's why it's super important. Is that cool? Awesome. So the third value pillar, we talked about this. Nothing really comes to life without ultimately having a deep analytics engine that Splunk's always been good at. And we have been on the federation path to take Splunk to more and more places where your data lives. And this is why I'm so excited to announce our second generation federated analytics solution. Now, this is going to use the Spark engine, and this is going to be alpha, actually in October with just a SPL2 interface with S3, right? We didn't mention that before because S3 already exists, but we are enhancing that. But the real exciting part of the roadmap happens in early 26. We are going to be expanding this to Azure and Snowflake, as you heard from G2 yesterday. And one more exciting direction is we are now extending that to Cisco's secure analytics and logging. So this is an internal data lake for firewall logs. Right? Firewall logs are typically noisy, and now federation solves really the problem of looking across noisy firewall logs. So very exciting, and we will have full support for Apache, Iceberg, and Delta Lake, and other open formats. And talking of open formats, one great example that allows us to do is integrate with Snowflake. So you heard this announcement yesterday. We will be alpha in February of 26. And what Hey, how are you, Carl?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, too. It's a fantastic venue, and thank you so much for joining us on stage.
Oh, thanks for having us here. It's awesome to see all these Splunkers.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. Now, Carl, I'm sure you heard more than a couple of times, there's such a tidal wave of AI going on, and customers are rethinking operations all the way through, business, machine data. What do you hear from customers? What's your perspective on how we can help them?
Yeah, I mean, consistently, we talk to customers, and what they tell us every single day is they want to make sure that they can actually have insights across all their data, not just the data that's stored directly on Snowflake. It's really about connecting all that data and breaking down silos. You know, Snowflake's really well known for storing a bunch of your business data, things like revenue, customers, IT, a bunch of other information to run your business. But with the integration with Splunk, customers are now able to converge that data into a single set of data that are able to query across and get entirely new insights in real time using the integration with Splunk and Snowflake.
Yes, that is what we have heard as well. You have so many strengths in business data. Splunk has always been about machine data, and customers don't want us duplicating all that data. So this is the impetus for us working together. Lots of great opportunities.
Yeah.
Talk to us a little bit about formats, because how do we make our different data types work with each other?
I mean, I think that we have a certain fit in the enterprise with storing business data. And as we look at this, what customers have had to do to intersect that with data that's stored in systems like Splunk is they've had to make multiple copies of that data. And frankly, that leads to complexity. And complexity leads to increased costs, leads to confusion, leads to errors, which nobody wants with their data in making decisions in their business. And so what we've been able to do with Splunk is leveraging open formats like Apache Iceberg. You're able to now keep data where it is, and using the federated search capabilities that are inside Splunk, access that data directly from Snowflake, pull it into Splunk, the subset of data that matters, and start to drive totally new business insights from that shared data set.
That's our shared vision, too. And talking of Iceberg and other open formats, this was one of the big reasons we invested in Spark. Spark, as an engine, has all the rich ecosystem already and allows us to work together. One thing we should test with customers, we have a lot of customers here. I'm sure there are a lot of Snowflake customers here as well. So what are some of the top-of-mind use cases that we can start testing with the customers?
So I think there's a couple of them. First, though, let's talk about Iceberg really quickly, because I wanted to just kind of dig in there a little deeper. One of the key value props that Iceberg provides to all customers, most importantly, is that they're able to take advantage of whatever platform they want to that meets their specific needs. No longer is data locked in a platform, and you're not able to get the benefits of, say, some other platform that actually provides better price, performance, or functionality. And so an open standard like Iceberg enables customers to get that flexibility. And in our mind, it really is very customer forward and pro-customer. So they get to make the choice. And this makes us build better products for our customers. So the combination of Apache Iceberg and Apache Polaris enable us to build integrations that are super deep and really make it extremely simple and powerful for our joint customers to go ahead and take advantage of that.
Yeah, customers should love this, for sure.
Yeah, and then on to the question that you said a second ago around what are the use cases that we see. I mean, you mentioned actually a couple of industries, retail, banking, and kind of media. Those are great examples to talk about. You think about a retail company that, say, has a physical footprint, and they're selling sales in the store, and they have a POS outage, and they have their logs that show what's happening in real time. And they also have a bunch of information around revenue impact, right? They see what their revenue is supposed to be. They see that revenue is starting to drop. They can start to connect these two together and see that it's associated with, well, there's an outage in these stores due to our POSs. So they can go and address that really quickly by melding this data together. That's kind of one thing. You think about banks, the other one you mentioned. You know, they want to focus on identifying fraudulent activities. And so the way they go about doing that, leveraging the integration, is look at their server logs, see where IP addresses are making calls, look at actual customer transaction and purchase history, and meld those two together to find out where the anomalies are in real time. Super powerful, not able to do in the past in a really easy, simple way. And then finally, we think about media companies that have, say, a streaming service, and they want to understand what the quality of service is for all of their customers. And so they start to identify that they're seeing higher churn rates in a given segment, and they start to intersect that with the Splunk information that they have, and they can see that there's something specifically wrong in this geo, with this segment of customers, or whatever. And it's this intersection, again, of the Splunk and Snowflake that truly makes that possible. And then the last thing I'll say, we've talked a lot about AI here. I actually don't know what AI is going to enable for this intersection of the data. But what I do know is it's going to enable an entirely new set of insights that were not possible in the past. And the great thing with those insights is you'll be able to make better business decisions and provide better outcomes for your customers. And so that's why I'm incredibly excited with the integration between Splunk and Snowflake.
Yeah, well said, Carl. AI is going to surprise us all.
Yeah.
So it's not just these use cases, but even the unknown use cases that's going to be very, very powerful. Thanks so much, Carl. This was really a pleasure. Glad you could join us on stage.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. A big hand again for Carl Perry. All right, what you just saw in the last 15 minutes is just the beginning of the new Splunk platform. And we have a lot more coming. I'll unpack more announcements, and you'll see some first demos again in the next deep dive. But for now, I want to take you back to a slide that you saw from Kaml. He made the point that the Splunk platform is so powerful because we not only have a data platform that connects across all the data and gives you all the insights, but it actually is the foundation for very, very specific domain-centric solutions like security and observability. They leverage the same foundation to light up those use cases. And to tell us more about observability-centric innovations, I would now like to hand it over to our SVP and GM of Observability, Patrick Lin. Come on up, Patrick.
All right. How's everyone doing this morning? All right, good. So thank you, Mangesh. That's some pretty great stuff, right? So this is my fifth or sixth, have a hard time counting, time at Conf. Right? And what I love about showing up here is the ability to hear from you firsthand what's working, what's not, and what you wish you had from Splunk. And what I continue to hear, even in conversations yesterday, is that most of you are still not quite satisfied with where you are. It's not that you don't have the tools, right? In fact, you might still have a couple too many from more vendors than you want, right? And the telemetry that's collected in it for this app or that system, this layer, it's still sometimes trapped in a data silo somewhere. And using that data when something goes wrong, it's too much work from too many people for too long. And on top of that, when you're trying to actually prioritize which of these alerts to follow or which of these symptoms to look into, it's all guesswork. Now, I also hear from you that maybe there's some hope here, right? AI can probably help us with this, but in the observability domain, AI cuts both ways. On one hand, it's adding to the complexity of your environment, right? AI models, they introduce unpredictable behavior. They can break existing practices for monitoring software applications. And the code that AI assistants are generating, yeah, it's going to help your engineers, right? They're going to be more productive. But it's also a lot more code that no one really quite knows. And so it might just be, well, a little bit harder to fix. Now, on the other hand, AI is also creating new opportunities for how you ensure digital resilience. So done right, it can be an extra pair of hands, or actually an extra pair of brains maybe, right? That help you react faster and more accurately, of course, right? But also, it can help you get into the right proactive stance with less manual work. And it can help you draw inferences from all that telemetry that's being collected from a variety of different sources. Something that's going to be actually impossible to do without a lot of subject matter experts at your disposal. And so with all these changes looming and cats moving around, it's clear that observability has to evolve and will evolve in three critical ways, right? First and foremost, the opportunity to use AI to work smarter and faster. With AI agents as our teammates, they can help us instrument, they can help us detect and troubleshoot, and even remediate issues that can be stopped in their tracks before they're spiraling out of control and before users ever notice. Now, secondly, AI also does need oversight, as G2 said yesterday, for us to be able to trust it, right? And observability has to span the full stack, from the GPUs to the foundational models, the agents, the conversations themselves. And to provide that oversight, we're going to need new telemetry, things like the quality of the responses, the safety, the cost, right? And all of that is going to be on top of the golden signals that we already have. And so there's a new bar that's going to get set for observability here. And if you want all these benefits, you have to take advantage of the platform. You have to pull together all of your logs and metrics and traces across all of your environments. And you have to infuse that with a user and business context that lets you prioritize what matters. And put together, these three things, they represent a massive change to observability practices. It's a new way of thinking about it all together. And how you think about Splunk has to evolve. It's a new era for observability. And it's agentic. Now, agentic observability is about how you achieve the resilience that you need in an AI-native world. And it's a proactive approach that gets you out of firefighting and into the business of fire prevention. So let's take a look at what that might turn into in the future.
The future of observability is now, and it's agentic. Splunk takes observability beyond dashboards into action. AI handles the data setup, so you're ready to see everything. It predicts issues before they happen, troubleshoots on its own, and remediates before anyone even notices a blip. No more noise. No more chasing unknown unknowns. Just answers, action, and uptime. Goodbye grind. Hello build time. This is observability evolved. This is Splunk Observability for the agentic era. Splunk Observability. Get ready to own your uptime.
All right. Pretty cool, right? Now, we are going to unpack that in the keynote deep dives later on, so make sure you don't miss that. But first, let's spend a few minutes talking about some of the key capabilities we're going to deliver to bring agentic observability to life. Now, many of you have had our AI assistant in your hands for almost a year now, right? And I'm thrilled to announce the next generation of AI capabilities. We're now adding agents that act, focusing on where you spend the most time today, the detection, the troubleshooting, and the remediation. And we're extending this AI across the full incident lifecycle. And it's not just a point feature limited to one product in our portfolio. This is a thematic approach, something that you're going to see show up across the portfolio and applicable for any environment. And of course, I'm sure many of you are saying, okay, that sounds pretty nice, but will it really help me when things go wrong? And the answer I'm going to tell you is yes. The AI troubleshooting agent in Observability Cloud pulls metrics, logs, and traces across the stack to pinpoint root causes automatically. And in App Dynamics, the AI troubleshooting agent brings that same power directly into existing workflows, tying the findings to health rule violations and doing anomaly detection so that investigations are faster and decisions about how to act can be clearer. And now, I know we're not the only ones building AI agents out there, right? I'm sure many of you are doing something similar. There's going to be a lot of them, and so you have to ask yourself, how do we keep track of them? How do you know what they're doing, and how do you know that they're doing what they're supposed to? And given that need, I'm delighted to announce AI Agent Monitoring, which builds on top of what we already announced back in June for AI Infrastructure Monitoring. Now, AI Agent Monitoring helps you track your AI-enabled apps and agents end to end. It helps you evaluate how your foundational models are performing. And it helps to identify and resolve issues not just around latency or errors, SLOs, right, but also around token utilization to help catch hallucinations and drift in real user interactions. And because you can't afford that kind of risk in production, our solution also integrates directly with Cisco AI Defense. And that helps us connect AI security findings about prompt injection or data leakage, harmful content, directly to the real-time impact that they would have on services and infrastructure, so that your engineering teams have the full picture when they respond to issues. Now, let's be real. You can't do this without a strong platform and all the data that flows through it. One that lets you see end-to-end workflows, irrespective of how the underlying services are built or powered. And this, by the way, is actually the most common question I've been getting asked here at Conf, which is, when are you, Splunk, going to give us the ability to look at any application from one console, irrespective of whether it's end-tier or microservices-based, irrespective of whether it is running partially on the cloud or partially on-prem, a blend of all of the above, right? And so I'm proud to say that Splunk Observability Cloud now brings best-in-class support for end-tier and microservices in one solution, okay? One solution. Now, building on the strengths of AppDynamics with business transactions, so that you can monitor the processes that your business actually runs on, the checkout, account creation, any end-to-end workflow, really, right? And it's going to have call graphs so that you can point straight to slow methods or functions. It's going to give you service map grouping that allows your teams to understand the world the way they work, including how it depends on the underlying infrastructure, so they can immediately know where a problem lives, anywhere from the code to the cluster. And all of this provides a solid foundation for the engineering and ops folks to more deeply understand what they interact with day to day. But we also know that not every problem is on them, right? Not every problem is a bug or a networking device that's had a problem, or a brownout in the cloud or what have you, right? And that's why I'm super excited to announce Digital Experience Analytics, or DEA for short. Now, with the business journey insights that you get from DEA, you can visualize the end-to-end path and see where customers drop off, pinpoint what actually drives engagement and conversion. And when something feels off, you've got session replay, which lets you watch the real user sessions to know exactly where the friction is occurring and resolve usability issues quickly. And this ensures that you only bring in the engineers and the SREs when you really need to. Now, a great example of a customer who's able to take advantage of this unified observability approach is T-Mobile. And we're working with them to unify the data and visibility across AppDynamics, Splunk Observability Cloud, Thousand Eyes, the Splunk platform, all using OpenTelemetry. And I want to invite you to come learn more about this, again, when we unpack things more deeply in the Observability Keynote deep dive at 2:30 today in this very room. Now, what we've talked about this morning is just barely scratching the surface. And we've got so much more to discuss about how you can join us on this journey to agentic observability and why Splunk and Cisco is your ideal partner for this new era. Okay? All right. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mike Horn, our SVP and GM for security.
Hello. It is great to be here at Conf, and one of my favorite parts as the GM of security products is talking to customers. And this week I've heard a lot of the familiar problems, things like too many alerts and not enough skilled workers. I've heard about the fact that there's a lot of manual processes that people need to do. And so those were all things that were relatively familiar. And then I'm hearing about a new class of problems, which is, hey, AI is great. We've heard a lot about how AI is going to help us, but it also comes with some downsides. We know that attackers are using AI to create more sophisticated attacks. They're creating higher volume attacks. And so when we think about what's happening in the security operations center for security operations teams and for the security operations tools that they use, we know that things need to evolve. And when I think about what that evolution looks like, there's really three key themes. The first is you need a unified set of capabilities. The tools that you use need to work together, right? You don't want to switch screens as you're going from threat detections into investigations and then moving on into a response. You want to be able to do that from one single workflow. Then, we need to be able to take that seamless integration and turn that into amplified and powered by AI. So we'll talk about AI assistance and how AI agents can really change things for us. And then the third piece is on the detection side. So when we think about expanding out and this expanding attack surface, being able to keep up with the threats that you're facing, these different threat vectors are all things that we need to focus on. So let's go jump into the simplified security analyst experience. And this all started with Enterprise Security 8. So if you're familiar with what we announced at the last .conf, we talked about how Enterprise Security 8 was bringing together your SIEM and your SOAR. And that's a reality that you can use today. And we have Enterprise Security 8.1 out, and there's a ton of customers that are using this. But today I'm excited to announce that we're introducing Enterprise Security 8.2. So that is available today. It went up last night. And Enterprise Security 8.2 is a great continuation of this journey that we've been on. So if you think about these simplified analyst workflows and being able to do accelerated triaging. So how do I quickly understand whether something's a true positive, a false positive? We've accelerated the abilities to easily do that. We've improved our finding-based detection, so being able to create complicated, more sophisticated advanced detections where you can correlate different events and say, hey, if I saw this and I saw that, then I want to generate an alert that needs to be investigated, and all sorts of other things, including, that rich SOAR integration. Now, in the past, you only had one choice for enterprise security. You could buy the enterprise security product, and that was kind of your only choice. Today, with Enterprise Security 8.2, I'm excited to announce that we now have two versions of enterprise security. So the first version is Essentials. That is the enterprise security that you know and love and the thing that you've been using already, right? So if you're, think of that as just a name change. So Enterprise Security becomes Enterprise Security Essentials. And then with this 8.2 release, we've added a new Premier Edition, which brings in a few additional capabilities. So the first thing that it brings in is a SOAR license. So if you're, early in your journey and you're just getting started with automation, this is a great way to get a SOAR license as part of your enterprise security product. And it brings in a new UEBA capability that is built directly into enterprise security. So the interface is directly into enterprise security. The data that you're using for this, running your machine learning, is all in enterprise security. So this is really exciting in terms of a new capability around insider threats. If you come to the session later today, 1 o'clock here, we're going to show a demo of how all these pieces come together, how you can seamlessly investigate an insider threat with the same tools that you use for everything else. So we're super excited about what this brings into the mix. Now, the second piece I said that was really important as we go on this evolution is really around how do we take advantage of these AI capabilities. So you've heard a lot today about how AI is going to really change things. And I think we're seeing that show up in the real world every day. And we believe that what is needed is a mix of AI assistants and AI agents And so we're working towards helping you be able to get the flexibility and the power that you need, whether that's augmenting somebody to help make them better, make a better decision and make that decision faster, or that's an agent that's working on their behalf. So to show you a little bit about what we're working on in the AI era, let's roll the video.
Tons of alerts, too many tools, relentless pressure, manual tasks. It's a lot. So how about a little help? Say hello to the Agentic SOC, powered by Splunk Enterprise Security. AI-powered triage agents investigate for you. Automatically enriched alerts give you deep context and help you prioritize the threats that matter most. While AI-assisted playbooks help you automate response and stop threats at the speed of AI. Transform your analyst experience. Radically simplify TDIR. This is your SOC for the agentic era.
So, if you were listening closely, one of the things that you would have heard is that we are announcing a new triage agent. So this is going to be an agent that will act on your behalf, that will work on doing investigations, gathering data, applying reasoning to that just like you would. It can be informed by your security playbooks. So if you already have a set of procedures, here's how I investigate a credential phishing threat. This triage agent, which will be available early next year, will help you go through those activities automatically. It'll show you the receipts for all the work that's been done. It's going to tell you, hey, I think this is a true positive. I think this is a false positive. It's going to give you a disposition on, a confidence on that disposition. So it's going to tell you, I'm high, medium, low confidence. So you know that the things that you want to look at, hey, it's a true positive with high confidence. Well, that's something I really need to go look at right now. And so you'll be able to filter views and be able to do that. Now, how would you guys feel about having an agent that goes and does all that base work on your behalf? Good? Okay. The third pillar I mentioned is really around how do you keep up with this evolving attack landscape? So we know that threat vectors are constantly emerging, whether that's 0 days or the attack surface is expanding. You know, with all this AI opportunity also comes AI challenges. You know, for those of you that are supporting large language model and generative AI solutions in your environments, you know that now you have to protect that surface. Like, got to worry about things like prompt injection and all these different things. So how does Splunk help you solve that problem? Well, I'm excited to announce that we have a brand new detection studio that's available as an alpha release today. So you can take advantage of this new detection studio. And this is powered by the acquisition that we did earlier this year of a company called SnapAttack. And so what this does is it brings you entire detection management lifecycle capabilities directly integrated into enterprise security. So you're going to be able to find and discover detections more easily. You're going to be able to look at more facets for those detections. Let's say you're interested in knowing what's my coverage protection against a particular threat actor. I'm in an industry vertical. I'm located in a specific geo region. You know, what are the threats that I should care about? It's going to recommend detections that you might be missing based on those things that you identified that you care about. It's going to tell you about data sources you might want to consider adding into your environment so that you can get the best protection against the things that you said you cared about. So this is going to be a really game-changing experience. And if you think about the integrations with things like content as code, we're really driving forward and working closely with customers on this. It's a great opportunity. You can see it on the show floor. There's a demo of this. I would love to get your feedback and input. As I said, this is available as alpha as of now. So super excited. That sounds like a lot of the people that have been wrestling with detections for a while. So it's maybe overdue. We're excited to bring this to you. So later today at 1 o'clock, you'll hear myself, and I've got Patty Voigt from Webster Bank joining me to talk about how they're taking these technologies, you know, things like that Enterprise Security 8 with this integrated experience between SIEM and SOAR and all the different capabilities that we're bringing there. So please join us at 1 o'clock for that, and we'll look forward to seeing you there. And so if you think about kind of where we are and closing it up, you know, as I mentioned, the challenges that you face are consistent and growing, right? So we know that it's a hard job. We think that in order to do that, you need to have your tools evolve to be able to help you with a seamless, integrated experience, so you're not having to switch between different tools to solve those problems, that you have a powered by AI, whether that's assistants or agents, to help you do that. And then finally, helping you keep up with the latest threats. So, a lot more to come on the security side. Please join us, as I said, at 1 o'clock here for the security keynote deep dive. And with that, I would love to hand it back to Kaml Hathi, who's going to close us out. Come on up, Kaml.
All right, thanks, Mike. That was amazing. You know, this brings us to the conclusion, wrapping up on the day 2 product keynote. You know, I talked a lot about this notion of being a new Splunk. And, you know, all these things we talked about, these different announcements, different innovations, this list just goes on and on and on. And I'm so proud of this team for moving fast, moving rapidly, moving with energy to start helping you, you know, get the leadership to be able to go and make AI practical, really practical in the enterprise. I thank you for all your feedback. I thank you for all your participation that helps us make a better product. And it's our commitment to make sure that you get what you need to be leaders in the AI era. We went through a lot of things already, and you know, going forward, we touched a bit on agentic observability. We touched a bit on the agentic SOC. We touched a bit on the platform. But now we have deep dives that will go really into the depth and more details on each of these things with real demos that we can see how things are working, customer stories. All these things will come together, and that's coming up next. Now, for the rest of the show, this is your week. This is your week. You're here. Please take advantage. I said before, you know, just go geek out. There are all these things, different, you know, deep dives, different sessions. The show floor, make sure you get a chance. Really try hands-on. Our partners are there. They've got amazing things you can look at and play with. And then the entire team, the entire product team's here. They're here to answer questions. Your peers are here to answer questions, sometimes no more than we do. So please, please take the time to talk to the experts who can help you get the most out of your investments in Splunk and in Cisco. With that said, well, I personally will see you again in Denver, Conf 2026, September 14th. See you then. Thank you so much. Have a great time. Bye-bye.
And their MTTR is to die
for! Hey, how can they even see?
We have Splunk. They can spot anomalies in their sleep.
Wait, wasn't there some kind of incident?
Yeah, we handled that hours ago. Try to keep up.
You have an entourage now.
Come on. Come on!
Amy, hey, I know your team's doing some amazing work with Splunk, but I think it's going to their heads.
Oh, sorry, yeah. And your problem with boosting digital resilience and making sure our systems are safe and reliable is what exactly?
Touché.
Insider threats, system outage, ransomware, new code, zero-day exploit, DDoS attack.
Get ready for an unexpected traffic spike.
Hold on. You don't need to break a sweat to be more resilient. Splunk helps your business weather all kinds of disruptions, so you can be ready for anything.
In manufacturing, your business is full of moving parts, which makes securing every edge and integrating IT and OT a big ask. But when you get there, you light up incredible possibilities. Splunk helps manufacturers build edge-to-enterprise resilience, so you can be smarter and more secure at every step, and keep your operations up and running no matter what. We help you see across all of your IT and OT systems, so you can detect and respond to threats faster. This helps you catch problems before they become issues and minimize unplanned downtime. With edge-to-enterprise monitoring, you can also gain deep insights and drive incredible transformation from the factory floor to the final product. At Splunk, we're excited about the progress we help manufacturers see every day. From reaching your sustainability goals to seamlessly boosting your productivity and efficiency at scale, we're ready to help you reach next-level resilience and unlock the innovations that will bring on a brighter future. In financial services, resilience is imperative because your systems can't fail, you can't afford to get hacked, and you have to keep up with ever-changing demands. It's a lot, but Splunk can help. We shine a light into every corner of your business so you can fend off threats, create better customer experiences, and find new ways to maximize revenue. With visibility across your entire stack, the benefits are huge. You can detect, investigate, and respond to security incidents faster to minimize risk and protect your reputation and your clients. Analyze business and technical data more efficiently so you can create long-term, loyal customers. And keep your incredibly complex systems up and running while complying with evolving regulations. We know the stakes are high. That's why our standards are too. Splunk is built to handle the complex challenges you face today and can scale to meet massive global demands. In financial services, compromising isn't an option, but working toward a brighter future is. Let's build your resilience together and get there.
When you're in the dark, unknowns are everywhere. And unknowns can leave you vulnerable. But Splunk can help you shine a light. We help you see across your entire tech stack. And not just see it, but understand it. So you can build resilience and be ready for whatever comes your way. System outages, security threats, funky code. Yep, they're all a thing, but they don't need to slow you down. Because at Splunk, we help you get ahead of them. We see opportunities, not obstacles, a brighter future, not fear, and a whole world of truly awesome what-ifs. Resilience isn't just about reducing risk. It's about finding new insights, solving problems quickly, and illuminating your path forward. So let's light it up.
In our super-connected world, the communications and media industry has a lot on the line. Your networks help people stay in touch, get around-the-clock care, and protect their nest eggs. Expectations are incredibly high, and reliability is a must. But here's the good news. Splunk can help you meet today's rigorous demands and keep your customers connected to their essential services and to you. With end-to-end visibility across your most complex hybrid environments, you can reduce latency and catch issues before they become big problems. You can detect key security risk to protect your systems and those who rely on them. And with access to a wealth of high-quality data, you can not only find efficiencies and streamline operations at scale, but also discover new ways to wow your customers and reduce churn. At Splunk, we help communications and media organizations build resilient digital systems so you can deliver brilliant experiences, illuminate possibilities, and strengthen the countless connections that power our world.
There's a file on this floppy disk. The first team to read that file wins. Let's go! We've brought together 2 teams of 3 cybersecurity experts to battle it out in the first ever Cyber Games Boston. Over the course of 3 challenges, we'll test their skills, their knowledge, and their ability to work as a team. It's the Data Defenders versus the Bug Busters. Analysts, ready? Aim. Fire!
What's going on here? Have you seen their detection times? And their MTTR is to die for!
Hey, how can they even see?
We have Splunk. They can spot anomalies in their sleep.
Wait, wasn't there some kind of incident?
Yeah, we handled that hours ago. Try to keep up.
You have an entourage now.
Come on. Come on!
Amy, hey, I know your team's doing some amazing work with Splunk, but I think it's going to their heads.
Oh, sorry, yeah. And your problem with boosting digital resilience and making sure our systems are safe and reliable is what exactly?
Touché.
Insider threats, system outage, ransomware, new code, zero-day exploit, DDoS attack.
Get ready for an unexpected traffic spike.
Hold on. You don't need to break a sweat to be more resilient. Splunk helps your business weather all kinds of disruptions, so you can be ready for anything.
In manufacturing, your business is full of moving parts, which makes securing every edge and integrating IT and OT a big ask. But when you get there, you light up incredible possibilities. Splunk helps manufacturers build edge-to-enterprise resilience, so you can be smarter and more secure at every step, and keep your operations up and running no matter what. We help you see across all of your IT and OT systems, so you can detect and respond to threats faster. This helps you catch problems before they become issues and minimize unplanned downtime. With edge-to-enterprise monitoring, you can also gain deep insights and drive incredible transformation from the factory floor to the final product. At Splunk, we're excited about the progress we help manufacturers see every day. From reaching your sustainability goals to seamlessly boosting your productivity and efficiency at scale, we're ready to help you reach next-level resilience and unlock the innovations that will bring on a brighter future. In financial services, resilience is imperative because your systems can't fail. You can't afford to get hacked, and you have to keep up with ever-changing demands. It's a lot, but Splunk can help. We shine a light into every corner of your business so you can fend off threats, create better customer experiences, and find new ways to maximize revenue. With visibility across your entire stack, the benefits are huge. You can detect, investigate, and respond to security incidents faster to minimize risk and protect your reputation and your clients. Analyze business and technical data more efficiently so you can create long-term, loyal customers. And keep your incredibly complex systems up and running while complying with evolving regulations. We know the stakes are high. That's why our standards are too. Splunk is built to handle the complex challenges you face today and can scale to meet massive global demands. In financial services, compromising isn't an option, but working toward a brighter future is. Let's build your resilience together and get there.
When you're in the dark, unknowns are everywhere. And unknowns can leave you vulnerable. But Splunk can help you shine a light. help you see across your entire tech stack. And not just see it, but understand it, so you can build resilience and be ready for whatever comes your way. System outages, security threats, funky code. Yep, they're all a thing, but they
Good morning, everyone. Wasn't that a great keynote that we just saw? Well, I have another great session here for the Splunk community. My name is Tom. I'm with Hurricane Labs and our Director of Technical Operations, and also one of the people you'll see wandering around Conf with the Fez. What does that mean? We're the Splunk community. We are the people who are helpful and help you get the most out of Splunk, and are the ones who are jumping into Splunk Answers, jumping into Splunk Slack, and trying to help you make the most out of the product. I have the opportunity to represent everyone who is wearing a Fez here and talk a little bit about community updates for this year. So there are a lot of good that happened in the past year. You've probably noticed, maybe by looking at Splunk.com, but Splunk is now a Cisco company. What does that mean? Well, as Splunk community members, we were probably a little bit concerned at the beginning. What happens when our favorite company gets acquired by another company? Are things going to change? Are things going to be different? Well, the good news is a lot of the same is good. The Splunk community, it's still alive and thriving. Splunk Answers is just as active as it used to be. The Splunk community Slack constantly is filled with helpful information from people trying to help you get the most out of the product. So that is awesome to see. We also are still here at Conf. I'm here at Conf. I get to see all my friends and Fezes, and it's great to have the opportunity to come together once a year to do that. And also, Splunk as a product, it does the same thing that it used to. The things we love about Splunk, it still works the same way. We get a chance to use it. That is something that has not changed. So it's great to be here at Conf. It's great to still see the Splunk community. And hopefully, next year, we'll be able to do the same thing as well. Also, Splunk Enterprise Security version 8. It now exists. It's been released and it's generally available. Last year at conf24, that was something that was introduced. They talked about it, but it wasn't something you could go and download. We've had months now where it's available for customers. I work with a managed security services provider, Hurricane Labs. We have a lot of clients that use enterprise security because that's a key to how we deliver services. And clients using enterprise security are generally very happy with what they see with ES8. It took time to get there. It is a big upgrade, but it's something that is really helpful for analysts. A couple things. When you're in an investigation, ES really makes that key information that you need as an analyst available front and center. Your risk score, that's something that you can see right away. Also, details about the timeline and contributing events for an incident are all visible right in the UI. So that is something that we love about ES8. And it is something that is really helpful with making that product useful from a security perspective. I would say there are going to be some things we debate about. Renaming incident review to mission control, that's going to be something that's going to be argued to the end of time. But we have to get used to it in order to recognize the things that are good about ES8. So all in all, great upgrade, great to see it. Ideas.splunk.com. This is something we have the Splunk community to thank for. So Splunk community, you share an idea, it goes on ideas.splunk.com. We get recommendations about that. The top features often get added to the product. You'll see right there, enable deployment server to upgrade versions. That is something that is now available in Splunk. So you can upgrade universal forwarders or the Splunk agent directly from the deployment server. This is something back in Splunk 9.4 you could do from Linux, and now in Splunk 10 you can do that from Windows. I went ahead and tested this out on Linux several months ago and wrote a guide on how to do that. If you go to hurricanelabs.com/conf25, you can see a tutorial about that, or you can scan the QR code. And you can take that along with the documentation that the docs team has and be able to look at implementing this in your environment. There's also some really cool features in Splunk 10 as the product has evolved that I'm excited to share with you. And one of the big ones is the audit trail dashboard. Now I want to show of hands from you in the audience. How many of you have ever looked at the audit index in Splunk to try to solve a problem? I see a bunch of you raising your hands. Now, those of you that have looked at audit logs in Splunk, have you found them kind of terrible? I know I have. And it's something that's not really the most useful information in Splunk. You look at that ideas screenshot, the second one on there was better audit logs. Well, one of the things Splunk is now doing in Splunk 10 is shipping an audit trail dashboard by default. And you can see information about what changes are made all in that UI. You don't have to install anything additional. It's just there. So as someone who routinely needs to look in and try to figure out what's going on in a Splunk environment, this is awesome to see. And I'm really happy to see the product team taking some feedback from the users. One of the other things that is added is the edge processor service. Now, this is something that used to be Splunk Cloud only. But I know not everyone is in Splunk Cloud. So you can now use this with on-prem Splunk Enterprise. And that's great to see that that feature is now something that's available at a wider scale to all Splunk customers, as opposed to just the ones that are on cloud. Next, agent management. If you've used the deployment server, you're probably familiar with the forwarder management interface. This is now called agent management in Splunk 10 because it supports the OpenTelemetry, or OTel agent as well, as Serby points out. So multiple agents are supported, but there's some other really cool features that exist in here as well. Now, agent configuration, you can view some details about the system. You can see your host name, your operating system, IP address, all that details. This was some stuff that you could see before. But I really want to call your attention to that effective configuration link there at the top. This is really cool. So as a managed services provider, I deal with a bunch of different customer Splunk environments. They have agents all over the place. I don't have direct access to those. Before, what I'd have to do to troubleshoot a problem, talk to a customer who often has to talk to an admin to run through, collect a diag, ship that over to me, have me look at the configuration. Now, I can do that all in the deployment server interface. If you click on agent configuration, you can view your inputs config, your outputs config, your deployment server config. That all exists in the UI of the deployment server. This is going to save me hours and hours of time troubleshooting problems because I don't need to involve multiple other people to collect information. So I love seeing this feature. I agree with Jeff Lind here. This is one of the most recent things in Splunk to get me really excited, especially as an admin. Now, as a Splunk admin, you see it wouldn't be a Tom talk at Conf if I wasn't going into some tips and tricks and things I've learned administering Splunk over the past year. And this talk is no exception. So let's roll. Newer versions of Splunk, you probably know, are focusing more on security. The universal forwarder used to always run with the elevated permissions level. Splunk is scaling that back because you don't want your tool that collects your security events to become a security issue, which is great. I love seeing that. This, however, does sometimes result in there being some challenges because reduced permissions make it harder to collect data sometimes. So you might run into a case where you can't read all the logs that you expect. So if you have universal forwarders running Windows, which, show of hands, I imagine is basically everyone here, with a couple of exceptions, which is fine. If you don't run Windows, no judgment. I have no problem with that at all. But if you are running Windows, run this search. Search your internal index for the exec processor looking for this could not subscribe error. If you see this, that means that there is very likely a permissions issue resulting in not being able to read a specific log channel in Windows. Just a couple weeks ago, I helped a client work through this, and it was really weird. You could see their application and their system logs without a problem, but the security logs weren't being read. And obviously, using Splunk as a security solution, that's a problem. So we worked with them to fix that problem, adjusting your permissions so that the universal forwarder can read those log channels, typically through group policy or something similar. But once we fixed that, those logs came in as we expected, and we no longer saw this could not subscribe error. So I want you to go ahead, run the search, check for this issue, and that way, if you are missing data, you'll be able to fix that before you are in the middle of an incident and don't have the logs that you expect. Now, speaking of not having the logs that you expect, if an input stops working after an app upgrade, such as doing this on a heavy forwarder, this is something that you can do. So sometimes what will happen, a new version of an app will be released, there'll be some changes to the Python code in the bin directory. That can be something where you delete that bin directory and you replace it by upgrading the app. And what that's going to do is reinstall that app completely. You're not going to lose any of your configuration in the local directory by doing this, but it'll often clear out some of those execution errors for those binaries and result in data that wasn't flowing properly to come in. So quick thing to check, if you ever upgrade an app and that data stops working, go here first, and that hopefully will save you some time. Now, skip searches. How many of you have ever struggled with skip searches? I see some of you raising your hands. You are the real admins that are fighting the good fight to keep Splunk working the best that it can. Well, if you're not sure what to check for skip searches, go into your monitoring console or your cloud monitoring console, look for the skip searches dashboard. In this example, you'll see there's only 9, not too bad. I've seen environments where this is massively, massively larger. If it is, this is definitely something for you. So if you have skip searches, you can enable something called search skewing for saved searches. And this is going to result in Splunk automatically adjusting those searches to work within an allowed range. So instead of running a search every 5 minutes on 00, 05, 10, 15, 20, and so on, locked to that 00 second mark, Splunk will actually adjust that search in order to fit within an allowed time frame. So if we set an allowed skew for 5 minutes, within a 5-minute window of time, it'll run that search, maybe on 12 minutes and 17 minutes, or something similar. Obviously, it's a computer. It's going to do a better job than me just rattling off numbers. But by doing that, you better optimize your resources usage, and your searches are going to be less likely to conflict with each other, all fighting for the CPU at the same period of time. I have a visualization of this because I enabled this. I was looking for a screenshot to show you, and I have it. So let's take a look. So you'll notice before we made a change, there's a big difference between two sides of this graph. We have towers of searches running on 5-minute intervals. And then you'll see those searches are pretty evenly spread out. Right here is where we enabled skewing. And just by making that simple change, your searches are better spread out, your resources are better used, and you can see right away those number of skipped searches are really drastically reduced. So this basically cures cancer for your scheduler. I highly recommend doing that. You can make a bigger adjustment than 5 minutes if you need to, but it really can help you get the most out of your Splunk environment. Now, I'm just one of many wearing a fez here. We have the Splunk community. They all share suggestions, and I crowdsourced a couple of them building this talk. So a couple ones here. Putting your certs into an app so that you can manage them along with your openssl.conf. Great way to make configuration of something that is generally pretty complex, SSL configuration, a lot easier. You can also take a README file and move it into the search head cluster directory, and then run a btool to look for changes on your deployer before you push out updates. And then finally, you can take advantage of Linux systemd capabilities to adjust the UF so it can run read-only scripts with permissions needed to parse some files, such as your sudoers file. This kind of ties back to the Windows discussion we had earlier for allowing your universal forwarder to read a certain channel. You can do similar things with systemd and Linux, and that allows you to ingest data that might be harder to do without having to elevate the permissions on your Splunk universal forwarder. And finally, the Splunk community. I love them. This is a product that has a great team of people that all work together to contribute to making the product work best for people. And I love Kara's quote here. We all take different paths. We all have different customers we work with. We have different use of the product. Splunk is so powerful. It does so many different things. But the community allows us to all work together and share from that experience and learn from someone else who might be dealing with something very similar to what you have. So if you're not part of the Splunk community or not actively engaged, take this opportunity, join Slack, ask questions, post on answers, help each other out, and help everyone to get the most out of the product. Now, one of the things I love about being here at Conf is meeting all of you. I get to meet all of my friends with Fezes, our customers. I get to meet other Splunk users and just have nerdy talks about Splunk. But I know on the global broadcast sitting at home, you don't necessarily get that same chance. But I want to give you that chance. You shouldn't miss out on things just because you're not physically here at Conf. So next week, take the opportunity, talk to me. Go to hurricanelabs.com/conf25 or scan the QR code on screen. And what you'll be able to do, scroll down to the Ask Hurricane Labs link, click on there, and book some time with me. Just 5 minutes to talk to me, and I will help you answer any questions you might have. It might be something about the content in this session. It might be something you're just having a problem, you want to bounce some ideas off a fellow nerd. Or it might be something where you're just not sure where to find the answer. I can't guarantee I know everything. Actually, I can guarantee I don't know everything, but I can help you find the right person to answer your question. So take that opportunity, meet with me next week, and I'd love to run into as many of you as I can. So with that said, it's awesome to be part of the global broadcast, and it's a privilege to represent the Splunk community. Enjoy the rest of the day, and take care, everyone.
SEC. Please welcome Splunk Senior Vice President and General Manager Platform, Mangesh Pimplekari.
Thank you, everyone. It's great to be back on stage. And I actually feel I am back to the future. Why is that? Because we are living, working, and innovating in the AI era every single moment right now. We are already in the future. Now, in one short year, the AI revolution has completely changed the game of data management. And in the keynote before, in case you saw it, you heard that the data complexity and growth continues to go only in one direction, which is up. And with AI, this is only getting more complex. You're seeing data silos, you're continue to see exponential data growth. And we have new unknowns with what resilience even means with new agentic operations. Now, talking of agents, here's a mind-boggling stat. Speaking to analysts, they estimate 1.3 billion agents to be in operation by 2028. Now, that's going to completely change business as well as society. And we are going to have to rethink resilience, put new guardrails, but in the enterprise context, we are also going to have to completely reimagine what operations means, how we run AI-first operations. Now think about this. On the one hand, we have a tremendous challenge of managing this sprawl of machine data. But this is also a great opportunity, right? If we can learn to harness the machine data, and especially as you heard in the keynote before, if we can connect it with other contexts, with business data, with other human-driven knowledge, then we can actually harness AI to drive unprecedented insights. Now, machine data has actually been the heartbeat of all your enterprise operations. And machine data also drives more than 55% of the growth of enterprise data globally. Now, how is this going to change with AI? Well, it will change in a very, very big way. AI is going to be a major driver of machine data complexity because of the 1 billion agents we talked about. But also, not just the agents, it's going to become more complex because of all the data-intensive infrastructure that all the enterprises are building out. Now, the way to solve that, as you've heard before, is ultimately to harness machine data as the fuel for building AI foundational model and AI-first solutions. And we can truly unlock that potential if we go to the heart of the problem and address the data management. Now, today, this is the world that your teams are operating in. Now, what is this picture? Well, it makes me think of a really dark world where there's a data wasteland and each team is entrenched in their silos. And most of your time is being spent on kind of managing the data and trying to control costs, stay in your own domain, and that's not working well. So it's time for us to reimagine a completely new solution, and the answer has been obvious. It's really to use AI to keep up with AI. And you've heard us say this before, even before the wave of AI, that ultimately detecting problems, investigating, and responding all goes to the heart of being data problems. If we want AI to help us with solving this problem, then we need to light up that machine GPT vision that you've heard a couple of times now from G2 and from Kaml's keynote. And here's the good news. Who else is there better suited to bring this vision to life than Splunk? We have been, thanks to all of you, been living in the machine data world for a long, long time. So picture this, if we solve this together and solve this right, then the new operational world can look a whole lot different. This is a world where all your operations teams, not just security ops and IT ops, but in fact network operations, DevOps, all your operations teams really start working seamlessly as one team with one shared data context. And in this world, those data silos disappear. And they start getting really efficient. They don't waste their time managing data. In fact, they spend all their time, all of you will spend time driving business outcomes for your companies. Now, we do need this new world approach. It almost requires a new planetary scale thinking, so to speak. But to do that, we need to break through the maze of complexity with an AI-first approach. And for AI, we need to completely change how we manage machine data. Now, all this is my perspective, but let's hear from our customer, Regeneron. We are going to have them up on stage and share their perspective.
Welcome Splunk Vice President Product Management, Seth Brickman, Global Head Cybersecurity Monitoring, Regeneron, Keith Hymick, and Global Head Cybersecurity Operations, Regeneron, Chris Wyndham.
Good morning, Splunkers. I am so excited for you to be able to hear directly from a customer. I know all of you are well aware that we are outstanding as a company at logs and traces and metrics. But have you ever thought about Splunk in a different way? Have you ever thought about Splunk as a way to actually save people's lives? Because that's exactly what Regeneron has done. They have taken the capabilities of Splunk and used them in unique ways where they are bringing medicines to market faster. They are changing people's lives on a daily basis. And so I'm excited for you to hear from them. And you know what? From biologics to genetic medicines, Regeneron turns cutting-edge science into transformative medicine. So tell the audience, how does Regeneron, through the access to significantly more data through the Splunk platform, actually create more value?
So Seth, one of the key factors that we use Splunk for is our primary mission of protecting our infrastructure. So the ability to prevent, detect, and respond to external adversarial cyber threats is our key mission. Yet, Keith and others in our company have been able to leverage Splunk to ingest data from multiple lines of business to include manufacturing, the labs, and other areas to be able to support our scientists, to support our manufacturing personnel, to take the data, ingest it, and be able to visualize it, to save multiple man hours, to do experiments, to produce our medicine, and bring it all together in a way that has been very beneficial to us as we globalize and expand our company.
Awesome. And, you know, the more that we hear from Regeneron, what we learned is that earlier on in their monitoring systems required the scientists to be in front of a PC, connected to labs. They could only focus on one experiment at a time. They couldn't multitask, which actually really slowed down Regeneron's experiments and ultimately slowed down their ability to produce life-changing therapies. So talk to us about how your partnership with Splunk has really delivered value within your lines of business.
Yeah, sure, Seth. So we're security first. Our Splunk platform security first, but we expanded to our lines of business. We've acquired companies, but specifically the one I want to concentrate on today is how our research team, our research executives, asked our research IT team, hey, how can we track how utilized our equipment is? And the research IT team came to us as Splunk. We have a lot of data, right? Can we tell when people are logging into the PCs that are connected to the research equipment? And we had AD data, Active Directory data, and that would tell us that people logged in, but it didn't tell us whether it was a local account. So to get the local accounts, we deployed universal forwarders. And we started logging win event logs. And those win event logs gave us a whole bunch of information, including CPU and memory performance, that we then gave, that gave us the process that was actually logging the error logs or connecting into the scientific equipment. Let me just say, scientific equipment's like centrifuges and syringes, right? And vial fillers, right? And then it's logging these things. Why don't we just use the universal forwarder and pick up those logs as well? So we grabbed the logs out of it, and those logs told us a whole bunch of stories and helped us fix things. Like, hey, this thing's in error condition. Let's get it fixed, right? And the scientists, to save hours, are now on their email in the back room, not sitting in the lab watching the equipment. And so they're doing their office productivity, watching the equipment, and the equipment's running, it goes into error condition, they could get up and fix it. We went to the next level, though. We were just looking at logs, right? And we put it on, right about that time, Dashboard Studio came out, and we were just starting to play with it. And Dashboard Studio, we put a map of the lab up, and we put stoplights, red, yellow, green, gray, black, to show the status of the equipment. And then we put it up on a monitor up on the wall. So now they don't even have to have it on their PCs. Think of that extra real estate for the scientists. And up on the wall, and they could see that lab and what they have running. But even better, we could show different floors. So we have labs in different rooms, and they can't, even if they were in one lab, they couldn't see the other lab. And now they could see the entire lab across the different rooms, all on this Health TV.
Yeah. So, and then you powered Health TV by Splunk, right?
We did.
Yeah, so you've heard it first, announced Health TV powered by Splunk. There is no streaming service, but Regeneron is always hiring, so you will get a chance to check that out. But let's talk a little bit more about security. So as you guys have talked, we know that Regeneron's foundation is technology, and that it's foundational to your security posture as well as for inventing new medicines. So maybe talk to us about where your organization experiences the most friction when it comes to data.
Yeah, thanks, Seth. So I think that where we have challenges is because the lines of business are basically running their own IT plans, right? So they have complexity of needs that not just rely on the corporate IT development, but also their own internal IT shops. So where we have a lot of friction is we have such a complexity of environment that we need Splunk more than anyone in the sense of the complexity of data that we have to ingest, right? So we have right now like 7 different scanning platforms because of the different systems that we need to scan. So the ability to ingest that data, correlate it, and see what we need to do to address our security needs is imperative. And the ability to leverage a centralized location for that has been, key to our ability to protect the environment.
That's awesome. And then you've seen some great reductions as well in EDR and efficiencies. You've seen increases, right?
Yeah, Keith, talk to us about that.
Yes, sure. So about a year and a half ago, we came across a product that Splunk offers called Ingest Processor. And we're leveraging it today to help reduce our reduction, to help us reduce data volumes. The EDR that Chris spoke about, endpoint data and response agents that sit on PCs, we've doubled our number of them. We've doubled our number of externally facing firewalls all in the past 2 years. But we've kept relatively at the same logging volume in Splunk. And how we did that is through reduction, mostly transforming our logs. So going from a JSON into a CSV has saved us, you could say, on average, 40% just doing the transformations. If you add in other things like field aliasing or reducing domain names, right, at yourcompany.com, take that out, you're saving even more, 50, 60, 70%. Some of our highest feeds were up at 90% reduction of data volume.
That's incredible. Awesome. Well, I saved the hardest question for last, but I think it's the most exciting. So you heard in G2's keynote, in Kaml's keynote, in Mangesh's keynote, we've got these incredible new technologies like Cisco Data Fabric and agentic AI experiences. And the way we're using data with Machine Data Lake and the new capabilities that that's going to bring. So as you hear these new technologies and the promise of AI, ultimately, how does that impact Regeneron?
So for us, from the cybersecurity perspective, it's huge because we're in a little bit of a wait-and-see model with regards to AI from an enterprise level. So right now, our ability to leverage our partners' innovations in AI with most of our controls, with our SIM, and that's been our biggest push in the sense of engaging with AI. So very exciting news for Splunk to come out with this new capability because it's our ability, it enables us to leverage AI, but not have to, quote unquote, do it ourselves. Right. So very excited about this, and I'm just another level of being able to leverage AI with different companies has been great for us. So we're excited.
Awesome. Keith?
Yeah, almost every talk's AI, right? But the things in Splunk that I want to hear and I want to see is I want to see Splunk in the search. I want to see Splunk AI help us with search and giving us autocorrect, giving us auto search where it helps us, takes admin and power users SPL and brings it to our most new users and expands their knowledge quickly. The other spot that I'd like to Splunk to focus on, and I'm starting to see it, and I'm optimistic, is telling us, hey, we got data, right? We got data, we got correlation rules, we got alerts. We're both from an IT, a security, DLP perspective, ITM perspective, digital loss prevention, and tell us, hey, we got data, we got rules, and we could do something. We could fire something with this, and we could find stuff with it to help our enterprise perform better.
Yeah, absolutely. So what you heard, and you heard it from Kaml and G2, they showed a slide that talked about Splunk being from the silicon to the agent. But what you've heard from Regeneron is something very similar, but what I would call it is from the edge to the enterprise, where they're actually using Splunk and its capabilities to change the way they're bringing life-changing therapies into the market and to change the way that people are able to get access to those therapies. And so what I hope that you get out of this interview is that Splunk is more than just logs and traces and machine data, but you can actually use it in really unique ways that can change the way you do business, can add efficiency, and can make a difference in people's lives every single day. So let's give Keith and Chris a big hand, and let's welcome back Mangesh.
Thank you to Seth, Keith, and Chris. Please give it up again for Regeneron. Now, that was a really great insight from Regeneron. You saw how they were able to kind of really get down deep to the data management and get incredible benefits. All right, are all of you ready to unpack like what you've been hearing before at a high level? I want to really get deeper, start showing you some demos. And we're going to show you how we help unlock the true potential of AI, and AI to keep up with the changing landscape that we've all been talking about. So let's get to it. Now, you saw Jeetu and Kaml frame the vision for Cisco Data Fabric, but I wanted to connect the dots to all the product capabilities we've already been building over the past couple of years. And we have been evolving to a federated data platform. Now, as you know, the federation concept starts with the distributed data management. It starts with processing very high volumes of data, whether they start on the edge or on the cloud. And this is what gives you the efficiency to keep up with that incredible amount of scale. The federation then takes the power of Splunk analytics to all that data. For example, we already have federated search with S3. Now, you heard a couple of new components. I just wanted to recap them really quickly. The first one is really the machine data lake. This is, think of that not just as a landing spot for all machine data, but a spot where we build metadata and catalogs to data that might not actually be directly into Splunk. This, in turn, acts as the foundational layer for us to train the foundational models. I think you saw a glimpse in G2's keynote on the time series foundational models. Now, in the future, we'll do various flavors of these foundational models. There could be a log reasoning model. There could be other models. But the idea is that you can fine-tune these models based on your specific context. And that is what lights up really, really powerful use cases, such as agentic solutions that are tuned to your particular environment. So this is how we step through product capabilities that we already have today, that we are releasing in the next 6 months, and then learning from you to really get to the future state. Now let's talk about the big benefits. As we get there, you're going to reap these benefits on a continuous basis. You have boosted operational efficiency, as well as the ability to deal with scale just from the distributed data management. You have the ability to unpack the tremendous insights in your machine data that you already have as these solutions come to life. And then last but not least, you have the incredible power of taking Splunk analytics to all your data, right? The data does not have to reside in Splunk. And let's unpack this one by one through the way of product announcements and demos. So to start with, on the operational efficiency side, it's both efficiency and scale. And this comes from the edge processing as well as the cloud processing. And the big benefit to you is ultimately you can tier data where it belongs. If it's a low-value use case, you can tier it down to a cheap data store. If it's high value, you can index it into Splunk. You can also have a vastly reduced administrative burden. Like this takes, and you'll see a demo of that shortly. And then ultimately, the big benefit that you really care about is the lowest spend for getting the highest signal-to-noise ratio from all your data. So to see a great example of that reduced administration burden, how we are making it easy, applying AI, I'm going to ask Lizzie Lee, Principal PM at Splunk, to come to the stage and walk us through a demo. Lizzie, please come on up.
Thanks, Mangesh. So in this demo, I'm going to show you how Splunk is innovating AI-driven data management capabilities to significantly improve data monitoring and troubleshooting. So let's take a look at the demo. I'm a Splunk admin, and I'm helping my SOC team to address potential security threats from unmonitored AWS services. I'm going to use the Splunk AI Assistant to help guide data onboarding. The Splunk Assistant suggests Amazon S3 and automatically selects ingest, which I accept. It then proposes a comprehensive data onboarding plan complete with custom templates, technical add-ons, and a data pipeline for our t-shirt sorter app. It then performs data optimization by suggesting Splunk's new machine data lake as a destination and converting logs to metrics and sending those to Splunk Observability Cloud. Next, I need to configure schematization and SIM mappings. With auto schematization, instead of me manually writing regexes, the AI will write the regexes, identify SIM mappings, and show confidence levels for each. I can then review, and once I accept, data will start flowing. Fast forward a week, we get an issue from our ingest monitoring app that says that we have an AWS service sending data with missing SIM compliant fields. And this could potentially break our SOC dashboards. So digging deeper into the alert, I see that there's a dip in source field logs. Investigating a little bit further, I see that there's been a schema drift in our AWS CloudTrail authentication logs. And I can see the exact entities which were impacted by this schema drift. So the assistant will then recommend that I change the regex in my data pipeline, and as the human in the loop, I can make those changes and then click Mark as Resolved to complete it. And with that, crisis averted. Back to you, Mangesh.
Thanks, Lizzie. Now, did you like that? Anybody who's been administrating Splunk data should be excited about that. Hopefully you like that. Now, this is not just about data productivity, right? It is also the ability, because you have a dropped administrative burden, you can actually keep up with a larger scale of data. So scale and productivity always go hand in hand. And this is why it's so exciting that we have a ton of innovation in this area, and I wanted to walk through some of that. You heard some of this before. The edge processor for Splunk Enterprise is already GA with Splunk 10. We have had that now for 4 weeks, and it's super exciting because now you can use SPL2-based pipelines to define your data pipelines in a standalone on-prem environment as well. And with this common data management, now you have the same experience across on-prem, connected cloud, and cloud environments. We also have self-healing data pipelines. You saw this as part of Lizzie's demo, and this is going to be alpha in April of 26. So we are already testing the working code. We want to make sure it really addresses a broad range of use cases, and we'll be releasing that soon. And then the third announcement I wanted to call attention to, this will be GA in Jan of 26, is automated field extraction for ingest processor. Now, this should be really exciting for you as well, because this goes to the heart of a very powerful capability Splunk has had for a while, which is managing fields and how to extract data, make sense of your data using regular expressions. Really, really powerful, but also very, very cumbersome. Like those of you who are hands-on with Splunk know how cumbersome it is to do a break fix on all the regular expressions. We've taken 98% of the toil out of this whole thing while preserving all the flexibility. So all of you administrators should love this one as well. Thank you, thank you. Yes, I know we have been listening, and thank you for the appreciation. Now, we have been also listening to you through a lot of Splunk ideas. There are lots more innovations coming in the productivity space. I won't go through them all. Check out some of these on our show floor, and you'll also see some of these in the innovation labs. But I did want to call attention to one particular one, Splunk 10. I mentioned this before. Splunk 10 is the biggest Splunk release for on-prem in the last couple of years. And in the last 30 days since we released it, we have seen the fastest adoption from our on-prem customers than any prior Splunk release. So thank you. I really want to say a big thank you for all you customers who have been using Splunk 10. Give everybody a hand. I also want to point out that this is the release where we have seen a more than 90% reduction in the defect rate in the first 30 days. There has been just one defect as opposed to a typical, like basically seeing 10 to 12 defects that we have seen on the average in past releases. So we hope to keep that up. We are not taking that for granted, but Splunk 10 is a big, big deal. And I hope all of you upgrade to that release as soon as you can. Now moving to the second pillar, we have been talking about unlocking the power for AI. And there are many things to unpack here. Ultimately, we are using AI in the platform, but this is all about enabling you to unlock the power for your AI-first applications. And where we want to go with this ultimately is for most of the problems, we want the AI-first solutions to get to the root cause in a zero-shot way, right? So what does that mean? That means that instead of analysts asking 20 questions and querying their way to finding a problem, we really want to find problems before the symptoms surface up. And we can do that with AI, only if AI had the context and the right training data. So this is all about connecting the data across cross-domains, training the AI models, extending the ecosystem based on your particular context. If we do all those things, then you get the zero-shot root cause. So these are collective benefits. Now, we have a lot of innovation coming in this space as well. And again, I wanted to call out a few announcements. The first one is AI Toolkit, and you heard me announce that in the keynote. This is with the large language model support built in, and this is GA today, and we are moving. We also have the Splunk-hosted large language models in alpha that will be coming to a GA soon. But what you get out of the box is all the benefits of machine learning toolkit, but now you also have inbuilt LLM support for Llama models, for additional models in the future. We also have Cisco AI Canvas that is going to be alpha in January of 26. So this is the exciting live code demo you saw G2 unveil on stage yesterday. In case you missed it, please do catch a recording. This completely is going to transform the experience for how practitioners use Splunk. So as opposed to going and sifting through all the data, you kind of flip the experience on its head and go through AI-first workflows while still having all the power of SPL underneath the hood, and then with generative UI based on the workflow that a practitioner is going through. And it also is collaborative, and it has a multiplayer element. So this is very powerful. Please do check it out on the show floor in the innovation labs in case you didn't see it yesterday. And then the machine data lake, as we have been saying several times, is the foundation. It's the fuel for ultimately lighting up all the AI model training. It also allows you a turnkey way of not just landing all your raw data at a very low cost, but then normalizing that into standard formats like OCSF. So Machine Data Lake is going to be in alpha in February 26. And we also have lots more innovation coming in the AI-centric innovation value pillar. I won't have time to go through all of this, but one thing I'll point out is the Splunk MCP server is already GA. So using the AI toolkit and Splunk's MCP server, you can start experimenting with your own agentic solutions today. And we would love to learn from you, and that will help us shape our roadmap as we build products for the future. Now let's move to unified analytics. When we talk about unified analytics, the goal is not just analysis. The goal ultimately is fast decision-making and action. And fixing these ultimately fast really depends on the ability to correlate like signals from a variety of different data sources and do extremely large-scale joins of all the signals that we are getting. This is Splunk's superpower. And as we have gone and developed our federation strategy, one of the big things we are paying attention to is not only working with standard formats, but being able to correlate all the insights back at scale. And this is why it's so exciting to talk about our future direction with Spark. Now, you heard Carl Perry and I talk about standard formats and Snowflake, but if I can get this slide to move. One more. Great. Before we get to Spark, I did want to cover one really important capability that we have on our existing federated solution, which is replaying S3 data in our federation engine. What that means is that you can keep large amounts of raw data in S3, but selectively bring in a very narrow slice of data into Splunk to get indexed. Now, this is really important because instead of setting a large retention policy on any and every data, you can actually keep your raw data in S3, but then based on investigations or incidents, you can bring in a specific slice of data. This comes directly, by the way, from so many of you telling us you wanted this feature. So hopefully you really get excited by the new capability. Federated search for Snowflake, as we announced before, is going to be alpha in February of 26. And we showed some really powerful, we had a chat before with Carl and I talking about how we kind of merge operational data with business data. But to show you an example, let's see that in the form of a demo. And so I'm going to ask Lizzie to come up on stage again and show us a demo this time. Come on up, Lizzie.
All right, so in this demo, I'm going to show you how Splunk's federation capabilities allow you to join data from across multiple data stores with data in Splunk for richer insights. So let's take a look at the demo. Once again, I'm a Splunk admin at the Buttercup T-shirt company, and we're running our biggest online sale ever. We expect record-breaking revenue, but I just got paged about a spike in checkout errors. So I'm going to use the Splunk AI assistant again, but this time to pull up relevant dashboards. Right away, I spot an uptick in API gateway timeout errors tied to the payment service. I suspect Web Application Firewall is blocking valid requests, so I'm going to ask the assistant for those dashboards too. Looking at this dashboard, I can confirm the issue. There is a sudden spike in WAF blocks that aligns with the spike in API errors. Splunk's federation capabilities allowed me to retrieve these WAF logs stored in Amazon S3 without having to move or ingest them into Splunk first, giving me real-time visibility across my security and infrastructure layers. It turns out there was a newly enabled WAF rule that was misconfigured, blocking legitimate traffic to the checkout endpoint, so I'm going to go ahead and fix that to restore normal operations. Next, I need to quantify the revenue impact of this downtime. We have the data, but it's siloed in different systems. The business data is in Snowflake, and the operational data is in Splunk. But not for long. Soon, with Snowflake as Splunk's federated data source, I'll be able to join the business data that's in Snowflake with the machine data in Splunk, going beyond real-time operational visibility to unlock true business impact. Splunk's new modules app powered by SPL2 allows me to build custom templates like this one to join my Snowflake and Splunk data together. This template contains 3 searches. The first fetches federated Snowflake e-commerce data. The second filters for errors on Kubernetes API payment gateway logs. And the third chains off of the first to join the 2 data sets together. Each event has a checkout ID and a customer ID, and I can join those 2 attributes together to pull the cart value and customer segment for each failure. I can then run a query to segment it by customer tier. Now let's visualize all of this together in a dashboard. Here we can see we've lost $168,000 in revenue in just 1 hour, 42% from our VIP customer segment. That's a valuable insight that my exec team can act on. The marketing team can now trigger a targeted promotion for the affected customer segment, helping to recover revenue and rebuild trust after this service disruption. And I can get back to work in making sure incidents like this don't happen again. Back to you, Mangesh.
Thanks, Lizzie. Thanks. That was a great demo with Snowflake. Now, you know, in my excitement when I was talking about the middle pillar with building value for AI, I spoke my way through it, and I skipped a demo that I was supposed to show. So we are going to just rewind and actually roll the demo this time. This is a demo of using Splunk's MCP server to build your own AI agentic solutions. So check it out in the video. Let's roll the video.
During a major sales event at Buttercup T-shirt company, any downtime can lead to significant revenue losses. Splunk AI Toolkit's automated anomaly detection identifies latency spikes in the checkout service. With retrieval augmented generation or RAG-powered business context, AI Toolkit validates that the alert is a real risk and provides business impact analysis. The company's DevOps team has proactively built an SRE agent for this very scenario. Splunk's Model Context Protocol Server and AI Toolkit seamlessly integrate with leading ecosystem tools, LLMs, and agent-building platforms to accelerate agent development. The SRE agent responds immediately to the alert, using Splunk MCP Enterprise tool integrations to locate all relevant playbooks in Confluence and build workflows on the fly. The agent doesn't require exact playbooks, but can fill in the gaps using rich historical data and context from Cisco Data Fabric and AI skills from Splunk MCP Server, such as prompt packs and accurate SPL generation to reason and investigate issues in Splunk. The agent performs tasks just like a human expert, using AI skills from Splunk MCP Server to identify the right data sources, generate SPL from natural language, akin to Splunk AI assistants, optimize and execute searches with contextual intelligence, and summarize key insights. Throughout, Splunk MCP Server enforces governance and access controls to ensure compliance. Cisco's Data Fabric enables intelligent correlation, allowing the agent to quickly identify a key issue, failures in the metadata cache that were not seen in previous logs. The SRE agent checks the change management system and finds a recent update to the metadata cache, reducing root cause analysis time to mere minutes. The SRE agent generates an investigation report and recommends rolling back the metadata cache change. Following DevOps guardrails, the agent requests rollback authorization from a human expert who reviews the summary and approves the mitigation. But there's more. The agent uses Splunk's MCP and AI Toolkit to verify that checkout service latency is trending back to a normal range and confirms the latency spikes have disappeared. You saw how the SRE agent was able to leverage the intelligence and historical data from Cisco Data Fabric, organizational context and anomaly detection from AI Toolkit plus RAG, and AI skills and ecosystem tool integrations via Splunk MCP to resolve the issue before it impacted the business.
Awesome. So that would have been a bad miss on my part if you didn't see the video. I'm glad we rolled it back. Thank you. So as you saw, like, you can bring together agentic solutions, and there's a lot more coming. We covered, I think we covered this, the unified analytics area. And the one thing I did want to call out is, other than the announcements I already did, there's also SPL2, which continues to be a big announcement, a big investment, and SPL2 for on-prem customers as well as for cloud customers. That is increasingly going to be a strategic bet, because SPL2 bridges the world between Splunk processing language, which we always want to keep evolving, and for you to be able to do SQL-style analytics with structured data. So it's really an important, and please check out some of the SPL2 demos we have both on the show floor as well as in the innovation lab. All right, so we covered the 3 value pillars. Like, we talked about the data management, showed you a demo on MCP server and using the AI toolkit, and we saw the federated search, federated analytics direction. But before we go anywhere, I actually have one more value pillar, and you're going to really like this one. We have been listening to all we have heard from you on value realization. The real feature and function of Splunk really comes together eventually depending on how you're getting a return of investment and how you're spending your money with us. And we have heard a lot of feedback that you want simplified pricing and packaging. You have said that you want to really understand where you're consuming Splunk and are you getting the best value out of it. And we have also heard you say that give us recommended best practices. How do we fine-tune our practices use the best-in-breed solutions, and get the most return on investment. And we have been listening on all these fronts, and I want to show you a quick sneak peek at all the things we are building to address what we have heard from you. Let's roll the video.
In the agentic era, there's no time to stumble. You need flexibility to pivot and scale swiftly and securely. Splunk can help you get there. We're expanding with multi-presence. Wherever your data is, whatever your architecture, search and analyze with the latest AI. And unlock new use cases with Federation. Control spend with Cloud Flex and Portfolio Manager, and adapt to your business needs, from spikes in demand to global expansion. Your ROI is crystal clear with Value Insights. No guesswork, just proof. Grow, pivot, scale without limits. Welcome to What's Next.
All right, so that went by quite fast. So I wanted to call out like all the new capabilities we are delivering, and all this is coming really, really soon. That's going to help you unlock the best value from Splunk. The Portfolio Manager is going to be beta in October of 28, just next month. And this is the dashboard. Think of this as a dashboard that tries consumption to all your use cases and what is driving your system consumption. Cloud Flex is something we already have been piloting with many of you customers. And this is now going towards general availability. We call it controlled availability. It's the same status as general availability. We just like to qualify like what you want to be doing with Cloud Flex. But what you can do is control your spending and spread it across the parts of the entire Splunk portfolio. Whether you're investing in the platform pieces or the observability pieces, you shouldn't really have to treat these as different products and different solutions. So we are giving you one way of flexibly controlling your spending across the whole portfolio. This is something we have heard from a lot of you customers and are getting really positive feedback from the ones who are using it. And the third announcement in this area, Value Insights. This is where all the value realization comes together in one place. This will be beta in October of 25. And this is going to give you prescriptive recommendations on how best to optimize your goals, manage your scaling of your system, and then whether you want to need to change practices to unlock a better return on investment. And we haven't forgotten about many of you sector-specific customers who have been asking for particular enhancements in your area. So, and as an example, a lot of you customers care about high compliance standards as well as high security certifications. And it's really exciting that we have reached 140-3 FIPS compliance for public sector as well as some of the other security-conscious customers. So this was a big deal because it had a lot of dependencies on TLS 1.2, OpenSSL 1.3, also moving to the latest version of Python. And we've actually managed to solve all those dependencies. So you will see all this in Splunk 10. And if you have any questions, please reach out to us. Really excited about that. We are also continuing to expand globally to meet all you customers where you are with your demands. So we continue to open up new regions in AWS, GCP, and Azure. You see some of the dates there on particular regions. Now, with the data fabric, we are driving a lot of value for Splunk customers. But we are also working with a lot of Cisco product lines to integrate Splunk as a platform that runs across Cisco product lines. This is truly exciting because we can bring together a better together story with Cisco products, with connected solutions. And to see a great example of that, I want to invite Dan Wembland, CEO and co-founder of Isovalent, to show how we are working together with Isovalent. Please come on up, Dan.
Good to see you.
Dan, welcome to your first conf.
Thank you.
Any first impressions? You haven't been at conf before,
That's
have
true.
you?
Lots of first impressions, some of which I was prepared for, right? I knew that the Splunkers take their T-shirts very, very seriously. which is why I and my team put together an eBPF Love Splunk t-shirt.
I love that. You already have eBPF and Splunk.
Yeah, the two things I learned, though, right? First off, I learned the only acceptable colors for a .conf t-shirt, white on black. So next time we'll fix that.
Yes,
the
we'll be on brand.
Second thing is I really want Kaml to wear one, right? But based on the keynote this morning, I'm thinking more like eBPF Love Splunk's pajamas, right? So
those are superpower pajamas, remember. No, that's awesome. So, Dan, you have eBPF on your T-shirt, right? eBPF actually is a revolutionary technology. Tell us a little bit about eBPF.
Sure. I like to think about eBPF as kind of superpowers for Linux networking, security, observability. Right? eBPF was co-created by Isovalent and kernel engineers at Facebook. It's been in every Linux kernel release in the last 10 years. So that means probably the vast majority of the workloads in your company have eBPF running underneath, right? Why is eBPF interesting? It kind of lets us teach an old dog new tricks. Believe it or not, Linux was started back in 1991.
Yeah.
So maybe a lot of us, it grew up a lot in the 90s, maybe a little bit in the early 2000s, but it hasn't changed that much in the last 20 years, right? And so it's 2025. We're no longer managing individual Linux boxes or desktops manually, right? We're managing fleets of servers, Kubernetes clusters, managing containers, AI workloads getting scheduled everywhere. But the technologies we have to, connect, secure, and observe those workloads are still those old legacy Linux technologies. eBPF lets us change all of that, drive a lot of innovation in the Linux kernel. And because it operates at the operating system level, you don't have to change your applications at all to get to the advantages of the security and observability from eBPF. And the second thing that's really important about eBPF is safety. eBPF code is verified, so it can never crash or hang your kernel. And that combination of rapid innovation with safety is why we see eBPF as the most consequential thing to happen in Linux in a decade or more.
Yeah, that's fantastic technology, being able to operate at that kernel level. And you touched on this a little bit, Dan, already. How did you navigate the path from really addressing security and observability type use cases? You started with a couple of open source projects.
Yep.
Per my
yeah,
understanding.
So Isovalent was best known for two open source projects, Cilium and Tetragon. And really, we focused on the Kubernetes ecosystem, right, which is where you started to see the scale and the dynamism of workloads that really stressed those legacy Linux constructs, right? So Cilium was eBPF-powered networking, security, and observability, right? Cilium, quickly became the de facto standard for Kubernetes networking and security because of what eBPF let us do, right? It was more efficient, it was more scalable, it gave us more powerful security filtering, and it also allowed us to build observability in as a first-class citizen, right? Because when you have these complex environments, observability is really critical. So it was adopted by all the three major cloud providers, became a graduated CNCF project, and then we had customers ask us to build Tetragon, right, which extends Cilium and really gives us visibility into the workload itself. We're able to see what processes are running, what files are accessed, all of that. So really a comprehensive visibility between and control between Cilium and Tetragon.
No, that was really helpful. And Dan, I can see really the connecting the dots, right? We saw Tom Gillis's his vision on the future of really kind of keeping up with that extremely high scale at a node, like splitting security into literally a completely fragmented picture, where now you can go deep down at a node level. And I can see how really getting not just the visibility, but the action at that scale really helps. Now, you have a good analogy for this, right? I'm not going to steal your analogy, but talk the crowd.
So it's interesting, and it's kind of funny because even our first customers as Isovalent were naturally using Isovalent and Splunk together.
Yep.
So it was kind of one of those things. This isn't because we're part of Cisco, we're doing this, right? It was a very natural kind of better together there. And the analogy I like to use is really, you can think about Isovalent by eBPF being the eyes and the hands. Eyes, it can see and observe all of these things. Hands, it can go enforce. It can stop a process from executing. It can drop a packet, etc. But, right, what's that nervous system? What's that brain, right, that takes the data from the eyes and decides how to act? That's really how I see Splunk and the Cisco data fabric, right? A simple example of this might be, we take a couple security events, Splunk correlates them decides it's an indicator of compromise, and goes and isolates the workload using eBPF. But that's really just the start. I think like if you take this eyes, hands, brain analogy really further, you can imagine all kinds of things, right? The brain sees something that looks a little suspicious over there, and what does your body do? It focuses in on that, right? Splunk might go suddenly collect a lot more telemetry from a workload where it saw something maybe not, maybe suspicious, right? Just in case it needs that for an incident investigation, right? Or maybe Splunk has learned that this workload is vulnerable to a CVE, right? We might go out and push out an eBPF-powered compensating control, kind of reaching our hands out and protecting that workload. So that combination, all working as one system, is incredibly powerful.
Yeah, I love that analogy, Dan. It's this distributed intelligent system. It's almost like an octopus brain, except that it's not just 8 tentacles, right? Yeah. It can really, and what's really new here is
maybe that's our new T-shirt.
Yes, there's your next T-shirt. That's great. Awesome. So, going ahead, we saw a security use case in the previous keynote. I know you're also working with the observability team. Ultimately, do you see this as a platform concept?
Yeah, for sure. And I think what's really cool now that we are both part of Cisco is this ability to take things that our customers were doing in kind of a manual and ad hoc way and make them out of the box, simplified workflows, and then really scalable with things like Edge Processor, right? And that comes down to kind of solving 2 types of key use cases. First, for security operations, who are using Splunk as a SIEM, we can use that visibility for threat detections, incident investigations, compliance monitoring. And then as we talked about, we can take that visibility data and start having it inform what we do from a workload protection and network segmentation perspective. But that same telemetry data, right, about what processes are executing, what connections have happened, have there been TCP drops, et cetera, right, also helps us monitor the health of an application and its connectivity. Right, we can do layer 2, layer 3, layer 4, even layer 7 metrics, traces, et cetera, to monitor the health of an app, and then also help troubleshoot the app. I always like to refer to it as the finger-pointing problem, right? The app team always thinks the problem is the network team thinks it's the app, right? How do you get great data, right, to solve those problems quickly?
That's fantastic. Really, the possibilities here are really, really exciting. And Dan's going to be unpacking some of the very security-specific use cases in the next keynote in the security section as well.
Yeah, so hopefully I'll see some of you there. I'd also encourage you to check out, we've got a booth showing some of this stuff at the One Cisco section and the Innovation Lab. Just look for the folks wearing this T-shirt.
Awesome. Hey, great to be here with you, Dan.
Thanks so much.
Thanks a lot.
Yep.
Yeah. Dan Van Blant. All right, we covered a ton of innovation and announcements today, and I know it's a lot to absorb. I wanted to leave you with some tips for navigating the rest of Conf as you go. There's more than 80 breakout sessions and theater sessions on the platform track where you can drill deep into a lot of what you heard here, and you can piece together some of the details. We also have Splunk 10 that you can see on the show floor. We have some of the forward-looking announcements that I made. They are in the Innovation Lab. So plenty of ways to get your feedback, for you to learn more. Please stay connected with us, and would love to get feedback from you. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome and you're tuning in to our conf25 session, What's New with Splunk Cloud Platform and Splunk Enterprise 10.0. We have a lot of really great content for you today, and so let me first introduce myself. My name is Izzy Park. I am a director of product management here at Splunk. I've been here for a little over 8 years, and so I'm joined by my partner in crime. Asmir, if you want to introduce yourself.
Sure thing. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Asmir Mohammed. I'm Director of Product Management at Splunk. I've also been here close to 8 years, and I think this is my 6th conf. Many trips around the sun. And I think, as you know, in the last year, we've become part of the Cisco family, but we've remained committed and focused on the Splunk roadmap and delivering quality and product releases to you. And I think what you'll see this year is where you'll see the first fruits of our labor in terms of the first Cisco and Splunk integrations.
Okay, so as Asner said, so we've got a lot of really great content. So first, we're going to talk about all of the new things in our Splunk Cloud platform, and then we're going to walk through some of the newer innovations for our Splunk Enterprise feature roadmap, and then we're going to walk through some of the core updates which are applicable for both of our Splunk Enterprise and our Splunk Cloud platform customers. So with that, let's over to you, Asner.
I'm going to go ahead and cover the Splunk Cloud platform updates. And I'm going to break that up into 4 major categories: multi-cloud and compliance, minimizing downtime, unified data management, and federation and analytics. What you'll also see is that I'll call out control availability and general availability. We have these phases to make sure that when a feature or product goes broadly to our customer base, we're ready to support you. We've got documentation in place and whatnot. So they're always going to be production ready. We just make control availability to our customers. So with the housekeeping out of the way, let's jump into what's new. So let's start off with our multi-cloud strategy. So, and why we partner with 3 different hyperscalers: AWS, Google Cloud, and Azure, to deliver our industry-leading SaaS. Our customers have said they need Splunk deployed where their data lives. Data has gravity. And they also want to be able to spend their pre-committed spend with their hyperscaler of choice, right? They don't want us to dictate. And for Splunk, in addition to expanding our direct and partner channels, multi-cloud is the fastest way for us to reach new customers in new markets. So let's take a look and see how we're doing. Today, Splunk Cloud Platform runs in close to 30 different regions worldwide. We are serving customers in North America, Europe, the Middle East, Asia Pacific, and ANZ, with options from AWS, Google Cloud, and Azure in each geography. But honestly, given the rate of expansion that we've been on, I wouldn't be surprised if this map is obsolete by the time this recording airs. We've also been rolling out Victoria Experience globally across all 3 of our hyperscale partners. As a refresher, Victoria Experience unlocks higher scale, more advanced capabilities, and better service experience. For AWS, we are in the process of submitting to the FedRAMP PMO for FedRAMP Moderate. This will allow our public sector customers to take advantage of advanced ACS capabilities and higher service limits for enterprise security. In addition, Victoria Experience is coming to our Google Cloud customers, so sign up for the preview now. Let me give you an update on Splunk Cloud Platform on Microsoft Azure. First of all, it's reached the general availability milestone. Hurrah! Out of the gate, we standardize on Victoria Experience in 4 regions. This allows our customers to reap all the benefits of self-service, automation, and scale that it brings. But we're not stopping with the 4 regions. We're already in process of adding additional regions in North America and the EU. In addition to new Splunk customers, we are also welcoming customers to Azure who are migrating from Splunk on-prem and from other hyperscalers, even those with HIPAA and PCI DSS compliance requirements. Finally, we want to address the most popular use cases for our customers who use Splunk. That means enterprise security, store cloud, and IT service intelligence. Meeting customers where they are on their journey to the cloud is a priority for us. Globally, we support SOC 2, PCI DSS, and HIPAA across all 3 of our hyperscale partners. We have also invested heavily to support our public sector customers with StateRAMP, FedRAMP Moderate, and FedRAMP High. All of these are in general availability today. In addition to our US public sector customers, we've also invested a lot to address our regional public sector customers globally. This includes IRAP in Australia, ISMAP in Japan, and ACN in Italy. And yet again, all of these are also generally available. We know for many of you, Splunk needs to be always on, and that means supporting your digital resiliency. So how do we meet our uptime commitment to you across the rest of those phases? So what we do in region and what options we provide cross regions is how we break this apart. For in-region, there are a host of things that we already do around maintaining our 100% SLA for login and search. I want to dive a bit more about the maintenance experience in that. And for cross-region, we'll talk a little bit more about disaster recovery. For maintenance experience, we've sharply reduced activities that previously required a downtime. When possible, Splunk will perform changes in the background with minimal impact to you. We also provide you more visibility for Splunk and customer-initiated changes in both CMC and ACS, even for zero downtime changes upon completion. And finally, we give you more to say around any maintenance that you can self-service, and you have better prediction of the impact of that maintenance. Let's talk about cross-region disaster recovery. As a refresher, it's a fully Splunk-managed active standby solution designed to fail over in the event of an AWS region failure. If there is a region failure and an outage, customers can leverage cross-region disaster recovery to recover quickly and return to normal operations out of a standby region. Since we announced cross-region disaster recovery last year, we've actually onboarded customers, and let me share some tidbits of those initial cohort. They're generally split across financial services and healthcare, about an 80-20 split. And by having cross-region disaster recovery, they're closing a compliance gap. They're able to meet their internal app tiering requirements and allows for much broader Splunk use across all arms of their business. Thankfully, though, for our customers, there hasn't been a region failure in this time frame, so there's been no necessity for them to actually test out the capability. However, for them to meet their internal compliance requirements, they actually can do a planned failover test, generally off hours and with no user impact. In addition to providing the basic ability to synchronize your data and replicate the data across two regions, we've also added some new usability enhancements. So we will provide automated customer communications during failover and failback, so that way you are aware when you're running out of the primary or failover region. And via our cloud API, ACS, you can have read view of the secondary stack infra IP addresses during the failover. So it gives you a running status of what's going on. Let's cover data management and federated analytics. Splunk has been on a multi-year journey in terms of both of these critical strategic efforts. Starting with data management, what we mean by that is the ability for us to unify the 4 different kinds of data that you have in your environment. Those are metrics, events, logs, and traces. We can onboard any type of data once using your choice of forwarders, HEC, OpenTelemetry, or Splunk hardware forwarders, heavy forwarders, I should say. Will allow you to do central management of data pipelines to filter, redact, and route your data. And finally, we understand that your span of a data age now is significantly growing, so you need to be able to route and search your data on flexible storage and have a data lifecycle to optimize around storage costs. So Splunk wants to be a partner for you to realize that vision. So what's new in data management? We've announced and demoed ingest processor last year, and we are happy to announce that it is now in general availability, including for our compliance customer. That means PCI DSS, HIPAA, and this is global. We also are continuing to support ingest actions for all of our customers, whether they're on Splunk Cloud Platform, on any of the 3 hyperscalers, or for our Splunk Enterprise customers. And I don't want to steal Izzy's thunder, but she's going to elaborate regarding Splunk's plans to bring our data management experience to our on-prem customers. Let's talk a little bit about federated analytics. As a recap, federated analytics is the practice of performing data analysis on decentralized devices, connected data sources, and cloud points locally. So instead of having to move the data to a central location, you search against them wherever the data is. Federated analytics allows Splunk to be the central pane of glass for customers to handle their security posture wherever their data may lie. So for both data lake indexing and federated search, those are both in general availability. We're also doubling down on adding more data lakes, such as Azure, Cisco Security Analytics and Logging, and Snowflake Data Lakes. So go ahead and sign up for the preview for those options. All right, with that, I'm going to pass it on to Izzy.
All right, thanks, Asmir. So all of you just heard about Splunk Cloud's multi-cloud and compliance strategy, how we're helping Splunk Cloud customers minimize downtime, the latest in our unified data management portfolio, and exciting updates to Federation and analytics. Now we're going to shift gears a little bit, and you'll hear the latest updates for our Splunk Enterprise customers, and specifically for our Splunk Enterprise customers, but also core platform updates, which are applicable for all of our customers on the platform. And so before I get there, let's just first talk about how our platform product strategy is evolving and how customers are benefiting from that. As you know, Splunk offers multiple different deployment options that suit various needs. So you can see we have typical deployment scenarios with customers ranging from, I guess, what I would call classic or the traditional way of running Splunk on bare metal to all the way of the other end of the spectrum, which is fully Splunk managed, which is what our Splunk Cloud offering offers. In the last several years, I will say that we have seen kind of an emergence of on-prem customers who operate in the public cloud, which is the third category that you see here. These environments have access to cloud-native infrastructure capabilities, such as object storage like S3 or Blob, and then message queuing infrastructure capabilities as well. So you can see and expect that many of our newer advanced capabilities of the platform will be launched here so that you can more quickly take advantage of them. And so Splunk is trying to adapt to where customers are running and optimize for how customers run in those specific environments as a way to get many of our features and capabilities to our Splunk on-prem customers, especially faster. All right, so first on the docket, you heard a little bit about this from Asmir earlier. So our edge processor for our on-prem customers is now in general availability. And so these are specifically for customers who are running Splunk on-prem and includes even scenarios for air-gapped scenarios. And so our Splunk Enterprise customers now have access to our next generation data processing capabilities to filter, mass transform, and route data on the stream or at the edge. And so when you see that you're creating pipelines in the product, you'll know that you'll be dropped into a really brand new data pipeline authoring experience, which utilizes and capitalizes on SPL2, which is our newer data search and prep language for batch and streaming data. And so you'll find that you can be a lot more expressive using SPL2 in this new data pipeline authoring environment, especially when it comes to expressing and authoring data operational tasks. And so a really key essential feature for Edge Processor is a centralized control plane for you to be able to easily deploy Edge Processor nodes, deploy pipelines for easy scaling and manageability. And so make sure you check out, if you're joining with us live in person, make sure you check out the booth on the showcase floor or attend this conf25 session. All right, another great innovation for both our Splunk Enterprise and Splunk Cloud customers. And so we are very happy to announce the general availability of our agent management capabilities. So Agent Manager version 1.0 brings customers a powerful new solution to simplify and enhance the management of your connected agents. And so agent management is really for our customers who manage hundreds of agents in their deployment and want a scalable way to monitor and manage them. It actually brings together several innovations with some new ones, which I'll explain just in a second, to give customers a very unified and experience that's streamlined. And so there's three capabilities I'd like to highlight. First, as you can see here, that there's an overview page that enables you to see both your connected UF agents and for the first time, OTel collectors. That makes it easier for you to monitor the status and health for both of those UFs and OTel collectors. Second, we've integrated the Splunk Remote Upgrader app capabilities into Agent Manager 1.0. And so if you recall, the Remote Upgrader app empowers users to perform fleet-wide upgrades. And I'm also really happy to announce that we have support for both Linux and Windows operating systems, which is amazing. And lastly, we have a very cool new capability called Effective Configuration, which is a vTool-based functionality for understanding and reasoning about what is effectively configured for all connected agents without having to get into the configuration system. There's a lot of really great innovations here, and so please make sure you check out all of the sessions in data management. All right, and there's still more. I'm also very happy to announce that for our Splunk Enterprise customers, we now have a general availability of our Splunk AI Assistant for SPL, or sometimes, as I like to abbreviate, SIA. So our SIA app, as a refresher, offers our on-prem customers access to Splunk's very powerful AI capabilities to help our users become even more productive on writing and SPL, writing and understanding SPL queries with the assistance of AI. And so customers can do one of three things. They can ask the AI to write SPL in natural language. They can ask the assistant to explain an SPL that you provide in natural language as well, and get a summarized feedback on that. And then lastly, you can have general Q&A questions as the AI agent is actually trained on a lot of the publicly available information on Splunk, including our very important Splunk documentation. And so we'll get to see a demo here in just a second, but before that, let me also share with you how this capability will be released to our Splunk Enterprise customers. Okay, so there are two delivery methods for accessing Splunk AI Assistant for SPL. So today, what we have that's generally available is the SIA app that's configured through a cloud-connected configuration, and this is where the on-prem Splunk deployment interacts with the Splunk AI service in the cloud. This is specifically for customers who want quick and easy access to these AI capabilities without having to worry about deploying, procuring, and managing the GPUs on-prem, which can be sometimes cost prohibitive. And then the second approach is our fully managed approach, which is currently in preview for our customers, is for our customers who want to deploy it in a sort of, again, a fully managed approach where you essentially we're asking customers to bring your own GPUs so that they can fully manage all of the hardware and the infrastructure and the management of those nodes to empower the AI assistant. And so these are two different methods. And as I said, the first method is generally available today, and the second currently in preview. So please sign up for that as well. All right. And one more thing. We have launched Splunk Enterprise and Splunk Cloud 10.0, which represents a huge step forward for our customers in a lot of different dimensions. And so for those in the audience, you'll kind of notice that Splunk has now aligned both our major and minor versions together. And so they will both align on that, again, on the major and minor versions. And this was to better reflect that our releases are actually cut from the same branch in our Splunk software development process. And so we hope that you'll find this new streamlined versioning more helpful, and so you can see what is inside of a release since they were cut from the same branch. All right. So some of the key announcements in this, as you heard earlier, we have a lot of really great capabilities on managing data at the edge. And so I'll walk you through in some of the other capabilities here in just a second. And then so Splunk 10 also contains the latest versions of different libraries and the latest cryptographic modules to help you stay secure and compliant. And lastly, we have a lot of new exciting integration capabilities, which I will talk to you about the end of this session. So I'd like to spend just a little bit of time here on talking about how Splunk 10 helps our customers be more secure, compliant, and forward-looking. So first, Splunk 10 enables our customers especially for our customers who require FIPS and FISMA compliance. And so Splunk 10 will be the vehicle that you can use to navigate from FIPS 142 to 143. And so this is not just for customers who are just specifically for FIPS and FISMA, but we know that we have a lot of customers who want to be on the latest versions of TLS, for example, and OpenSSL. And so in 10, we ship TLS version 1.2 by default, OpenSSL 3.0, we're Python 3.9 only, and Mongo 7. we're also leaving some things behind, and so that we can accelerate and prepare for some newer capabilities in the future. Some key deprecations I want to call out are the disabling of unsafe v1 search API. So make sure you test your apps against the Splunk 10 build for that. We're deprecating Hadoop data role. We're removing support for search or hybrid search, and we're also updating a couple of admin and system requirements guidance, such as running non-root on Linux and Darwin distros. We've also made a lot of really great efforts in preparing customers to make this transition. And so you'll see today for our Splunk Cloud customers in the CMC or the Cloud Monitoring Console, you'll see that there's some upgrade checks that you can start running right away to prepare yourself for Splunk 10. And then for our on-prem customers, you'll see a new button light up in the Monitoring Console on the Health Check tab. So you can download some upgrade readiness checks so that you can run before you upgrade to 10. And so make sure you check out for our on-prem customers, make sure you check out the link below on updating the monitoring console. Again, so we know that Splunk, we know that our customers, it's really important for them to be compliant and they care a lot about security. But it's also really important for Splunk to make these changes in order to deliver new experiences that capitalize on newer technologies, libraries, innovation, and even hardware. And so we hope that in the future, you'll be able to see these strategies play out. All right, so now on to our very cool capabilities in search, reporting, and dashboards in Splunk 10. We have amazing new capabilities in Dashboard Studio. One feature I'd like to pick out is we have a feature where users, or I guess dashboard creators, are able to publish and view dashboards without being logged in. This is actually my most favorite feature of Splunk 10, and so this was, I think, a highly requested feature from many of our customers, and so I hope it unlocks really a lot of really great workflows for you to share Splunk with others. We also have a ton of integrations in this release, especially with our Splunk Observability Cloud. So if you are either a Splunk Cloud or an on-prem Splunk Enterprise customer, and also a customer of Splunk Observability Cloud, in Dashboard Studio, you can bring in observability metrics and service maps, for example, for more interactive dashboards. And then in Splunk Search, there's a new feature called related content, where you can drill down within the search reporting interface, drill down to a specific event, and then bring in correlated observability data, for example, on a trace, application service, or an infrastructure component. In our search and reporting area, we also have several permissioning and authorization features, such as configuration of trusted domains for sending out emails. And then also continuing in preview in 10.0 is our field filters feature, which, as a refresher, this allows admins to be able to obscure or remove features at time of search. This is key. At time of search, if users don't have permissions to see it. And lastly, I picked this out feature specifically, but I just want to make this visible. I want to make a special mention for our on-prem customers who want to better organize their index data. We have a brand new CLI tool called bulk data movement, where you can physically move data from one index to another for, let's say you want to better reorganize your data after it's been indexed, or you actually want to physically move subsets of data within an index to a different index that can be marked for deletion. So in 10.0, we support standalone, and so we're working on following that up with supporting clustered environments. And then when that happens, that will become available to both our Splunk Cloud and on-prem customers. So this was originally an idea with over 600 votes on our Splunk Ideas exchange or portal. So thank you very much for your participation and your continued commitment in just engaging with us. So your participation helps us make better products. All right, so I know that there's a lot more capabilities I haven't talked about because we have such a short time here today. So please make sure you check out the release notes on our new and improved Splunk documentation page. So these are just some really cool examples of challenges that SPL2 is trying to help solve. And so again, check out these sessions and then our release notes as well. Okay, so you heard Asmir earlier at the beginning talk about our better together path and our path forward with Cisco. And so I'm very happy to announce that we do have some very exciting new integrations for customers of both Cisco and Splunk. So we now have validated and tested reference architecture for running Splunk on Cisco hardware. So this is an offering called Splunk Pod, where we're enabling customers who run on-prem on Cisco hardware. And so we also want to make this available for a lot of different workloads and performance profiles, and we want to the offering simplifies onboarding, setup, main experience across the entire life cycle. So this can span from procurement, ordering the hardware, setup, deployment, right? Not only the hardware, but the operating system and the running of Splunk. And then for ongoing life cycle operations of running and managing Splunk itself. And so this is all to say that we want to help customers who are both a customer of Splunk and for Cisco to help you save time and effort on managing Splunk. All right, and lastly, Cisco and Splunk is now offering free Cisco firewall logs at no additional cost to your existing entitlements. This is specifically for customers who are ingesting Cisco Firepower firewall logs, and will give up to 5 gigabytes in logging capacity. And so this is an amazing, quick and easy way to jumpstart your journey to monitoring and analytics use cases on firewall logs from Cisco. Okay, well, we are now at the end of our session, and I want to thank you so much on behalf of both myself and Asmir. We know that your time is extremely valuable, and we're so grateful for you to spend some time with us today to learn about what's new in the Splunk platform.
When you're in the dark, unknowns are everywhere, and unknowns can leave you vulnerable. But Splunk can help you shine a light. We help you see across your entire tech stack. And not just see it, but understand it, so you can build resilience and be ready for whatever comes your way. System outages, security threats, funky code. Yep, they're all a thing. But they don't need to slow you down. Because at Splunk, we help you get ahead of them. We see opportunities, not obstacles. A brighter future, not fear. And a whole world of truly awesome what-ifs. Resilience isn't just about reducing risk. It's about finding new insights, solving problems quickly, and illuminating your path forward. So let's light it up.
How can they even see?
We have Splunk. They can spot anomalies in their sleep.
Wait, wasn't there some kind of incident?
Yeah, we handled that hours ago. Try to keep up.
You have an entourage now. I know your team's doing some amazing work with Splunk, but I think it's going to their heads.
Oh, sorry, yeah. And your problem with boosting digital resilience and making sure our systems are safe and reliable is what exactly?
Touché.
In financial services, resilience is imperative because your systems can't fail. You can't afford to get hacked, and you have to keep up with ever-changing demands. It's a lot, but Splunk can help. We shine a light into every corner of your business so you can fend off threats, create better customer experiences, and find new ways to maximize revenue. With visibility across your entire stack, the benefits are huge. You can detect, investigate, and respond to security incidents faster to minimize risk and protect your reputation and your clients. Analyze business and technical data more efficiently so you can create long-term, loyal customers. And keep your incredibly complex systems up and running while complying with evolving regulations. We know the stakes are high. That's why our standards are too. Splunk is built to handle the complex challenges you face today and can scale to meet massive global demands. In financial services, compromising isn't an option, but working toward a brighter future is. Let's build your resilience together and get there.
Welcome everyone. Our session today is about keeping LLM performance in check, how we can monitor, detect, and automate responses to make our AI systems remain reliable, cost-efficient, and trustworthy in real-world use. I'm Mohammad Abid. I work as Information Security Analyst at Splunk Cisco.
Hi everyone, I'm Priyanka Ralabandi. I'm an Information Security Analyst at Splunk. I'll walk you through how we approach implementing monitoring of LLM applications using Splunk Observability Cloud, ITSI, and SOAR. Every company wants to use LLMs because they promise efficiency, automation, and innovation at scale. But they don't always behave like we want them to be. Going rogue means LLMs might introduce high latency, taking more time to run the responses, to generate the responses, hallucinate facts, giving wrong answers which might lose trust, cause token explosions, making the costs very high. That is why it is very critical to monitor LLM behavior like we would monitor any high-risk systems. Our approach is to monitor, detect, and automate. We are monitoring metrics and traces with Splunk Observability Cloud, detecting anomalies using ITSI, and automating remediation with Splunk SOAR. Let us now break this down step by step. Our solution is to instrument LangChain-based LLM app. We capture the key metrics and then forward the data to Splunk Observability Cloud. Before I directly go to the flow, I'll talk about few terms which I'll be speaking about in this session. LLMs are large language models which are trained on large amount of text. They usually respond in human-readable text. LangChain is a framework in which we can develop LLM applications. Olama is a model which we are using in our demo. OpenTelemetry is a framework which is used to onboard traces, metrics, and logs. This is a vendor-agnostic framework to onboard the telemetry. Traces, metrics, and logs are the backbone of observability, which is used for real-time monitoring. Splunk Observability Cloud, ITSI, and SOAR are Splunk products which we have used in our demo in this session. LLMs are trained on billions of text documents. They learn patterns in language and not in facts. They use probability to generate the next word or token in a sentence. And now, what are the few limitations of them? Latency is the time taken between request and the response. If there is high latency, the user experience is really low. Token limits, which mean that the LLM can only process a few thousand words at once, and the response is not complete. Coming to cost, cloud-based LLMs can be very expensive without observability. And coming to hallucination, the LLMs might generate responses which are fake and not complete correct answers. That is why we want to monitor them. And why does it even matter to monitor LLMs and their related apps? Without instrumentation, LLMs are black boxes. We know that we are getting the request and response, but we don't know what is exactly happening in them. Not just monitoring the LLM apps and their metrics, it is also very important to monitor the infrastructure on which these LLMs are hosted. This is a very beautiful picture which shows us how it looks like without observability and with observability. This is a complete black box without observability. But when we implement OpenTelemetry to our LLM application, we can see that the traces and the dashboards are clearly visible like a glass box. Now, how do we monitor the LLMs and their related apps? Meet our app, the LLM Employee LangChain LLM app. With OpenTelemetry, we gain full transparency into how long LLMs take to respond. And what tools are we calling inside our applications? Which steps are causing the delay or failure? We get the entire transparency of these steps using OpenTelemetry. Now, I'm going to show you the flow of our application. When a user queries the application, the LangChain, where we have used the framework LangChain, it calls the LLM, which in turn generates the response. When the entire workflow is happening from user querying to generating the response, we are also using OpenTelemetry in our LangChain app to generate metrics and traces and then sending them to Splunk Observability Cloud or Splunk Cloud or a Splunk Enterprise. LangChain LLM app with OpenTelemetry. Using the LangChain standard invoke method, we are calling a HTTP request to Ollama server, which runs the model Llama 2 in our demo, and the response is then processed. This entire method is wrapped in the OpenTelemetry SDKs, and we can get the metrics and traces from them. LangChain is not just to make an API call or to form a request. It can also be used for very complex use cases like RAG-based question answering from PDFs or internal wikis, which means that when we give a policy document, it generates response using the context of the policy documents from the LLM. We can also create LLM agents that perform actions like code execution and making API calls. You can also use it to create automated report generation using internal data and multi-step reasoning chains for summarization, translation, and analysis. Let us talk about OpenTelemetry. It is a vendor-agnostic toolkit which is used to generate the telemetry data and send traces, metrics, and logs to any system. We have used Splunk Observability Cloud in our monitoring here. Now, instrumenting with OpenTelemetry. The tracer provider and metric provider allow us to generate the traces and metrics, while configuring OTLP exporters tell us where the data should go to. The batch spanner and periodic exporting metric reader send the data reliably. This is our OpenTelemetry setup in the code. We initialize the tracer and meter providers. We create and configure exporters, which tell us where the data should go to. And we register the exporters with processors to send the data reliably. We start using the tracer and metrics meter, and from now on, the traces are generated. Here are some of the metrics which we are capturing. The Ollama request total is the number of requests which we are making or which we are calling the LLM. The Ollama request duration seconds, which is the time taken to generate the response. The Ollama tokens total, which is the number of tokens we are using in a particular request, in a single request. And system parameters like CPU usage, memory usage. And now, coming to the most important part, pushing metrics to Splunk Observability Cloud. The traces and metrics generated in our app are sent via OTLP HTTP protocol to the OpenTelemetry collector first, which then, using the hotelconfig.yaml, identifies where these metrics are to be sent to. We have given the configuration in the exporters, and on basis of that, we will send the data to Splunk Observability Cloud using the SignalFX exporter. In Splunk Observability Cloud, we can see a comprehensive view of real-time metrics, allowing us to visualize and monitor key performance indicators of our LLM application. Now that we understood how we implemented the onboarding of traces and metrics to Splunk Observability Cloud, let us look at the dashboards which we have built. When we look at it, we have different charts for request duration, system CPU usage metrics, and system memory usage. Here, spikes can easily be identified and we can set up alerts. When we go to traces monitoring, if we open a single trace and we can actually understand what functions are being called and how much an API call to make a request to LLM took. Here, we can see the traces in red, which shows that there are some errors in our API calls. We have created some detectors for the tokens and we can take a respective action on it. We can give a runbook and also add a recipient using an email, or you can even send an alert to Splunk platform like ITSI. We will now see a demo on how we implemented the entire use case of sending the metrics and traces to Splunk Observability Cloud into action. In this demo, we are showcasing how to monitor, detect and act on abnormal behavior in LLM-based applications, specifically high token usage and long response durations, which directly drive inference costs and impact user experience. When we run our app, it configures OpenTelemetry exporters to send traces and metrics over HTTP on port 4318 to our local hotel collector. The telemetry and Ollama client are initialized. The app begins sending the prompt and we can see a success response from the LLM. There are also few metrics generated in the logs. Let us go through our hotel config.yaml file which the collector uses to receive, process and export the data. Receivers define how telemetry enters the collector. The receiver listens on port 4318 and ingests the data. The processors filter and enrich the data, while the exporters send the data to different backends. Here we have defined two exporters to route the data. First, the OTLP HTTP exporter to send metrics and traces to Splunk Observability Cloud using different endpoints and includes the required token for authentication. Second, the Splunk HEC exporter, which pushes metric data via HEC to Splunk ITSI, tagging the data with source and index. The pipelines define how the data flows through the collector. We will now bring the data to life using Splunk Observability Cloud. Here we have two different apps calling their own LLM providers. Our LangChain Ollama app is calling the Ollama model, while the other LangChain RAG app is calling the OpenRouter API, which is a cloud-based LLM provider. When I open the traces for LangChain Ollama app and go to the root trace process request, we see different spans inside the root trace. The spans show us the steps from sending the request to generating the response in the LLM. We are also capturing key attributes like completion tokens, request duration, the model name, prompt tokens and response length in the tags section. I will open the trace of LangChain RAG app and show you the smallest spans inside it. Here, the document retrieval was very quick, while LLM generation took most of the time because we called the OpenRouter API. This breakdown tells us exactly where the time was spent in serving the request, and we can easily identify performance bottlenecks. We have created few dashboards to monitor the health and performance of our LLM application in real time. We specifically focus on token count and latency since these directly impact both user experience and costs. We have also captured few system metrics in the dashboard. This is another dashboard for the RAG application. It has request response length and also RAG context length chart in the dashboard. We will now create a detector to identify high token counts from our application. Let's give the metric name and then choose from a list of conditions here. For now, we will go with the static threshold, give a runbook URL, and then add email as a recipient and also Splunk platform to send our alerts from Ollie to ITSI. I'll proceed activating the alert rule and now the detector is set. So whenever the tokens are above 900, we will be alerted and we can keep a check on the number of tokens being generated by the application.
Thank you, Priyanka. So every organization wants to monitor their applications which are using LLM and faster incident detection and response. Manual triage can slow down the mean time to resolve. Our solution to come up with this challenge is using Splunk ITSI to detect anomalies using AI-based thresholds and automate responses using Splunk SOAR. In ITSI, we can create services to monitor the business critical applications. This service can have dependent services which can monitor the application usage, infrastructure usage, and other metrics. Each service is being monitored through several KPIs that reflect the performance, availability, and error rates. Here you can see on my screen, a service tree has been created for my LLM conf demo service with dependent services. This represents the color. The green represents that the service health score looks good, and when it turns bad, it will turn into the red color. Let's talk about KPIs. So KPIs, you can have several KPIs created for each service. KPI ensures that we track the right metrics for a service health. These KPIs form the basis of both health score calculation and anomaly detection. Each KPI is configured with a real-time search in ITSI running on a scheduled basis. So KPIs are created on the useful metrics for each service so that we monitor what really matters to us. We create KPIs and set up threshold to detect anomalies. On my screen, if you see, when I click on the dependent services, I can see the app user service metrics health score, which is stored as 100, which service health score looks good, and the KPIs which are created in this service. Let's talk about thresholding the KPIs. Instead of setting up the threshold manually, let us allow the system to detect the unknowns and the anomalies. So we utilized a Splunk AI recommended thresholding instead of setting up the thresholds manually. This helps us minimize the false positives and give early indicators when the metrics deviate from the normal behavior. So you can use recommended thresholding configuration powered by Splunk AI, which will be setting up thresholds for you as per the historical data analysis. You can load recommendations and the AI thresholding will be visible on your screen. Now let's talk about the episode correlation. So instead of sending soil alerts, ITSI groups the alerts anomalies into an episode. And this episode will be helpful for the analyst to validate what is the issue happening on the LLM, on the service which is getting impacted by this episode. So you can view the episodes from alerts and episodes tab. You can filter out the service to view the episodes which have been triggered for the specific service. Anomaly detection is powered by both static thresholds and adaptive thresholds in Splunk ITSI. With the combination of AI-driven thresholds, historical baselines, and aggregated episodes. With the help of the anomaly detection, we are able to detect and respond to issues proactively even before users are impacted. Let's talk about the aggregation policies in ITSI. We can set up multiple aggregation policies to manage events and alerts that are coming from KPIs. Policies define how notable events are created. We can use filters to include only critical anomalies in our aggregation policies. We can have time policies, time windows, and suppression rules in place to help reduce alert noise. We can also configure the episode titles to provide human readable context. You can create notable event aggregation policies to generate actions for the episode triggered by the detection. You can define the filtering criteria and instructions, and then you can provide action rules for the actions to be taken to perform when the episode is triggered. As we are configuring sending the episode event to SOAR, so this is one of the aggregation policies. You can set up an action rule and send the episode to SOAR. So when you are selecting an action sent to SOAR, you need to add up the SOAR instance. Select the SOAR instance where you want to send the episode to with a label. Remember, this label is very important as the playbook which will be executed in Splunk SOAR is based on this label. So this gives us an automated intelligent monitoring system that scales with our environment. So as a whole, we have kept the LLM performance monitoring in check, and we have detected anomalies wherever our application is breaching the thresholds, and we are sending it to SOAR. So to take up this in action, let me go through the demo for ITSI. Hi everyone, I'll be presenting the demo on how we can detect anomalies using ITSI to monitor the LLM application metrics. Let's begin with the service definition. We have modeled our key business service LLM conf demo. This includes dependent services like app usage metrics, infrastructure, Kubernetes pods. These dependent services are being monitored through KPIs that reflect performance, availability, and error rates. As we talked about the dependent services, let's deep dive into one of the dependent services, app usage metrics, which defines application usage metrics on the LLM application. For this service, we have created several KPIs such as duration metrics, failure count metrics, request count metrics, token usage metrics. Each KPI is configured with a real-time search query which runs in ITSI on a scheduled basis. These KPIs form the basis for both health score calculation and anomaly detection. As we have created the KPIs, let's talk about thresholding. Instead of setting up threshold manually, we have utilized Splunk AI recommended thresholding. This will help us minimize false positives and give early indicators when metrics deviate from normal behavior. Let me show you how the system suggests thresholds for a KPI like token usage metrics over the past 30 days. When I load recommendation here, Splunk AI recommended thresholding will work on the historical data analysis and provide me the aggregate threshold values. You can also enable time policies on the thresholding. We have also enabled triggering a notable event for KPI severity changes from normal, medium, high to critical. As we have done with the thresholding, let's talk about the aggregation policies. We have set up multiple aggregation policies to manage events and alerts coming from ITSI. Policies define how notable events are created. We use filters to include only critical components. Here's an example where any KPI in application usage metrics service breach thresholds, ITSI groups them into episode and perform the action as defined in the action rule. So here you can see the filtering criteria and instructions where we have defined this criteria as when the severity is critical and the service name is app usage metrics or high app usage metrics, then it will be performing the action rules which are defined here. As of now, we have selected the action to send an email to the LLM application owner if there is any threshold breach, and we have also selected the option to send to SOAR so that the episode will be sent to SOAR to perform remediation actions based on the playbooks. We have configured the SOAR instance here and we have set up a label. Notice that this label is important as the playbook which you have defined in SOAR will run on the basis of this label. Now let's talk about the KPI analysis for anomaly detection. So ITSI has a feature where you can do a KPI analysis to first check its compatibility with ITSI's anomaly detection algorithms. As you can see, I can run this on the historical data and analyze the KPI data. This uses trending anomaly detection algorithm, and with a combination of AI-driven thresholds, historical baselines, and aggregate episodes, we'll be able to detect and respond to issues proactively even before users are impacted. Here you can see a graph is visible here which has plotted no detected anomalies. As of now, we don't have any detected anomalies. If there are any, it will be plotted out with a red color. Now let's shift to SOAR. SOAR stands for Security, Orchestration, Automation and Response. It's an automation engine that connects with our IT, security and business tools. Where ITSI detects and correlates, SOAR executes actions, whether it's collecting evidence, sending notification or fixing the problem. So SOAR provides us three main benefits: faster response, shrinking MTTR from hours to minutes, reduce risk by containing the threats and outages before they spread, and efficiency, freeing humans from performing the repetitive tasks and allowing a playbook to execute those tasks. We can enable automation by sending ITSI episode events to Splunk SOAR, where playbooks are triggered based on the event content. We can take a look at the flow defining the episode flowing from Splunk ITSI to Splunk SOAR. Splunk ITSI detects the service impacting anomalies and generates episodes. We will have Splunk app for SOAR export installed on the ITSI to send the events or episodes to SOAR. Episodes or episode payload is sent to SOAR using the HTTP request SOAR API. And Splunk SOAR receives the events and triggered the map playbooks, which is run based on the label which you are defining when sending an episode to SOAR. So when ITSI detects unusual behavior like sudden token spikes or suspicious queries, an episode is generated from Splunk ITSI to SOAR. So you can have cost controls in LLMs as a use case, and you can have security event handling as a use case. So when a user is exceeding defined token threshold, ITSI will send an episode to SOAR, and the playbook which will run to avoid this user to make use of high token usage and limit the user usage for the tokens. And like another example is, you can have the user who is searching for long prompts and malicious prompts in his query. So you can have that detected using the playbooks. So when such patterns are detected, the ITSI will trigger an episode with the user name, user ID, or metrics, context, and timestamps. And SOAR receives the event and respective playbook is run. So SOAR performs a secure post call to the LLM application and or the similar endpoint, passing the user ID to temporarily block or rate limit the user to prevent further token abuse or model misuse. So this can be very helpful so that before the human taking the action or the LLM application taking the action on the user, we can limit the user with the usage of tokens by running a playbook automating this flow. Remember, as a note, this automation will require strategic alignment with the LLM application teams, as provisioning a control disabled endpoint must be, thoughtful, customized to align with the specific requirement of this use case. I would like to thank you all for learning from our session and giving us time. I would wish you have a great day, and I would request you to connect with us on the LinkedIn profiles, and also you can contact our email IDs if you want to get connected to learn more about this use case.
In manufacturing, your business is full of moving parts, which makes securing every edge and integrating IT and OT a big ask. But when you get there, you light up incredible possibilities. Splunk helps manufacturers build edge-to-enterprise resilience so you can be smarter and more secure at every step and keep your operations up and running no matter what. We help you see across all of your IT and OT systems so you can detect and respond to threats faster. This helps you catch problems before they become issues and minimize unplanned downtime. With edge-to-enterprise monitoring, you can also gain deep insights and drive incredible transformation from the factory floor to the final product. At Splunk, we're excited about the progress we help manufacturers see every day. From reaching your sustainability goals to seamlessly boosting your productivity and efficiency at scale, we're ready to help you reach next-level resilience and unlock the innovations that will bring on a brighter future.
I'm Corey Minton, Global Field CTO for Splunk, and I have the pleasure of being your guide for a little trip around the Splunk Conf Pavilion. This is the place where we activate the Splunk brand in really fun and exciting ways to inspire your art of the possible with Splunk. So why don't you come along with me, and I'm going to show you some of my favorite things on the floor. I'm really excited because we are here at the guitar manufacturing demo station where we're showcasing the reality that digital resilience isn't just about IT and security, it's about OT. So James, tell us a little about what you're showing here with the team.
Sure, yeah, I'd love to. So first and foremost, we're showing how the different products from Cisco can be put together, the different business units, the compute business unit with our servers, Splunk, and also the industrial IoT networking products. And we do this with two things. We're tuning an electric guitar, and we're also doing a quality inspection station using machine vision and AI inferencing.
Well, one of the things I always love is when we get a chance to look at a really cool dashboard, and I have to say, this is one of the prettiest dashboards on the floor.
Thank you.
Walk us through a little bit about what we're seeing and kind of the insights that get surfaced in this demonstration.
Sure, so we're taking data from all the different components inside the machine itself, and we're building out two halves of a dashboard. The first half on the left side is of the production data, and we start small, and we work our way up to get some overall arching insights. And what we're trying to do is enable better, more efficient outcomes for the actual machine and production.
Well, I do love it because you start with the lower level infrastructure, which is really important. You got to have that view.
Yep.
And then we get to the business outcomes that matter. And that's a lot of what we talk about this week is really connecting that digital resilience story to be about connecting to the business outcomes. You know, one of the things that's super fun about Conf is we always make it experiential. So we're not just showing guitars being tuned, but you're inviting people to rip on these things?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We put them in here because we wanted this to be a fun, interactive experience. So stop by and rock out.
Love it. All right, let's check out this other station.
Yeah.
All right, so now we're over here at this AI vision inspection station. So we're checking out quality metrics. Talk to me about what we're showcasing here from a tech stack and from a manufacturing perspective.
Sure, absolutely. So what we're doing is we're taking 5 images of the guitar itself, and we're using the AI inferencing to actually look at the images and look for scratches and dents on the guitar so we know whether or not it can be packaged and shipped out. And these images are all shown up here as they take place on the dashboard.
Well, it's incredible because you want to connect that quality process to manufacturing. You got to make sure you're shipping good products. And it's neat too because I love the fact that we're showcasing not only the Cisco infrastructure, but even that Splunk Edge Hub that's actually helping bring all those industrial controls protocols together.
Yeah.
That's super cool. And the Dashboard Studio gives us this real-time images. That's a new thing for us.
It is. And the other thing we need to point out too is that this is showcasing an industrial network, or the OT side. And this OT network is changing with all the new AI tools and all the new virtualized PLCs and things like that. So we're building products here at Cisco to adopt and to enable all those new things.
All right, this is a super cool application of AI for OT success. Let's go check out the other side of the manufacturing line.
Let's do it.
And so now the guitars have been past the quality check, but we got to make sure that they play as expected. So tell us about this robot and what it's doing here.
Yeah, sure. So the robot is actually tuning the guitar. So it comes in, it plucks a string, and then we use some fancy stuff over here, boost pedals and amplifiers, to send that information down to a virtualized PLC. Then all this information tells the robot which way to turn the peg based on what frequency was played.
That's wild. And we're making sure that we're keeping an eye on the robotic arm and make sure that it's healthy and performing as it should, using Splunk's operational technology intelligence platform here. Tell us a little bit about what we're seeing on screen.
Yeah, absolutely. So what you're doing is you're seeing the actual frequency that's being plucked, that's being read, and then you're also seeing the motor currents from each axis of the robot itself, so we can monitor that for life expectancy and those types of things. Again, enabling us to make better decisions, enabling us to have a more consistent maintenance schedule, etc. So it's all about supporting it.
I gotta ask, tell me about the bandana.
So we nicknamed him Axel. That's the name of our robot.
Well, James, thank you so much for the show, man.
Pleasure.
Enjoy.
Thanks, Corey.
All right, Matt, I found the largest screen and dashboard on the entire show floor, and I had to learn what exactly are we showing here. Talk to me about the challenges we're seeing customers deal with this deluge of data and how they're bringing it to life for usefulness.
Of course, yeah. So here at the Data Viz Zone, all of our Splunk products, here we are working on ensuring our customers have the flexibility and that performance needed to visualize large volumes of data across any use case. And so we have Dashboard Studio, of course, which makes that super easy to do across a variety of use cases. Then we also have the Splunk UI Toolkit, which is a set of free React packages that empower our customers to build up their own custom Splunk app completely free across any range of use cases.
Nice.
And so that's actually the same packages that our product teams use internally to build up the products that our customers know and love, such as Enterprise Security, ITSI, and even Dashboard Studio.
Sweet. So what's the one major announcement in the dashboard and the UX team that you're maybe most excited to showcase here at .conf?
Yeah, of course. So for Dashboard Studio, we are super excited to be adding new capabilities to ensure our customers can build the most complex and dynamic dashboards than ever before. And so that's through new visualizations such as timeline. We support custom visualizations, conditional show hide, token eval, as well as tab dashboards. We even have new ways to manage and share dashboards through version history, as well as sharing dashboards outside of Splunk. We also have, for the Splunk UI Toolkit, we have a major release across all of our packages that support React 18 and TypeScript 5, as well as we've made it even easier to get started with the simplified app creation flow.
Well, fantastic. Well, having this big dashboard, I have a feeling you're going to be a very busy guy, so have a fantastic rest of .conf.
Awesome, thank you so much.
All right, Tim, it's football time in America, and I am terrible at fantasy football. Is there anything that you could show me that you're showing here on the floor at Splunks.conf that might be able to help?
Corey, we are here to help. So what we've done here is we've partnered with SportRadar, who is the official data provider for the NFL. We've taken all the data from their last 3 seasons, plugged it into Splunk Cloud, and then using Splunk AI and Splunk Machine Learning, we've been able to build out a model that we've called the Splunk AI Prediction Engine. That engine can then create what it sees as an ideal fantasy football lineup on a weekly basis. So using a format of a budget on a week of $50,000, and then divvying that up between players, this engine will then create its lineup where we're having people that come into Conf create their own lineup that can then compete with what Splunk has. So if they do win and they are able to beat the engine, they get a Splunk t-shirt. They come in first or second. We've got some Matthew Berry signed footballs, who is the godfather of all fantasy football.
That's right.
And this dashboard here, one of the cool things it has is it's got the predictive scores on it. Okay. And then whenever somebody enters their lineup, they can tell between everybody that's been to our kiosk that what percentage of people have picked the same players as they have. So you can see Christian McCaffrey here is 25% of the people that came up. Yep. I'd say everybody wants him, but he is tough to afford.
That's exactly right. So I love art of the possible, but what's the inspiration behind this? What does it really teach our customers about Splunk?
So AI, big thing going on right now. Large language models are huge, but what we've used to build this is random forest and clustered data. Okay. So large language models, not everything. Splunk machine learning, more practical. Yep. Something that you can use, and this is just to showcase what's possible. Plenty of customers have come up here, come through and said, oh, now I know what I can use on my own instance.
Fantastic. Well, that's art of the possible, but I want to get into the technical details of how this was all built. So I'm going to go over here and talk to Yang to hear a little bit more about how he built it.
Enjoy.
All right, Yang, I just talked with Tim about this fantasy prediction engine, but I hear you're the guy to tell us a little bit more about the actual technology that it invented. So talk to me about the Splunk AI toolkit and what you built here.
Absolutely. So the Splunk AI toolkit is an out-of-the-box toolkit where we pulled in a ton of the most common and useful machine learning algorithms for customers to deploy out of the box on their data. And what we did here was we pulled in a ton of data from, as you might have heard, Sports Radar, and a lot of other data sources. And because Splunk is such a powerful data platform, we're able to combine all those different perspectives with the AI toolkit, run them through the models, and create a very powerful prediction.
Excellent. Now, I love art of the possible, and I love these fun activations, but at the end of the day, this has to matter to business.
Right.
How does this apply, and how are you seeing customers adopt that Splunk AI toolkit for resilience outcomes?
Oh, we see customers adopting this already. We have customers using this to predict bank fraud and prevent it before it happens. We have customers using this to predict when machines are going to fail up to weeks in advance so they can get ahead of their issues and not halt their production line. This is a powerful tool for customers, and fantasy football is a chaotic system. So it's almost the idea of if we can predict something so chaotic, well, we know we can predict something, our security and observability environments. We just wanted to test its limits and see how we can do in fantasy football.
Well, I love it. I love, again, the idea of fantasy football as a perfect anomaly or a perfect analog for what customer challenges are. And hopefully this inspires more of our great Splunk customers to actually dig in, download the product, and get their hands on for some fun use cases. Thanks, Yang.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
All right, we're here at the Splunk Arcade with my friend Greg. You know I'm a sucker for a simulator.
Oh yeah.
Tell me about how we brought Splunk to the racing or flying simulator.
Well, one of the coolest things we did with this was we actually wrote the code to instrument with this, right? This is Flight Sim 2020. It has an SDK, so we were able to integrate with this and pull data into an actual live Splunk dashboard.
Okay.
Right. So as you're flying, one of the goals you're going to have to do is to stay low, right? You're trying to replicate the bombing run at the end of Top Gun Maverick, right? Where you get in the plane and you're flying back and forth, right? And so you stay low as you fly. Data from your flight goes over here into this Splunk dashboard. So this live Splunk dashboard as you're flying, we can pull the data and see what's going on. So let's start you flying. Let's see, let's see how it goes.
Now, while I'm doing this, I got to ask. There's some other cool games going on behind us. What are the other sort of activations in terms of games and how it ties to Splunk Observability?
Well, one of the coolest things that we did is we actually wrote a thing called, well, we didn't write it, we adapted a thing called Cube Doom, which is a Doom game that you play, and as you're playing, you are killing containers and instances and VMs and stuff. And it's replicating what it would be like to be a real operator of a web application, right? Stuff dies, stuff has problems, and as you're going through the game, you're destroying services, and you can see that in Observability Cloud.
Really?
Right? Yeah, so in real time, as you're messing up your application, it's telling you, hey, you're messing these up, you're causing these problems, and you can figure it out really fast. You can find the problems really quickly.
So it's like an intentional chaos monkey.
Exactly, exactly. It's like a chaos monkey that you get to drive, right?
Nice, I love it.
Yeah, so it's super cool. And then we're also doing a couple of other things where we have a Splunk arcade simulation where you play Space Invaders and Frogger and those sorts of things.
Really?
And as you play them, you learn about Observability Cloud. The games are all fully instrumented, so everything you do shows up in the game. And as you get better, the game gets harder, the game gets better, and it learns from you, and you get to see that performance. So it's pretty cool. And it's sort of like with this flying sim, right? As you learn and you adapt, right? It's giving you harder things, to get you into the water.
So you get to come to Splunk.conf, you get to play games. That's cool.
Absolutely.
But you're saying that this is actually a learning experiment.
It is. And everything we do at .conf has something behind it, right? One of the things we do here is showing people there are places you can get Splunk where you would never expect it. Right? I think if we told people you can use Splunk to look at the performance of a game, nobody would think that, right? And if you think, you can also get data about the computer that's running the game, right? They have a Splunk Observability Cloud dashboard that'll show you CPU performance and all those sorts of things you'd expect. But at all the activations in the arcade, it's show up, learn stuff,
play games,
have fun.
Greg, thank you so much for building this Splunk arcade. Dude, this is cool. It's too bad I'm not better.
No, you'll get better. You'll be better. Thank you.
Man, there's a lot of walking around this floor. Conf is awesome, but man, sometimes you need to take a rest. Woo, couch. Much needed relaxation. Oh, hello, buddy. What are you doing here? Oh, hey.
Hey, welcome to the Splunk home.
I appreciate it.
I'm Sam. How you doing? How's your day?
I'm fantastic. I just wanted to have a seat and Splunk home. I mean, what's a home without a pet, right?
Absolutely. That was exactly what my colleague Mel said. She was like, we need to build something for a home. It's got to be pets, right?
Yeah.
It's not a home if you've not got pets. So, yeah.
Tell me about what you're showing here.
Here's Harry the dog.
All right, Harry.
He's wearing a little Bluetooth beacon around his collar. And that Bluetooth beacon is just kind of emitting all the way around the shop floor. We've got 2 dogs. We've got 3 cats, and you can kind of walk around and find them.
Oh, really?
Dashboard here will show you in real time kind of what areas have got what animals in, where they've been. So if we look on the board at the moment, you've got Doug. That's the other dog.
Oh, okay.
Not the one
Doug
with you.
The dog.
Yeah, he's currently in the arcade. Before that, he was here in the lounge. He got over there about an hour and 10 minutes ago.
So that's where Yang got his cat.
So yeah, it's just like a fun little tactile way to demonstrate and another use of Splunk. And
well, that's the fun part, is that there's all kinds of ways you can use Splunk, and it's all meant to, it's what we do on the pavilion floor, is like inspire people to the uses. So like, how would this apply? Like, what are the technologies underpinning it, and how would it apply to a real customer use case?
Yeah, so I think like one customer today actually said to me, oh, I want to do something similar. I've got my location at home, it's on my phone, I use this app. It's a bit clunky. I'm going to go home and try and do that in Splunk. So there's one. That's, again, it's a home one, but maybe something a bit more professional would be like, how about a shop floor with like workshop and loads of tools, really expensive assets, and you want to track them around the place, right? I want to know who's got that particular tool, what room's it in.
That's brilliant.
Just look on the dashboard and find it.
I do love this when we're able to bridge the carpeted world with the rest of the world and that IT/OT convergence. Well, thanks so much, and thanks for the chance to sit down, and it was so nice to meet Doug.
Thanks. Have a good day.
Cheers, man. Thank you. All right, Di, I love sneakers, and it looks like you do too, my man.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, tell me about what you've done here with the sneaker store here at the Splunk home.
So yeah, so I'm a big sneakerhead, and I love Splunk, obviously, so Splunk and sneakers seems like a perfect combination.
Yeah.
So what we've done is we've created a virtual website, fake virtual website. Unfortunately, you can't buy the shoes. You can buy them virtually.
Okay.
Yeah? So anybody visiting the stand can hit the QR code, go onto the store.
So I can go right here to the store?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I like these, they're funky.
Yeah.
So I can go in here and click those, buy them up.
Absolutely.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Purchase.
Yeah. So you buy them, and basically what happens then is any data sent over to Splunk.
Okay.
And then it gives you all the insights into what the data's telling you.
Yeah.
So it takes that data, it might just be one line, one event per sale.
Yeah.
But then explodes that data, gives you an idea of sort of a retail use case. So what are people buying? When are they buying them?
Yeah.
What colors do they like?
Well, I see the sentiment analysis tells me that the white and black is the winner right now.
That's right, yeah.
Which kind of bums me out.
Yeah,
it's really not my favorite shoe here.
No.
But I do love the store, and I'll be honest, like having a fellow sneakerhead doing an activation, I love it, Di. Thanks for doing this, man.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Time for the party here at Splunks.conf, the soiree. Ryan, tell me a little bit about what you've built here to make sure that we have digitally resilient beer delivery.
Well, first of all, we have to make sure that the beer is available and flowing and cold. We actually have employed a number of IoT solutions to be able to attach to Splunk to send all of that data. There's just an explosion of data, and it's very easy to tap into that using Splunk and Edge Hub. So what we've done is hooked up flow sensors to measure the volume of beer that's being poured. We have digital scales measuring the CO2 tanks to make sure that they are available and they're not running out. And we also have Edge Hub, which is monitoring environmental metrics, monitoring for leaks, and making sure that everything is running properly.
So tell me a little bit about how this actually applies to the real world, because this is beer for a party, but why does what are the problems that customers are trying to solve right now?
Right, so there is just literally an explosion of data that's out there, and being able to tap into that data is key. So Edge Hub actually makes that very, very easy. You can collect all of that data at the edge or in colos, and data that previously was very not easy to tap into. It's really streamlined the ability to take in manufacturing protocols and MQTT and other devices that speak those IoT protocols. What we've done is basically made it easy, and we're collecting all that data at the edge and processing and massaging that data, but even better, being able to correlate that with business-related data and to drive insights within those environments.
Well, I can tell you this, the business outcome that all the attendees here at .conf are interested in right now is making sure they've got a nice cold beer. So Ryan, thanks so much for bringing Splunk to the soiree and making sure we have resilient beer delivery. Cheers, my man.
Cheers.
Well, one of my favorite activations of the Splunk technology at Cisco has been the Cisco store. And today, I'm here with Derek, and we're at the Splunk store. Derek, tell me a little bit about what we've done to bring Splunk to the retail experience.
Sure, Corey. So today we're actually Splunking the entire Splunk store. We're looking at a lot of data coming in from Cisco. So the store is built on Cisco Meraki infrastructure. We're looking at point of sale data, really taking a real world example and bringing it into Splunk and making it real life.
Now, one of the things I love about this whole activation that you've helped guide is it actually really ties to the business outcomes that matter. Talk to me about the retail business outcomes that you're really highlighting here as part of this activation.
Yeah, so with our customers at Splunk, when we look across the retail hospitality industry, one of the main use cases and outcomes that we power is digital resilience for the store. So looking at all the technology in the four walls of the store, whether it's your point of sale environment, it's your infrastructure, your payment, your core applications, understanding if not only are they resilient, but are they secure?
That's incredible. Now, if you had to pick one product from the Cisco or from the Splunk store that you get to take home, which one is it?
You know, we actually have a lot of new products here this year. I would say the koozie. We have a Comp hoodie koozie to put your beverage of choice in. Keep that drink cold.
Nice. We'll definitely check out the Cisco and Splunk store online to find all your favorite merch. And Derek, thank you so much for showing how we've brought real digital resilience to this really cool retail activation.
Thanks for stopping by. Let's get you a new shirt.
Well, folks, I have had a blast showing you my favorite activations here at Splunks.conf in the pavilion. And hopefully you got a little inspiration on how we're bringing the future of digital resilience here at Splunks.conf. Hopefully we'll see you next year. Stay Splunky, my friends.
Detection times and their MTTR is to die
for! Hey, how can they even see?
We have Splunk. They can spot anomalies in their sleep.
Wait, wasn't there some kind of incident?
Yeah, we handled that hours ago. Try to keep up.
You have an entourage now. Come on. Come on! Amy, hey, I know your team's doing some amazing work with Splunk, but I think it's going to their heads.
Oh, sorry, yeah. And your problem with boosting digital resilience and making sure our systems are safe and reliable is what exactly?
Touché.
Insider threats, system outage, ransomware, new code, zero-day exploit, DDoS attack.
Get ready for an unexpected traffic spike.
Hold on. You don't need to break a sweat to be more resilient. Splunk helps your business weather all kinds of disruptions, so you can be ready for anything.
In our super-connected world, the communications and media industry has a lot on the line. Your networks help people stay in touch, get around-the-clock care, and protect their nest eggs. Expectations are incredibly high, and reliability is a must. But here's the good news. Splunk can help you meet today's rigorous demands and keep your customers connected to their essential services and to you. With end-to-end visibility across your most complex hybrid environments, you can reduce latency and catch issues before they become big problems. You can detect key security risk to protect your systems and those who rely on them. And with access to a wealth of high-quality data, you can not only find efficiencies and streamline operations at scale, but also discover new ways to wow your customers and reduce churn. At Splunk, we help communications and media organizations build resilient digital systems so you can deliver brilliant experiences, illuminate possibilities, and strengthen the countless connections that power our world. In financial services, resilience is imperative because your systems can't fail, you can't afford to get hacked, and you have to keep up with ever-changing demands. It's a lot, but Splunk can help. We shine a light into every corner of your business so you can fend off threats, create better customer experiences, and find new ways to maximize revenue. With visibility across your entire stack, the benefits are huge. You can detect, investigate, and respond to security incidents faster to minimize risk and protect your reputation and your clients. Analyze business and technical data more efficiently so you can create long-term, loyal customers. And keep your incredibly complex systems up and running while complying with evolving regulations. We know the stakes are high. That's why our standards are too. Splunk is built to handle the complex challenges you face today and can scale to meet massive global demands. In financial services, compromising isn't an option, but working toward a brighter future is. Let's build your resilience together and get there.
When you're in the dark, unknowns are everywhere. And unknowns can leave you vulnerable. But Splunk can help you shine a light. We help you see across your entire tech stack. And not just see it, but understand it. So you can build resilience and be ready for whatever comes your way. System outages, security threats, funky code. Yep, they're all a thing, but they don't need to slow you down. Because at Splunk, we help you get ahead of them. We see opportunities, not obstacles, a brighter future, not fear, and a whole world of truly awesome what-ifs. Resilience isn't just about reducing risk. It's about finding new insights, solving problems quickly, and illuminating your path forward. So let's light it up.
In manufacturing, your business is full of moving parts, which makes securing every edge and integrating IT and OT a big ask. But when you get there, you light up incredible possibilities. Splunk helps manufacturers build edge-to-enterprise resilience so you can be smarter and more secure at every step and keep your operations up and running no matter what. We help you see across all of your IT and OT systems so you can detect and respond to threats faster. This helps you catch problems before they become issues and minimize unplanned downtime. With edge-to-enterprise monitoring, you can also gain deep insights and drive incredible transformation from the factory floor to the final product. At Splunk, we're excited about the progress we help manufacturers see every day. From reaching your sustainability goals to seamlessly boosting your productivity and efficiency at scale, we're ready to help you reach next-level resilience and unlock the innovations that will bring on a brighter future.
Detection times and their MTTR is to die
for! Hey, how can they even see?
We have Splunk.
They can spot anomalies in their sleep.
Wait, wasn't there some kind of incident?
Yeah, we handled that hours ago. Try to keep up.
You have an entourage now.
Come on. Come on!
Amy, hey, I know your team's doing some amazing work with Splunk, but I think it's going to their heads.
Oh, sorry, yeah. And your problem with boosting digital resilience and making sure our systems are safe and reliable is what exactly?
Touché.
In our super-connected world, the communications and media industry has a lot on the line. Your networks help people stay in touch, get around-the-clock care, and protect their nest eggs. Expectations are incredibly high, and reliability is a must. But here's the good news. Splunk can help you meet today's rigorous demands and keep your customers connected to their essential services and to you. With end-to-end visibility across your most complex hybrid environments, you can reduce latency and catch issues before they become big problems. You can detect key security risk to protect your systems and those who rely on them. And with access to a wealth of high-quality data, you can not only find efficiencies and streamline operations at scale, but also discover new ways to wow your customers and reduce churn. At Splunk, we help communications and media organizations build resilient digital systems so you can deliver brilliant experiences, illuminate possibilities, and strengthen the countless connections that power our world.
The Splunk legal team requires that we share the following. As you might expect, we'll be making forward-looking statements about our business and financial performance during the course of this presentation. Those statements are subject to risk and uncertainties that are described in our filings with the SEC. Please welcome Splunk Senior Vice President and General Manager, Security, Mike Horn.
Hello, it is so great to be here at my third conf. And I think every conf is exciting, but this one is particularly memorable for me. You heard all the innovation that's being delivered from the platform team. You heard all the innovation from the observability, and now you're going to get a double click into the things that we talked about in this morning's keynote. So you're going to get a chance to hear and see demos and learn more about some of the things that we announced, and we're going to announce some things that you haven't heard about yet. So super exciting. And I think when we talked about the challenges and the things that are facing security teams today, there's just a lot of uncertainty in terms of the threat landscape and actors and skills and what is AI going to do in bringing all these things together, and it's both friend and foe. I was just talking to a security customer of ours who works in the retail space, and they're dealing with scattered spider, and thankfully no issues there yet. But they're constantly having to stay on their toes and figure out, how am I making sure that all my detections are up to date? I have the things that I need in place to protect us. And so we talked a little bit this morning about this transformation, and I shared the three key themes that I think are really important. The first being unification of pulling all the pieces together so that you have a simple, seamless workflow that you can take from the entire threat detection, investigation, and then the response side of things, to be able to do that without having to switch into different tools and different tabs and all the things that have kind of plagued us in the past. Then, when you have that foundation, now you can accelerate it with AI. So we can take the work that we're doing in terms of AI assistants and agents and amplify the capabilities that you get out of that platform. So, that's key to the solution. And then, I mentioned this expanding attack surface and all the different things that are happening out there in the threat landscape. And so you need new sources of data, right? Who was monitoring, generative AI LLMs, a couple of years ago? Not many people. Now you have these new things that are coming into play, and you're being asked to keep those things protected and safe. And so I'm going to take you through a deeper dive on that first chapter of the unification, and then Tony Patera is going to come out and talk more about what we're doing on the agent side, and then detections as well. And when you think about all the security products and the foundation that we're built on, we have the benefit of sitting on top of the amazing Splunk data platform. So if you think about the things that you're able to accomplish, a lot of those things are enabled by the fact that we're sitting on top of Splunk data platform. You have all the richness of SPL. Can you imagine what the things that you can't do if you don't have SPL? I talk to customers like, hey, we tried something else, and we felt limited by our ability to express the things that we wanted to search for. Those really, unique needles that you're looking for in a haystack. We have that power of SPL. You heard about the updated data management pipelines and how we're making it easier to bring data into Splunk and filter that data, route that data to different data stores, which then fits with things that we're doing in Federation. And so all these things mean that from a security perspective, enterprise security and the things that are sitting on top of that Splunk data platform get the benefit of all these advancements. And so, when we think about the enterprise security and where we're going, we started this journey with ES8, and that was bringing together mission control and being able to have an investigation experience that was tightly integrated with the detection piece. We have threat intelligence baked in there, and that was the first time we brought SIM and SOAR together from a UI perspective. And so I announced earlier that we've got the, sorry, I'm off on a slide, so I was just talking about Splunk Data Platform. So I announced earlier we have Enterprise Security 8.2. Super excited about this release. It's available now as of today. All right, you're awake after lunch. That's good. First check. So Enterprise Security 8.2 is a really big step for us on that continued journey of how do we create these simplified workflows. So being able to filter out for your team views and being able to create better finding-based detections, simplifying the things that we do from a investigation workflow, triaging. This is also where the AI assistant starts to come in, and so now we're going to be, Tony will talk more about that, but more generally available in terms of the AI assistant capability, all in this new experience that hopefully, we've got a lot of customers that are using Enterprise Security 8. If you haven't moved to ES8 yet, particularly now you have 8.2 as an option to choose from. Highly encourage you to check that out. Talk to your account team, talk to your SE, learn about what that migration looks like. I've worked with a lot of customers, and people, once they get onto this new version, are super happy. This also included the integrated threat intelligence capability. So if you recall, a few years ago, we acquired a company called TrueStar, and that's always been, that technology has been sitting in the back. This helps bring that into the Threat Intelligence Manager, which is allowing you to consume feeds of data. So, take things in Stix and Taxi and OpenIOC and those kinds of formats, curate that, so you're able to figure out what are the things that you care about. How do you want to apply that to a particular alert for enrichment activities? How do you leverage that for things like detection? So you have a much easier to use set of capabilities there. And then earlier today, I shared that this is the first time from an enterprise security perspective, you have not one choice, but two choices of which license is right for you. So we introduced the fact that there is a new Enterprise Security Premier Edition. This is in addition to ES Essentials. So you can think of ES Essentials as just being a name change for the existing enterprise security that you know and love today. And ES Premier is the thing that's new and bringing some new capabilities there. And if you look at that list of capabilities, you'll see this new UEBA capability, and as I mentioned this morning, this is natively integrated into your enterprise security experience, so you can see how this fits right into the things that you're doing in ES8 from an investigation perspective and being able to use those workflows. And then this also includes capabilities around an integrated SOAR experience. Now, that integrated SOAR experience is available for both Essentials and Premier, but the benefit of Premier is that you get a license entitlement for SOAR. So if you're an ES Premier Edition customer, that comes with a SOAR license, and so it's an easy way if you're just kind of getting started with your automation journey and you're looking for, hey, how do I start to adopt this? I highly encourage you to look at ES Premier Edition as a way to get that going. In both cases, you're getting a deep integration of these solutions so that you have a seamless experience for analysts. And rather than me telling you more about that, please help me welcome Katie Brown to the stage, who's going to give you a demo and show you the AS82 features in action. Let's give it up for Katie.
Great job, Mike. You guys sick of me yet? So as Mike mentioned, ES Premier is jam-packed with a lot of features and functions, all in the vein of helping our analysts to do their jobs with an efficiency and a quickness that I promise is going to impress you. But if you're anything like me, you need to see it to believe it. So let's go ahead and roll the demo, and we'll dive right in. So we're going to start with the mission control panel within ES 8.2. Lots of different things happening here, but something that stands out to us is an investigation that was already opened by an analyst. So we're going to step into that. Again, lots of activity happening here, but if we start to look through the findings that are included in this case, we're going to start scrolling. We're going to see something that hopefully stands out. Stands out to me, hoping it stands out to you folks. And that is UEBA findings, all baked into enterprise security. Not a different solution, not its own standalone solution, but woven into the very fabric of ES. We love it. So looking a little bit further, we see a bunch of MITRE tactics that have blown up on this host, and we can see if we look on the right, there have been notes that have been automatically appended, not by an analyst, but by our automation rules. So if we want to step into each of those individual playbooks, we could see there's a couple things being done automatically here, basically in the vein of reaching out to Active Directory, gathering user information, gathering the kind of context that we need for our investigation. And this is where ES Premier gets really, really cool. We can, in real time, interact with everything on that screen. So all the code blocks, all the response plans, anything that has an immediate effect on the case that we're working, we can modify it in real time, and those changes get made in real time. So this is just giving us a ton of pre-processing power. And again, we are not leaving ES to do this because SOAR is baked into the very fabric of ES. So everyone in the SOC gets the benefit from SOAR, not just analysts, but absolutely everyone. We love it. So by the time an analyst steps in here, they already know what they have to do for triage, right? Because automation rules are telling them that. So if we want, we're going to go back to our investigation, and because UEBA is baked into ES, if there's anything we want to look at that's going to sort of give us more information about what's going on from a user risk perspective, we've got a dashboard that's going to show us all of that. And we know that UEBA rules can be a little complex or a little scary sometimes. That's okay. So looking at this dashboard, we're going to get user risk score. We're going to see every single entity that the user has interacted with. Basically, everything that I want to know about the user is going to be in this dashboard. But if I'm not familiar with those UEBA rules, I have the ability to step into those, and I'm going to get a full detailed report on what that finding is, a description of what it's supposed to be doing. So if we click into those, and if I need more context, this is Splunk. So there's always an opportunity to go ahead and pivot to raw logs or look at events directly themselves. And this is, again, just for, I may not know some of these detections. I may not be familiar with them. but I'm just getting the context I need to kind of build that out. So our response plan tells us, number one, let's assign it to ourselves. We're going to run an automation rule that's going to reach out to the user's management chain. We're going to add a note. And everything we're doing here, as soon as we click run or as soon as we click add, confirm, it's already appended to the investigation. So if another analyst were to step in, they know exactly what we are doing. And if I want to review additional playbooks, if I want to dig into any of the automation history, I can do all of that right from within the case. So the next thing we want to do is disable the user's account. We get a nice confirmation before we do that, because God forbid we disable the wrong user account. I may or may not have done that before. so we get confirmation of that. Perfect. We've fully accomplished our response plan. We can add a note. And again, if we want to dig into anything further, we can do that directly from within the case. We don't have to leave ES. So hopefully everyone is seeing the magic that is Enterprise Security Premier. We love it. Come on, let's get excited, y'all. We love it. New stuff. We absolutely love it. So that's all I have for you today. But before I walk off the stage, I want to give a huge shout out to David Gamer, who helped build this demo. We love you, Gamer. Thank you so much. And now we know how cool it is when UEBA, when SOAR, and when ES are baked into one solution. Not a bunch of different broken parts, not their own standalone solutions, but one solution, and that solution is ES Premier.
Thank you, Katie. She always does such an amazing job. And you can see more of demos. If you have not already been to the show floor, I encourage you to do that. We have demos of ES, the Detection Studio, AI stuff that Tony's going to talk about. So I encourage you to go check that out if you have not already. So, you've heard me talk about some of the innovation that's been delivered, some of the things that are coming. You saw Katie give you a demo, but I always think the most powerful stories are the ones that come from customers. And so let's roll the video. Please help me welcome Global CISO Patty Voigt to the stage. Come on out, Patty. All right. Thank you, Patty, for coming out. We decided it's the year of the fist bump, so we were trying to decide fist bump, handshake. Patty, tell us a little bit about your role at Webster Bank.
So I'm the CISO at Webster Bank, which means I am responsible for the entire security posture of Webster Financial. And within that, that means that I have a team. I have the security operations team directly reporting into me. I have a fantastic team, a head who does a tremendous job, lots of analysts that are part of that process and team. And I'm really focused around all the strategic decisions that we have around our security tools across the organization. So people, process, technology. We want to always fire at the level above our organization. So we always aspire to be at the level above around our tools and technology. We have to meet regulatory requirements. We're a financial services institution, so heavily regulated environment. And with that, that means that I have lots of requirements, including New York DFS, whether it's OCC, FINRA, and others. We also have to make sure that we're consistently always enhancing our overall security capabilities. And Splunk is one of those solutions that really is core to our environment and really helps us to lift our game.
Now, Patty, I think you said some of your team is here at Comp today. Now, let's find out if they're in the audience. So a little shout out if you're here from Webster Bank. All right, there we go. How long have you been there, Patty?
I have been there just under 2 years. I live in New York City, so I'm part of the big banking institutions. Been here only 2 years. We've been on a long-term journey, though, with Splunk, so over 5 years since we put it into our environment. It replaced something called QRadar that we had previously. But we have a long-term partnership out here with Splunk. We have daily use of our enterprise security solution for our monitoring and compliance capabilities across the organization. So my team that you see here in the middle of the room, heavily invested in this partnership and use of the tool. We love it within our organization. It funnels all the information, all the machine data coming from every single application, every single data source that we have coming into Splunk. So it's the cornerstone of our environment. We have this trusted partnership that we've had for vendor consolidation and the success that we have and see across the organization.
Yeah, and I think, one of the things that you guys have been on the journey, and you've been early on some of these things, is using Enterprise Security 8 and that seamless integration. So maybe if you want to talk about what are some of the benefits and how did that journey go for you guys?
Yeah, it's been an incredible journey with ES8. It's been a very significant step for us. It brings together all the security elements across our organization. We've used the unification of SIEM, SOAR, UEBA, powerful capabilities all combined together into the one seamless integrated platform. So it's a comprehensive security view that we use across our organization. And again, across all teams, not just my security team, but also data and architecture teams are relatively using this platform as well. And we continue to build upon it and continue to find migration success as we continue to move forward.
Yeah, that's great. And I know one of the things that we talked about, so a big piece of ES8 is bringing together, SIM and SOAR and that automation. You mentioned SOAR a little bit. What kind of role does automation play for you at Webster Bank, and how do you see it now and maybe heading into the future?
Yeah, so automation is critical to our success and critical to our unification story. We've integrated the SIM and SOAR together to have easier adoption, baked-in automation. We've also been leveraging the playbook editor. Nobody likes to necessarily do the documentation on your own. This playbook editor has made a tremendous amount of benefit across the team. It's very helpful. We're very much focused on taking these routine tasks and activities and building them out through automation, right? So our goal is to empower our level 1 and level 2 teams to free up some of the subject matter experts that I have so that they can focus more on strategic work in our environment and again, kind of use their knowledge, background, and oversight to be able to take us to the next level as an organization. So Splunk has been kind of central part of our backbone, and as I said earlier, it integrates everything that we have. And then we also even integrate out from Splunk into ServiceNow that helps support our first through third line activities from a risk and compliance perspective.
Yeah, one of the things you mentioned as you think about that automation is what kind of metrics are you looking at? Who cares about the metrics? Is that just your boss? Is it the board? Maybe you could share a little bit about how you're quantifying some of the gains that you're seeing.
Yeah, so we're able to easily visualize. We're headed towards this kind of concept everybody has around a single pane of glass. And that's really around being able to show my executive members what they're getting the benefit for each of their business lines, being able to show the various teams underneath them on the business areas and key stakeholders and colleagues across the technology area. But I also report up to the board, right? So I want to be able to show them this sort of single pane of glass, how I get comfort around our environment on a day-by-day basis, that I know that they can trust in us, and also that our stakeholders, our colleagues, our clients out there in the community, we're very much a community-oriented bank, so we want to make sure we're able to provide that kind of view for anybody that comes through and wants to understand, how do you know you can trust in Webster Bank? Well, because I can show you from Splunk how we're managing your environment. And you can just trust us that we're doing the right things and that your financial perspective is secured.
Yeah, and for those that are dealing with their boards, I thought you had an interesting comment the other day when we were catching up, and you were talking about laying out the roadmap for the board and really having them be engaged in the process so that when you were coming for something like a funding ask or something else, that they've been part of the journey. Maybe you want to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so part of my goal is to be incredibly transparent, to take them along this journey. So I'm always forecasting out about 6 months ahead of what I'm doing so that they can see not only how we're managing our environment, what that vision is going to be, and they're a part of that journey along the way. So this helps out in funding examples as you're going forward. They've been along the journey supportive. They've seen the value. They know what they're getting. They see it in the metrics that we're sharing out. And they can then therefore know that we're making all the right decisions. And again, it goes back to that transparency of communication at all levels within the organization, and really also taking security away from being kind of just this avenue where I'm the bad guy telling you what you need to do to secure our environment, because I do that behind the scenes. But there's also this piece where I'm really showing how I can bring growth to the business, right? So customers, clients, they want to believe that your financial services, your products that you're using are all very secured. Your personal data is secure in our environment. And this solution helps us to be able to assure that.
That's great. And you mentioned UEBA. So, for some folks, like, how is she using that already? You were a design partner with us. So, when we first came out with, this new concept of an integrated UEBA solution that was baked into enterprise security and using the Splunk data, you raised your hand and said, hey, we'd like to be involved in that. So maybe tell us a little bit about your experience as a design partner and UEBA, your observations on UEBA and what role that plays.
Yeah, so it's important for us to be involved in this process. So we greatly appreciate the partnership we've had to be a design partner through this process. When UAB came on board, we wanted to be able to show it in our environment, to show the value across, again, the colleagues that I have across the organization, but to be able to have kind of a feedback that we could give back into the process as well, so that we have these insights of what's coming and we're ready to go, and we've been able to share that across the organization, again, going back to the transparency, but at the same time also giving this feedback loop, early feedback process into Splunk, who's able to leverage our perspective into the process, and of course, our perspective, we hope some of that helps to build the product for the rest of you as well.
Yeah, and for those that have not participated in this kind of relationship, when you go to the demo booth, we have, Detection Studio is now alpha, which means that you can participate as a design partner. We'll be recruiting people for Triage Agent, the SOAR playbook editor. So there's a lot of opportunities to engage with the teams, to have that kind of relationship where, again, we take that input very seriously. This is our, we test with our own internal security team first. We do a lot of work with them. They're our customer zero, as we like to call them. But then we're always looking for other customers to give us that real-world feedback in terms of, how things are working in their environment. So, beyond, the Premier Edition and I guess beyond UEBA, how is this packaging and kind of making things hopefully easier to consume? What are your thoughts on Premier Edition there?
Yeah, the Premier Edition has been very successful for us. We are very excited about having in our environment the capabilities, especially when you focus around insider threat and data exfiltration. These are key activities in our environment that we need to be on top of and aware of. And just having that all pulled together in the single platform that we were used to using on a day-to-day basis really helps. And UEBA really helps us kind of coordinate those efforts together. Yeah. And the collaborative approach that we've had has also been very helpful and supportive as well.
Yeah, one of the things that we do as part of these previews is we're constantly giving you, not constantly, but we're giving you frequent updates on new versions of the thing that we're asking you to give us feedback on. So you can actually see, your input take effect in the product over time. So, you ask for a new feature, or you say, hey, I don't like the way this shows up, or can you tune this? And so I think it's an exciting, as a product person, I love working with teams on this. So today and last night, lots of conversation about AI and how AI is, changing, transforming things, and really changing the way that teams work, the things we have to protect, the way that we work. How is Webster Bank thinking about AI, both within security, but also kind of more broadly?
Yeah, so we're really in the early stages of our AI journey. We have the right governance perspective and committees involved already, and we've rolled out Microsoft Copilot across the board in the organization to help with kind of these productivity gains. But every single area of our business is currently looking at various use cases that they can bring in and leverage to provide value across the organization for our growth, as well as even in my own area. So in the security area, we're looking at being able to move forward, leverage agentic AI. Some of the capabilities we saw earlier, I'm very excited about where that's going, very excited about the ES 8.2 version. We're currently on 8.1, but excited to be able to take advantage of some of the new benefits I've seen today. We anticipate significant acceleration next year, especially in the security area around agentic AI. And Splunk is that central data point for us, central point for all our collection and integration out there from end to end, all the machine data coming together, as I mentioned earlier. So it's going to be part of our strategic plan and very important to us as an organization.
Yeah, and we're looking forward to partnering with you again on that journey, in terms of getting your feedback, getting the team's feedback on, the triage agent and different things that we're developing. So anything that we didn't talk about that's kind of top of mind, things that you're either worried about or excited about?
I'm only excited about what the future is going to bring. So I don't have necessarily any concerns, but we're just focused continuously on continuous improvement in our environment. And as you see across the regional banks, we are positioned very strongly for growth in our organization. And as we continue to move forward, we want to make sure we've got the right kind of platform in place, and that's where we leverage Splunk and our partnership even out with Cisco in the broader sense. So it's really important to us to kind of build on our ES8 success, integrate the SOAR and mission control solutions into our environment, focus more on the automation to reduce some of these manual tasks and activities, again, so we can focus on doing some of the tasks that we want to do, really bringing our leadership, our oversight, our growth into helping our business grow the business, and at the same time stay prepared for the dynamic threat environment that we're seeing, because we are we're in a very heightened environment across financial services around the security profile, so it's important for us to be in the right position for a security posture.
Absolutely. Please help me thanking Patty for this insight and her experience. We appreciate you. So, as I mentioned earlier, we've got Tony Patera, who's the VP of Security Products here at Splunk, coming up to take you through some of the other innovations that we're delivering. So, stay tuned and thank you. Come on up, Tony.
Hello. Hello, everybody. My name is Tony Patera. I am responsible for product management for all of Splunk's security products. There are two particular areas that we are going to be touching on and covering here in the remainder of the session. The first is how we are bringing AI thoughtfully into the SOC, and the second is how we are capitalizing on some of those expansions that we can provide from a visibility perspective with the Cisco Data Fabric when paired with new detection capabilities that we're introducing as well. So first, when it comes to AI, I want to frame up a little bit of how AI helps the security operations team and where we believe Splunk's role is in that and how we're designing our products there. The first is that AI can help turn that volume problem from an alert perspective into focused sets of value. This is clearly not the only way that we can stop a tier 1 team from being flooded with alerts, but it's one way that we can help make that better and help improve the quality of life of the SOC analysts themselves. The second is that there is a lot of friction in the SOC workflow. There's that class of work that you just may not get to today because it's that extra thing where you don't have time for. This could be as simple as, for example, having the write-up from how you dispositioned an alert. And that may or may not be something you get to, but it's another natural use where AI can help extend that work and help make sure that you're completing that to get back to the real higher quality threat work that's out there. And then lastly, we also have the ability to turn some of those kind of silos or how do I do this into more capabilities for those analysts. Maybe they don't know how to create a playbook. Maybe they're not sure what the next step is. Maybe SPL is not a natural skill for them. So that's areas where we think that AI can help bring that in. And the way we approach that inside of the portfolio is first to think of it as an augmentation. So think of it as a way for analysts to get skills they may not have, work better, faster, quicker, things of that nature. The way you can expect that to come into the Splunk portfolio is deeply integrated into the existing workflows where it feels like a natural snap-in and not a foreign concept for them. So you're going to see a number of different areas on the AI front that I'll loosely group into assistive capabilities as well as agentic capabilities. The first of those is the AI assistant inside of enterprise security. So for everyone in the audience here, this was released as controlled availability late last evening as part of Enterprise Security 8.2. This is included with your existing Enterprise Security Essentials license. So if you're an active enterprise security customer right now, you have AI assistant capabilities included inside of that license. This was released first on our cloud properties, and we're going to be extending that into the on-prem properties here very shortly. But this is not a separate license just to get AI. It comes with your existing enterprise security subscription. Now, what does that do specifically? I mentioned earlier that there's that set of speed bumps in the analyst workflow, the set of things that they may not get to or they may not know how to do. Well, if you are in enterprise security and you're working in an investigation, well, we know the detection, we know the system, we know the user, we know the time, all the nouns and verbs you kind of have to go through to say this is why I dispositioned it as a true positive, a false positive, whatever. That's just naturally included there with a one-click, generate a short summary, and attach it to the case notes itself. An easy way where we're going to help that analyst get a little bit more work done, but also keep it very seamlessly embedded in that workflow. Next, switching over to the agentic capabilities for a second. This is an area where we are going to be sourcing design partners around the turn of the year, so early next year. We're looking for folks to partner with us and help shape this solution so it meets your needs. Now, what does this do? I mentioned earlier taking some of those speed bumps out, where this is not necessarily an assistive capability where the analyst is still in control. This is kind of background processing and getting more of that work done and creating the moral equivalent of a priority inbox to start to get towards that volume to value discussion. We think this is going to be big. We think this is going to be important, but we are actively sourcing design partners on this. If you heard Patty talk earlier, we love getting customer feedback when we're going through the development of these solutions. And so if you want, stop by the pavilion. You can see this in action. You can speak with the team building it themselves and get yourself on the early list of testing this out in your environment. Next up, the SOAR team has been very hard at work. And so when you heard earlier with Enterprise Security Premier, one of the things that changes there is now no longer a named user licensing construct with SOAR as part of ES Premier. This means that if you were in the class of folks that had possibly just licensed SOAR for your senior level analysts, now SOAR is available to the entire SOC. That creates a great problem to have because who doesn't want automation? Well, under the hood, as part of this journey, the SOAR team has completely rebuilt and modularized the underlying architecture so that it's a containerized framework which gives us a lot of flexibility in how we bring new capabilities in. And so specifically here, what we are introducing is the ability to have a natural language interface on top of the playbook editor for SOAR. That's important because when you bring it to some of those analysts who have maybe not written a playbook before, they may not know how a drag and drop and code block works and all that. It's an easy way to give them a natural language way of saying, help me build that playbook. What's the next step here? How should I think about automating this task? And we took a very thoughtful design approach here. You know, AI is amazing. AI is tricky sometimes. And if you have tried various solutions to this, you may be aware that if you write in, give me a playbook to handle this phishing incident. That can be a little bit tricky. You might end up with something that looks like a city street map that might look like it's outside. That's a little hard to figure out. It's not a one-shot workflow. And so the way we've done this is we have very carefully put a natural language set of prompts there to make it block by block, to make it composable for the analyst, so to find the right balance of integrating deeply into their workflow, but augmenting the capabilities that they have today without just having AI be there for AI's sake. That is going to be alpha this month as well. Now, the other area which is currently generally available to everyone with an attack analyzer license is a malware reversing agent. So I mentioned assistive and agentic. This is in the agentic bucket of things. If you have someone that is detonating a payload and they're trying to figure out what was going on, whether you're doing that in your own Malzoo, whether you're doing it somewhere else, inevitably it starts spewing out forensics and a bunch of other stuff that you have to help figure out, and that's kind of a specialist skill. And so if you're not a malware reverser, or maybe you are and you just want to not stare at sandbox forensics all day, what we've done here is we've taken the AI capabilities that are so great at writing code and kind of turned them around backwards and said, what the heck is this thing doing? And so what you can see here is the ability for that LLM to work through that payload and say, hey, this is what I think it's doing here, 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 and here. And it gives a very simple way back to that augment and integrate kind of theme here. That analyst who's going through and looking at that payload, you know, they don't have to know the source code. They don't have to know the guts of the forensics. They're all still there if you want to trust but verify, but it gives a way of bringing that naturally into the analyst's workflow. And I think the best way to see this is by welcoming Miss Katie Brown back to the stage to show it all in action. Katie, come on out, please.
Dale. I'm retiring after this. It's fine. I'm going to retire after this. Hey, folks. So at Buttercup T-shirt company, we've got a SOC. We got a lot of people that are responsible for doing a lot of different things. So some folks are only responsible for doing investigations. Some folks focus primarily on detections. Some folks solely focus on triage. And with any SOC, we want everyone to do their jobs absolutely perfectly and as fast as humanly possible. So we're going to put a couple different hats on today and see how AI is going to help with each of these facets. So as detection engineers, we're going to start in the detection launchpad. And this is going to give us an AI prioritized list of detections. So this is AI telling us, hey, these rules might be noisy. These rules might be blowing up in your environment. This is what you want to start tuning. So we don't have to wait for a SOC analyst to come bug us anymore and say, hey, this is really noisy, right? AI is going to preemptively make these suggestions for us. So we picked the first one, which is a PowerShell rule, and looking at that, reading the description, here's where AI gets really cool, and this is what Tony was just touching on. So AI is scoping through the SPL that's written there, and it's saying, hey, that's good, but you know what would be better if we use T-stats and if we use that against a data model. So it's going to accomplish the same results, but just a lot faster. So before we actually deploy this, we also get the option to test it. So if we click test, we could see it's going to blow up. It's absolutely going to blow up because we have admin servers, we've got jump servers listed in here, and we don't want that. So again, what Tony was touching on with the natural language to use SPL, we don't have to be SPL wizards anymore. We obviously wouldn't want to deploy this with admin and jump servers, so we're going to make a request that AI will remove those from our detection. We love it, and this is something that is being deployed within minutes, not weeks, not days, but within minutes. So as Tier 1 analysts, we're going to put those hats on, and next we're going to look at an AI-suggested disposition. So it's going to filter our queue for us. If I'm an analyst and I'm logging in, that's a lot. That's a lot. I don't know where to start. So AI is going to tell us that, hey, these are most likely true positives, so why don't you start here? So not only do we get that, but if we pick this up as an incident responder, we're not only getting all of these AI recommendations, but AI is also recommending the disposition. It will describe exactly why. So we get the justification as to why AI had arrived at that disposition, and we're going to get affirmation that AI is enriching our finding with everything else we would need for additional context, right? So other security tools, things from Splunk, things from Cisco, whatever the case may be, AI Assistant is going to populate that in our case. And this is where AI Assistant says, hey, you know, in terms of response plan, we want to isolate this host, and we can do that with a click of a button. So hopefully everyone's getting the magic, the power that comes with AI, and that this is something that everyone can benefit from in the SOC. So as a SOC manager, I would want to make sure that I am leveraging AI to its fullest capabilities. So this is another really cool feature. With our response plan importer, we can take any SOP that we have in our environment, upload it into Splunk. AI is going to crawl through and extract all of the triage steps that we can take in Splunk. So it's basically like performing employment for us, right? It's intelligently extracting what it needs to out of the SOP, and it's seeing what we can accomplish in Splunk. So it's just making all of triage faster and basically the whole incident response plan faster. And like all things Splunk, we can customize it if we need to. And again, this is AI working across all of our tool sets. So it's working across SOAR, it's working across UEBA, it's working across enterprise security. And in terms of the response plans, again, everything's customizable. So if we're looking at the pre-populated response plans, maybe we notice that there was one missing, right? Maybe we want to isolate the host with EDR. So what we're going to do is, and we need to do this quickly, I don't have to craft that playbook anymore. I'm just going to type the natural language into the prompt, and AI is going to generate that for us, which is really cool. We love it. We love it. And it's, you know, we can modify it as we see fit. But this is what a true agentic SOC looks like. This is what we are capable of with Splunk AI. And everyone gets the benefit, not just detection engineers, not just analysts, but everyone. And all of this is possible with Splunk. We love it. I'm retiring now, and I'm going to grab Tony. Tony, you still with me?
Awesome, Katie. Thank you again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, folks, I hope this gives you a little bit of a glimpse into how we are bringing AI into security operations. What did we see from Katie? We saw a mix of assistive and agentic capabilities that range from helping build your standard operating procedures, helping craft your playbooks, helping give your analysts skills they may or may not have today, helping expand the boundaries of what the SOC can do. And we're going to be doing that at a very measured, direct place to make sure it's providing real value. I know that definitely there's some skepticism on different ways that this may be productized, but we want to work carefully and thoughtfully to make sure it's providing real value to you, our customers, and not just marketing hype on this front. So, I mentioned earlier we are going to cover 2 specific areas. The second area is around detection and visibility. We spoke a fair bit about Detection Studio, and we also introduced the concept of the Cisco Data Fabric between last night and today. And I wanted to share a brief story, actually even earlier from a customer meeting today, where we had a customer named Dennis. He happens to be a detection engineer, so Dennis, the detection engineer, it works out kind of well. That's not a made-up name. And he was talking us through just some of the capabilities that he is seeing with Detection Studio. And so I wanted to share a little bit of how we're thinking about this problem for all of you. Is one, from a detection perspective, detection and visibility go hand in hand. And you want to make sure the more visibility you have, the more ability you have to protect and detect in those environments. And so close off coverage gaps, make sure you don't have any blind spots. The second, from a different set of customer feedback, at one point they said, hey, you know what the scariest number in the SOC is? 0. And the answer is really simple to that is, it could mean that there is nothing happening and you're perfectly safe, or it could mean that something's not working and you actually have a giant exposure and risk on your hands. And so we want to make sure that you do not, fear the 0, if you will, as you are planning your detections. And the last is building on some of the capabilities we released last year of things like detection versioning and bringing that into the product. So last week, we started an alpha of Detection Studio. And I know we've shared a little bit of this as coming from the technology from Snap Attack, which I believe I just lost my mic, so we will try to do this as loud as I possibly can. If those of you in the back can hear me, just wave your hand for a second. All right, got it. We will do it that way. And if it turns back on and I make all of you deaf, my apologies. So for the Snap Attack team, this is a team. Thank you. All right. All right. We'll keep working on it. The Snap Attack team, it's always good to have 3 backups, not just 1. The Snap Attack team was basically a bunch of detection engineers for hire. And what they would do is they would go into an environment and they would help build out the detections in that environment. Now, they did that once or twice, and like most smart folks, they actually went through and said, hey, wait a second. This gets better if we build some scripts to go do this now. They did that a few times, and it was better, faster, quicker with some scripts, and they turned it into a product. And we met these guys and said, hey, this stuff should just be in enterprise security. And so for Detection Studio in this alpha, what we're introducing is a whole new detection management experience inside of enterprise security. This is something that will be included with your existing Enterprise Security Essentials license. And so this is something, go down to the show floor, check it out. We're going to be bringing this out into the production environments here shortly, but we want to partner carefully to make sure all of you are getting the full value out of the solution. Now, if this is the detection workbench, a workbench needs tools to operate well and perform all of those, close all of those coverage gaps. So as part of Detection Studio, we are including a library. And what does a library do? Well, first of all, it comes with about 1,800 plus Splunk-provided threat detections that we provide. Well, that's great. But when you put it out on that work surface, what happens? Well, you want to understand where do you have the data for something, but you don't have those detections on. Is that intentional or is that a mistake? On the other side of that, where do you want to turn detections on, but where you don't have that data? So that kind of right-sizing that balance of detection coverage, closing those gaps, and figuring out what needs to happen there. And then lastly, we talked a little bit about the... Okay, now I don't have to yell. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Don't worry about it. All right. If we have a meeting later, you'll know why my voice is a little hoarse. We're all good. So outside of the library bit is the things we're also including here is the ability to test these detections against historical data. And so one of the challenges when you build a detection is if I'm going to turn it on and click Run Detection, you really want to know whether you're going to have a bunch of angry SOC analysts at your front door saying, what the heck did you just flood our work queues with? Or is this going to be the actual high fidelity detection you want? And so this is something that we brought out in beta. We're going to continue to iterate on this concept, but it is another natural core component of Detection Studio. There's not a separate license for this. This is included with enterprise security because it's one of the things that we think matters. And so for that perspective, we think that is going to be a major, major, major upgrade and major value benefit to all of our detection engineers out there. Can't wait to have that in your environments and to see the value you're getting there. Spoke a little bit about visibility and where we can take this concept of a Cisco data fabric kind of out for a test drive, if you will. Well, one of those areas is in containerized environments. So when you think about what goes on in a container environment, it can be a little bit of the Wild West. It can be a lot of volume. It can be a lot of data. And it can also require the security team to do things a little bit different. Maybe you can't install an agent there. Maybe you don't necessarily have the visibility of what's going on. Maybe the cloud team went rogue and built it themselves a little bit. And so with the technology capabilities from isovalent runtime protection, we actually get deep kernel-level visibility to understand what's going on inside of that Kubernetes cluster. And so we're going to be going through a number of integrations and improvements here to extend that Cisco data fabric so that you can get raw kernel-level telemetry from your cloud workloads and your containerized workloads. And I could not think of anybody better than to have Mr. Dan Wendlandt, the co-founder and CEO of Isovalent, come join me on stage and talk a little bit about this. Dan, come on up.
Hey, Tony. Good to see you. You know, if I would have known the Wild West line was coming, I would have worn my cowboy hat and some boots out here. So I guess maybe next time.
And Dan has been a great partner for the team, as you can tell by the T-shirt. We've been getting along great here in terms of the things that we think we can help deliver for all of you jointly. I think the thing that's a little bit interesting is, Dan, this audience isn't exactly your normal audience that you went and represented at KubeCon. Mm-hmm. So maybe give the team a little bit of background on Isovalent and kind of your journey here.
Sure. I wanted to first kind of get a show of hands. How many people have heard the term eBPF? It's a pretty good number. All right, I like that. I like that. You know, we co-created eBPF as Isovalent, and you know, when I was at a reInvent back in 2017 at one of those tiny little startup booths, you know, I could go a whole day without bumping into anyone who knew what eBPF was. So it's great to see that kind of. I think there's a lot better recognition of across the industry, I would say, in terms of eBPF as this really critical technology that can kind of bring runtime security into this modern cloud and real-time era. So maybe first off, what is eBPF? eBPF is kind of superpowers for Linux networking, security, and observability. And why are superpowers relevant here? Well, you know when Linux was created? It's actually 1991. So maybe a lot of us, it grew up a lot in the 90s, maybe a little the early 2000s, but it hasn't changed much in the last 20 years, right? And so if you think it's 2025, we're no longer managing individual Linux servers or desktops with human users, right? We're running fleets of workloads with containers, with AI workloads, and yet we're still trying to secure and observe them with the same technology that we had 20 years ago. And so that's really why eBPF is so exciting. It lets us, place really lightweight sensors all over the Linux kernel to see a bunch of security-relevant behavior. It can allow us to, craft shields that prevent certain CVE exploits. It can even create little runtime sandboxes so that if your AI workload should only be executing this thing at this time, great, let's lock it down to just that. And so eBPF is just unlocking an incredible amount of potential innovation from security in the Linux kernel. But the other critical thing about eBPF is that every bit of code in eBPF is verified to make sure it can't crash or hang your kernel. So does anyone here have any memories of something that might, have all taught us a lesson of why I no longer have to explain why that's important anymore, right? I like to say even my mom knows why, right? It's not a good idea to have unsafe kernel extensions, right?
Your mom and my mom probably should talk a little bit, but
for sure. So I think at the end of the day, it's this combination of innovation with safety, and because it's all happening at the operating system, it's extremely efficient and lightweight, and it doesn't require changes to your application.
And I think that's one of the key important bits is security professionals, we're usually kind of, in some ways, kicking down the door, trying to figure out what's going on. This is a much more natural way to go work with those application teams that gives more of the telemetry we really want. At the end of the day, if you think about process-level telemetry from a containerized workload, that is a really compelling thing to be able to pull into your detection infrastructure. And if you get to bring that to the team in a way that doesn't feel like security's, knocking down my door and trying to put monitoring in my environment that might impact my application, it's a much more natural conversation. And so we're early days here. We're early days. But I do think this is a great way of extending that Cisco data fabric to give security professionals some additional visibility, some additional insights, and some additional ways of just, frankly, protecting some of the more critical environments than they have.
Yeah, and so what we really did as iSurveillance, we focused on Kubernetes as kind of the first place to land, because that's where kind of the aging and old, Kubernetes or Linux infrastructure was creaking the most, right? And we built Cilium, which was eBPF-powered networking and security, and that became essentially the de facto standard, right? With eBPF, we were just able to do things more efficiently. We were able to give identity-aware security primitives for firewalling, and we were really able to build observability in as a first-class citizen. And so I think one of the cool things is, if your organization is running Kubernetes, and at this point pretty much all of them are, right, there's actually a very good chance that you already are running iSurveillance software in your Kubernetes cluster. And if not, right, it's a very easy sell to that team to insert this in, because it was kind of designed for that cloud-native world that will be very familiar to them. So that kind of, that battle of having to kind of shove something down into the application teams becomes a lot easier with eBPF and iSurveillance.
Awesome. Well, this is an intro to this concept. We're going to keep teasing this out. We would love feedback on here. Dan, thank you very much, man. I appreciate
so much,
it,
man.
bud.
I appreciate it.
Cool. All right. A few of you may have noticed that I am the only Splunker without the official Splunk t-shirt on, and there's a reason for that. So, if you are not aware, Boss of the SOC, or BOTS, is an annual competition at .conf that gets rerun in different areas across the year. And so last night, the BOTS competition was able to celebrate its 10th year. So congratulations to all of you. Clearly there were not enough beers served. All right, got it. So I'd like to carry out a couple of stats here to give you an idea of the importance of bots to us as a supplier and the importance to us, or to you as a customer and community. I think one of the things to recognize here is the team from Splunk that puts on bots. There's nobody that has that as an official day job. Their day job is doing something else. They're putting this together because they care as much as you do. And so over the past few years, I know I've gotten the great opportunity to have built good teamwork relationships with a number of the bots participants. Last night, as usual, we were oversubscribed. We had 450 users solving complex security problems using Splunk in a timed environment. They broke themselves up into over 130 teams, and over the course of 3.5 hours, competed to see who could score the highest. Now, this is important here because we don't let you just go out there and compete. We give you beer to make it a little bit harder. And so over 1,000 beers were consumed. There was 2x the number of hot dogs in that mix. But despite those challenges, I would like to recognize the top 3 finishers from bots last night. And so I'd like to get a round of applause for each one of these folks. At the end of a day at a conference, whenever he's a little tired and I'm like, oh God, I want to go to bed, these folks get into a room and literally just kick butt, and we love them as part of that community. So, finishing number 3, I would like to recognize the team from Knowledge Objects. So, number 2 is Polsock. Now, the number 1 finisher is I am a completely unapologetic Steelers fan sitting in the middle of Patriots territory, and this is possibly the only place that I can make a bit of this reference here. But we have a bit of a GOAT situation going on here with the number 1 first place finisher. So I would also like to recognize the team that has won multiple of these competitions year in and year out. We are trying to outsmart them, and they keep coming back and still finishing in the very top position. So the team from Consist, congratulations to all of you for yet again winning bots. Much appreciated. Lastly, we are not quite done yet. There is actually another competition here when we talk about these different technologies coming together. We have another competition called Automation Games here, which is starting here in a little bit, that all of you are more than happy to participate in. Go check it out. It's a way of bringing more automation into the SOC, and it is very similar. It is a great, great, great extension of that community. All right. So as we wind down here, I just wanted to recap a couple of the areas we covered. First, with the release of Enterprise Security 8.2 last night, we now have the introduction of an integrated UEBA capability, integrated SOAR capability inside of that Enterprise Security Premier package, if you will. Two, you got a couple of insights on how we're driving through the AI capabilities and how we're bringing those to both augment your teams and integrate directly into your workflows. That starts with the introduction of the AI assistant, which is now in controlled availability broadly and included with your enterprise security subscription. Last, we spoke about how we're using that Cisco data fabric to extend into neat areas or new areas like Kubernetes workloads using isovalent and eBPF. And also we introduced Detection Studio as a major upgrade for all of your detection engineering teams to make sure you're getting the best value in protecting your enterprise. So I will be around. I know I have a number of meetings with folks here. There's also a ton of folks out on the show floor. Go check these demos out. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and have a fantastic afternoon.
Hi everyone, welcome to my session today about a step change with Splunk Enterprise Security. Before we begin, some forward-looking statements. In this presentation, I'll be talking about things that are potentially future roadmap, and the reminder is if you make a purchase decision, you should base it on what is available right now from Splunk and not anything that might come up in the future. So this session is about all the new things and all the new innovations that we've put in Splunk Enterprise Security. We've made a bunch of updates, and it is really a step change in what we're offering. So let's begin. First, I want to start by acknowledging the reality of the SOC, the Security Operations Center. That's incredibly tough today. And we hear consistent feedback from a lot of our customers and a lot of organizations about three core challenges that they're facing. The first is there's too much data, and it's really difficult to find the signal from the noise in that data. Find the alerts that actually matter in all the data that you're getting. So for instance, if you're in a loud restaurant and you're trying to talk to a friend, it's very difficult to focus on what they're saying if there's a lot of background noise and background music. You need to shout really loud, or you might miss a few of the things that the friend is saying. The same thing applies for security. There's so many alerts and detections firing, and it's very difficult, first of all, to get everything into your SOC. And then the second thing, make sure that the detections that you take action on are really the most important ones. The second is that many SOCs are facing a disconnected and incomplete tool set. So we're all consumers of technology. We all have smartphones and laptops, and we all know what it's like when an application is not working and we need to switch from email to Slack to WebEx to Zoom and copy and paste and make those mental context switches when we switch between tools. The same thing is the SOCs are facing the same challenges, people, the analysts there. So they need to switch between SOAR and SIM and get something about user behavior analytics and use so many different tools. And each time it's a mental context switch. Each time they need to copy and paste and they forget where they're at, and that just slows them down. And finally, not having the right skill set or being underskilled or understaffed to address all the growing challenges that we have today in the cyber landscape. These are not new, but they're getting worse because of AI. So we use AI. A lot of people use AI to accelerate their work, but so do the threat actors. So they're able to execute a lot more attacks and a lot more sophisticated attacks, actually, that make the work and the life of the SOC much more difficult. So a lot of organizations try different SecOps platforms, but the problem is that many of these platforms have limitations that make it difficult for the SOCs to really meet the demands of what we call the new agentic AI era. So first of all, they might not have all the data, or they have limited data storage options, which means that you can only run detections on the data that you have. You cannot run detections on data that you don't have. So if you cannot see all the data, you are limited by what you can detect and the threats that you can take action on. Similarly, they might be somewhat closed or limited ecosystems that can only work on data from their own clouds, their own firewalls, or their own EDRs. So that limits, again, what you can detect. Or they have limited deployment options. You can deploy them only on one single public cloud, or you cannot deploy them on-prem. And that is a limitation for a lot of organizations and a lot of customers. We talked about the incomplete TDIR toolset, what we call threat detection, investigation, and response. And the last thing is about AI. Many of them do use AI because otherwise we cannot really scale to meet the demands of threat actors using AI. But other TDIR platforms often have opaque or all or nothing AI. So you either have to turn it on and trust it, or you don't use their AI at all. And then when you do use it, it makes decisions, but you don't really know why it made those decisions and whether that makes sense for you. So with all of these challenges, we see the cracks. Splunk, every year we run this state of security report where we interview over 2,000 organizations about the challenges that they're facing in their SOCs. And one of the things that came out this year is really bad outcomes. So 66% of organizations have experienced a data breach in the last year alone. 46% of SOC teams spend more time maintaining their tools than actually doing threat investigation. Think about it. You're spending almost half the time doing overhead work instead of actual work. That's really not productive. That really slows you down. And think of how much more effective and efficient you can be if you reduce that overhead. And finally, 32% of SOC teams do not have the right skill set to be effective. And this talent gap, combined with everything else that we talked about, makes it much more difficult for you to be ready for new and emerging threats. The good news is that there's a powerful solution for these challenges. It's time to fundamentally change how security operations is done. So we here at Splunk, we believe it's time to end analyst fatigue and empower your teams to do more and achieve more with the leading AI-powered SecOps platform, which is Splunk Enterprise Security. So what does a modern AI-powered SecOps platform look like? Well, Splunk Enterprise Security is built on the foundation of a few things. First of all, having complete data visibility, being able to see and act on data, on any data, regardless of how it's formatted and regardless of where it sits. It can be indexed, it can be in a data lake, it can be in cold storage. You can act on it wherever it sits. And then on top of that, you need to have high fidelity detection. So you need to be able to find the important signal within the noise of that data and really know that there are very, very few false positives. Any detection is important. And even within the important detections, you should be able to prioritize and act on the ones that are really critical, and then only after those critical issues have been resolved, move on to the next ones. To do that, you need to have market-leading capabilities. You need to have the market-leading SIEM. You need to have the market-leading SOAR, leading UEBA, and all the tools that the SOC needs in order to be effective. Everything on top of that all those different tools should be working seamlessly in one single user interface with automation everywhere, so that you need to have as little manual work as possible. And everything should be powered by AI in a way that helps you and accelerates your work. This integrated approach delivers 3 essential benefits to customers. First, it unlocks full fidelity visibility. That means gaining visibility and control over all your security data, enriching threat intelligence in real time, and mapping attacker tactics and improving detection accuracy. Delivering the best analyst experience. We talked about how frustrating it is when you need to switch between different applications. Well, guess what? Splunk Enterprise Security takes all of these different components, SIEM, SOAR, UEBA, detection engineering, threat intelligence, and puts them in one single user interface, and everything is done in enterprise security so that you don't have to have those mental context switches. And finally, accelerating the SOC with AI and agentics. That means embedding purpose-built AI into every workflow. But this is not an on and off or all or nothing. This is AI that works for you with a human in the loop at your speed. And we'll get to that later. I'll add some more details about what that means. So those are the core promises of Splunk Enterprise Security as an AI-powered SecOps platform. To be clear, we've taken the ES that you know and love and enhanced it. We took the market-leading SIEM and integrated it with our SOAR and UEBA and threat intelligence and all the other components that you need into one platform, so that your SOC can be more efficient, effective, and provide you and your organization with better defense. So let's look at the benefits that we mentioned. We talked about unlocking full fidelity visibility. That means taking all the data, regardless of where it resides, making it economically efficient so that you can use high-tier storage for fast processing for things that matter, and you can use low-tier storage for compliance and things that you don't really need on a day-to-day basis, but you need to keep them as a record, but still make everything searchable. Then you want to run high fidelity detections on that data and be able to fine-tune those detections so that you know that you hardly have any false positives. But the flip side is also true. One of the things that we've seen that is a problem for a lot of customers is that they put in a detection against a threat and they think that they are covered. But they haven't tested that detection. They don't know if it actually works. And that's even worse, because you think you're protected and actually you're not. So this is what we're doing with Detection Studio. We're giving you that ability to test and fine-tune detections. And then once those detections do fire, then you want to be able to prioritize them based on the risk. And even if there's an attack, if there are attacks that we call low and slow that do something small, and then the attacker waits a few more weeks and then does another small thing, we aggregate all of these different actions and alert you when something really important is going on. Delivering the best analyst experience, we've talked about providing integrated end-to-end threat detection, investigation, and response workflows with native SIEM, native SOAR, native UEBA, all with the same case management, with automation everywhere, and in one single user interface. Now, one thing I want to highlight here is that many SOAR products actually price based on the number of users. Well, we realized that if we want to empower analysts to really tackle threats in the AI era, then everyone in the SOC should have access to automation. Everyone in the SOC should have access to SOAR and to playbooks and create playbooks. So all of these things are embedded in enterprise security. Now, everyone in the SOC can use it, and it is not charged based on per seat licenses. No, it's for everyone in the SOC. And same thing with user and entity behavior analytics. This is something that's embedded and tested in Splunk Enterprise Security so that you can detect and mitigate insider threats, so that you can identify zero-day attacks and make sure that your organization is secure. And finally, accelerating the SOC. So as you can see on the slide, we provided a lot of AI goodness, from explaining alerts to junior analysts, to creating playbooks using natural language, and to having agents automatically evaluate and prioritize alerts, and even responding automatically. Now, all of these are designed to empower analysts and make them more efficient and more effective. But what makes Splunk unique and different in this space is what we call the human in the loop. So nobody right now feels comfortable just handing over the keys to the AI to do everything. No, we need to build trust. The AI needs to gain our trust. We need to see what it's doing and make sure that it fits our organization and that we trust it. So what that means is that whenever an AI wants to take action, first of all, it can explain the logic behind it. And second, you can decide whether that logic makes sense for your organization or not, and then approve or disapprove. And only after you've seen it enough time and you say, yes, this AI, I trust it, I can work with it, I'm willing to hand it some of the workflows, maybe not all of the workflows, you can do that. And if you don't feel comfortable, you don't have to do that. That's what we mean by human in the loop. So Splunk Enterprise Security is now available in 2 editions. The market-leading SIEM, Enterprise Security Essentials, unifies threat detection, alert triage, threat intelligence, investigation, and response into a single platform. And now it is enhanced with the AI Assistant for Security. And we've also announced Detection Studio in Alpha. Enterprise Security Premier takes that market-leading SIEM and expands it by adding the native SOAR that we mentioned and the native UEBA. Going a level deeper with some more details, both editions of Enterprise Security can help you with the same use cases. Essentially, ES Essentials provides you with everything that you need from a SIEM. A unified platform for security events, the ability to detect, investigate, and hunt for threats using different detection techniques and data analytics. And with Essentials, you'll also be able to use Detection Studio once it's generally available, and get entitlements to use the AI Assistant for security. What ES Premier provides you on top of that is you get that integrated SOAR, that native SOAR that is available for everyone in the SOC, and you also get proven and tested and verified UEBA. So we've tested those the machine learning models that detect anomalies and notify you if there's a insider threat. We've seen that they scale, we've tested them, so you don't need to manually or create them yourselves. You can just rely on what we provide out of the box. So let's switch gears. Why should you choose Splunk Enterprise Security? Well, because cyber threats pose such a big risk to your business operations, it's really important to choose a proven security platform. You want to minimize the risk. That is the main thing that security products do. So Splunk has been recognized as a leader in the Gartner Magic Quadrant for SIEM for 10 consecutive years. What this means is, or this consistent recognition underscores our sustained ability to innovate and our commitment to delivering world-class experience and world-class SecOps solutions for your SOC. And we've also been ranked #1 in all of the use cases in Gartner's critical capabilities for SIEM. So what that means is that we take the best components, the best capabilities to build that single AI-powered SecOps platform. What I want to highlight is that we've been doing this for over a decade. And why is that important? It's not just a 3.0 or a 4.0 release. And the reason why this is important is that every SOC is a little bit different. So we don't force fit you into a solution that was not designed for you, but rather we've had the time and the experience to build a complete solution that can meet all your use cases so that you don't need to swivel chair, so that you don't need to bolt together multiple solutions. You have one thing that covers all of your use cases. And in the past few years, we've also been focused on building a solution that fits the agentic AI era with a unified platform with automation and AI everywhere and for everyone in the SOC. So let's see what customers have already been able to achieve with this unified SecOps platform. IDC, the research firm, did an analysis called the business value of Splunk security and published it in a white paper. And what they've interviewed a bunch of customers, and what they've seen is that customers that are using our AI-powered platform were able to identify threats 64% faster and resolve incidents 55% faster. That's a lot. That's a lot of threats that are being resolved, and it cuts the dwell time by more than half. That's very critical for businesses. And furthermore, because of all the baked-in intelligence and the high-fidelity alerts and detections that we provide, they were able to lower the false positive rates by 46%. Think about it. You have 46% fewer alerts that you need to check whether they're important or not. You know that what you're getting is important. And finally, because we've put together SIEM and SOAR and UEBA all in one unified platform, if you compare it to bolting on multiple solutions, it actually comes out, this unified platform comes out 38% lower cost. So you're actually saving money there. A few examples of customers. Children's National Hospital is a customer of ours, and there are really bad threat actors there that target hospitals, that target children's hospitals. And as a healthcare provider, there are lots of regulations, data privacy, a lot of concerns. And before Splunk, their security teams faced swivel chair syndrome, constantly switching between multiple tools. They had a bunch of alerts. They did not have one single place for all that information. And this led to the fact that they simply could not process all those alerts effectively. Exactly the problems that we talked about earlier in this presentation. And now they can detect threats more accurately and increase their analyst productivity, as you can see on the slide. The financial sector with Fannie Mae also it's one of the largest scale financial institutions serving millions of customers in the US. And it has as a financial institution, it has very strict regulations that it needs to follow. So similarly, like the previous example, they were also able to take enterprise security and make their SOC and security operations much more efficient and effective. So to summarize our discussion today, Splunk Enterprise Security, the SIEM that you know and love and trust, has really evolved and grew to become a leading AI-powered SecOps platform that has SOAR and UEBA and threat intelligence and detection engineering and AI all combined together into one single platform. It's specifically designed to address the most pressing challenges that the SOCs are facing, the overwhelming amount of data and the difficulties in getting high-fidelity alerts, the inefficiencies caused by having multiple disconnected tools, and the struggle to keep pace with all the evolving threats that are out there. We offer this powerful solution in two flexible editions, ES Essentials and ES Premier. So that ensures that you can take the solution that fits your organization regardless of where you're at in your SOC journey. So with that, I'd like to thank you for spending the time with me today. I hope this has been helpful and educational. And if you want to learn more, we have a ton of materials on our website. You can take a product walkthrough. You can listen to webinars with customers. You can sign up for live demos. So please take advantage of all that we have to offer. And thank you.
When you're in the dark, unknowns are everywhere. And unknowns can leave you vulnerable. But Splunk can help you shine a light. We help you see across your entire tech stack. And not just see it, but understand it. So you can build resilience and be ready for whatever comes your way. System outages, security threats, funky code. Yep, they're all a thing, but they don't need to slow you down. Because at Splunk, we help you get ahead of them. We see opportunities, not obstacles, a brighter future, not fear, and a whole world of truly awesome what-ifs. Resilience isn't just about reducing risk. It's about finding new insights, solving problems quickly, and illuminating your path forward. So let's light it up.
So what's going on here? Have you seen their detection times? And their MTTR is to die for!
Hey, how can they even see?
We have Splunk.
They can spot anomalies in their sleep.
Wait, wasn't there some kind of incident?
Yeah, we handled that hours ago. Try to keep up.
You have an entourage now.
Come on. Come on!
Amy, hey, I know your team's doing some amazing work with Splunk, but I think it's going to their heads.
Oh, sorry, yeah. And your problem with boosting digital resilience and making sure our systems are safe and reliable is what exactly?
Touche.
Insider threats! System outage! Ransomware! New code! Zero-day exploit! DDoS attack!
Get ready for an unexpected traffic spike.
Hold on. You don't need to break a sweat to be more resilient. Splunk helps your business weather all kinds of disruptions, so you can be ready for anything.
Splunk helps financial services keep your incredibly complex systems up and running. We help you detect and respond to security incidents faster to minimize risk, remain compliant, and maximize revenue. Build your digital resilience with Splunk.
There's a file on this floppy disk. The first team to read that file wins. Let's go!
We've brought together 2 teams of 3 cybersecurity experts to battle it out in the first ever Cyber Games Boston. Over the course of 3 challenges, we'll test their skills, their knowledge, and their ability to work as a team. It's the Data Defenders versus the Bug Busters. Analysts, ready? Aim. Fire!
Please take your seats and silence all mobile devices. Our program is about to begin. The Splunk legal team requires that we share the following. As you might expect, we'll be making forward-looking statements about our business and financial performance during the course of this presentation. Those statements are subject to risk and uncertainties that are described in our filings with the SEC. Please welcome Splunk Senior Vice President and General Manager, Observability, Patrick Lynn.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. I'm so glad you all made it back for the keynote deep dive. I'm Patrick Lynn. I'm here to welcome you to an exciting new era for observability. And let's start with a question. Why are we here? Now, with all the advances we've been hearing about in AI, right, you might be tempted to think that it's already solved all the problems that observability platforms were meant to tackle. But let me actually answer my question with another question. Are we able to answer this one? Because when something goes bump in the night, do we know what the impact is to our business? Because in observability, that's the most important question, and it hasn't actually ever changed. What has changed is how we get to that understanding. Because in the beginning, we monitored infrastructure, right? It was a useful proxy for the health of the mission-critical apps that ran on it, and by extension, the business. And so if the server was down, so was the app. And over time, we came up with great ways to improve on the scalability and performance resilience of our applications with advances in apps and infrastructure, cloud, networking, and so on, right? And so the question actually became hard to answer once again. Because if the host is down, it might just be that you were auto-scaling in anticipation of less traffic, right? And so the surface area of what we need to understand has expanded, right? And it's further contributed to by the explosion in AI. Now, how many of you are building applications that incorporate Gen AI to up-level the experience, or AI agents that autonomously tackle mundane tasks on your behalf. And the point is that we now also need to stay ahead of the new uncertainties that AI brings. Because of the quality and reliability and cost of the experience delivered that can be affected by it, and of course the safety of it as well. So let me ask again, why are we here? And it's because observability has to evolve and will evolve, not only because you need to monitor yet another stack and yet another application architecture, though that of course is itself tremendously important, but it's also because AI gives us a new opportunity to change the way that observability is done and what outcomes it achieves. And also because in order for it to do so, we need that new approach. And so let me explain, and let me do that by introducing again the topic of agentic observability. So what do we mean by that? There are three critical components for AI agentic observability. First, you need to be using AI to work smarter and faster, right? Resilience isn't just about spotting what's broken. It's about preventing impact. And today, teams can be drowning in alert storms and spending Friday nights in reactive war rooms. And that model just doesn't scale with the complexity of the environments we run or the speed with which they change. And so we need a shift to prevent fires rather than simply trying to firefight faster. With AI agents that instrument and detect and troubleshoot and even remediate, issues can be stopped in their tracks before users ever notice. And that can free engineers from the toil of all of those incidents so that they can focus on solving novel problems and building what's next. Now, secondly, we already talked about how AI needs oversight. And AI-enabled systems, they can be unpredictable. The same input doesn't always yield the same output, and so the golden signals alone, they won't catch the wrong or unsafe or costly behavior. AI, the full stack of AI, right, has to be covered by observability. The GPUs, the foundational models, the orchestration frameworks, the agents, the conversations themselves. And so we're going to need telemetry for the quality and the safety and the cost, and the alignment to the business outcomes. And that's going to be a new bar for observability. Now, finally, you will be in a much better position to make use of the above if you think about observability from a platform perspective and use it to pull together clean machine telemetry along with the user and business context. And Splunk is going to connect signals from every layer for you, the cloud native and traditional apps, the owned and unowned infrastructure and networks, and enrich them with user experience and business performance in order to let teams cut through the noise and see the true end user and business impact and act where it matters at a cost that's aligned to value. And this unified business-aware data is the non-negotiable foundation. Without it, AI can't deliver real insight and won't be able to evolve with you. And so that's what we're here to do today, to pave the way for observability in the AI era. We're going to be making it easier for you to get complete visibility, correlate faster, collaborate better across every domain you can imagine, and then some. And we're not just providing a series of individual tools. We're providing a whole platform for resilience and innovation that enables you to streamline operations through tool consolidation and enables you to trust AI by monitoring both AI-driven systems as well as the AI that's powering them. And so today, I'm super excited about how we're making all this even stronger. So please help me welcome Raja and Sainas on stage. They're going to tell you about all the amazing product innovations that will make observability faster, smarter, and more connected to your business than ever before. Welcome, Raja and Sainas.
Thank you, PCL, and hello, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
So, Sainas, we are gathered in the lovely, lovely city of Boston, and you lead our AI efforts within Splunk Observability. So, I suppose we're going to, at some point, be talking about how we'll use AI to bring back the glory days for the New England Patriots?
Well, I'm no football expert, but I did feed the last season's data into our AI model, and it immediately flagged the Brady departure as a critical outage. Unfortunately, I don't think any amount of AI can replace Tom Brady, Raja.
Good. So, we don't know, we think it will require a lot more than AI to help the Patriots, but we can definitely help SRE teams, developer teams, operation teams by bringing them a completely reimagined, observability experience powered through AI. And if you look at observability tools, they have been around for upwards of 2 decades. And they have gotten better during this time. But the dirty secret in our industry is that the practice of observability still remains a complex, fraught exercise. You get an observability tool, you have to instrument your applications and infrastructure to capture the right telemetry data. Then you have to set up the right monitoring posture, your dashboards, your detectors, so that you get alerted to when something is wrong in your environment. And then when something inevitably does go wrong, teams have to come in and they are pulling together data in different dashboards, progressively narrowing the scope of investigation to get to the root cause. And it doesn't end there. You have to take remedial action, whether it's a bug fix in the application code or whether it's an underlying change in the infrastructure. In most environments, teams then have to produce an incident report for external and internal stakeholders. All of this involves a lot of human toil. Teams spend days going through these different workflows. And that is precisely what we'll be cutting down substantially with our AI efforts. We are going to evolve our AI product into a set of cooperating agents, an instrumentation agent, an alerting agent, a troubleshooting agent, a remedial action agent, and an incident report generation agent. And our AI approach, it's going to be grounded around 3 fundamental principles. It's going to be controlled. AI agents won't ever do anything that you haven't explicitly authorized them to do. Our AI is going to be transparent. So when it comes up with a root cause for a particular issue, it's going to clearly outline the steps that led it to that conclusion. And our AI is going to be extensible so that you, the human teams, you can interject at any point and you can steer the investigation into any particular direction. Now, this journey for AI, this is not new for us. We released our AI assistant earlier this year, and we have gotten a lot of tremendous feedback and engagement from all of you around that. And this effort is an extension that deeply embeds AI in those core observability workflows. And you'll see this AI capabilities across our entire portfolio, whether it's for classical 3-tier application, microservices applications, or for complex IT operations environment. But enough of me talking about this. Sainaz, why don't we see this in action?
Yeah, absolutely. So for the sake of this demo, I'm an SRE with the Splunk t-shirt company. Let's roll the demo. All right, it's 8 a.m. I'm sipping my coffee and looking at what AI agents in Splunk Observability Cloud have done for me overnight. So it looks like the AI agents detected several issues, grouped alerts into incidents, and even automatically resolved some for me. So I can focus on what really matters. Let me dig into this production issue. So it looks like at 3 a.m., my website stopped loading. I can see a summary of the issue, the root cause, and my next steps. Looks like the AI troubleshooting agent gathered evidence across synthetic tests, found high memory utilization for the Kubernetes node, gathered logs and other metrics, and even traced the issues into the dependencies that show high error rate for the WebSocket service. Based on all of this evidence, it built a high confidence hypothesis, and here it is validating. And it traced the root cause into a bug in a previous code commit. All of this initiated and executed autonomously. But I can also interact with it. I can ask follow-up questions. I can even ask it to run different analysis for me. Now, instead of waking me up at 3 a.m., the AI remediation agent ran a safe temporary mitigation of a pod restart. And it even verified that my website was up and running again within a few minutes of the issue happening. Splunk Observability Cloud AI agents do the heavy lifting so the engineers on my team can focus on building, not firefighting.
Wow. Isn't that incredible? So Sainath, when are we going to have all of this in the product?
Yeah, so what you just saw was the AI alerting agent, AI troubleshooting agent, and AI remediation agent. And in fact, we at Splunk are using some of these already. But these would be in the hands of our customers by the end of the year. So AI troubleshooting agent does iterative reasoning, pulls multiple data sources, metrics, traces, logs, to get you to the root cause. And it is a true AI-native interactive experience. Now, that's something to get excited about. And our agentic approach is across the entire portfolio. This is what AI troubleshooting agent looks like in App Dynamics. It summarizes issues, identifies and surfaces likely root causes, and it even gives you actionable next steps. So it ties detection to root cause across anomalies and health rule violations. And this is in production today. Now, extending our AI approach to IT ops, I am excited to announce ITSI AI-directed episode summarization. It gives you clear, context-rich summary of episodes, key events, timelines, urgency, suspected root cause. It ties detection to decision right away. And my favorite side benefit of that, all this info is available to you for your post-incident analysis. Okay, so who here hates alert noise? I do. Me too. That is why I am delighted to announce that ITSI Event IQ is generally available now. Thank you. I am pretty excited about that. So with ITSI Event IQ, you can now correlate alerts with AI to cut down the noise. You slash the manual effort because instead of hand-tuning rules, AI suggests interesting fields and correlation conditions. It even explains everything in plain language and gives you dynamic episodes names so you get transparency and explainability so you'll understand why certain alerts were grouped together.
Well, so you can see a ton of innovation in the product around how we are leveraging AI to bring forth a significantly better observability experience. But much like we are using AI to enhance our application, so are all of you. All of your applications are getting infused with AI agents. For those of you who attended the platform keynote earlier today, you may recall we talked about how we expect to have more than 1 billion AI agents within the next several years. All of this begs the question, how do we observe these AI agents? And what new facets of observability would we have to consider when observing these AI agents? Now, these AI agentic applications, they, of course, require a standard infrastructure stack, things like SQL databases, message queues, load balancers, and such. But they also require a specific to AI infrastructure stack. Language models like GPT, like Cloud, like Llama. You have vector databases like Pinecone and Weaviate. You have model orchestration engines like LangChain, LangGraph. And much like in our product Observability Cloud, we provide out-of-box monitoring for SQL databases, for message queues. Already in the shipping product, we provide out-of-box monitoring for this AI infrastructure stack. Now, when you get from the infrastructure to the application, we have always provided developers visibility into application code via spans and traces coming out of that. And those views, of course, they're still relevant for these agentic applications, but those views are not enough. What we need to give developers is a view into the prompts going into the models and the responses coming back and the entire sequence of those exchanges, what we call a conversation view. And that is precisely what we are building in the product. And as we have always done, the way we are capturing that telemetry is in a standards-based open way via OpenTelemetry. Now, PCL talked about how the AI applications, they are non-deterministic. You use an AI model in an application, and you feed it a system prompt to guide the application behavior. But how do you really know that the model is doing what you want it to do in the context of the application? The notion of evaluating model efficacy becomes paramount. And that is where we will be making it super easy for developers by giving them quality scores, so that each prompt coming back, you can tell whether this is an hallucination, whether this is a factually incorrect response or not. And we'll take the entire corpus of responses and we'll let the human teams score them for quality. And to get scale, we will let them use other LLMs to judge the responses for quality. Now, finally, if you look at security, it's always been a top-of-mind concern for application developers. But for these agentic applications, it becomes more so. Because now you have potentially confidential data, PII data, in the form of plain text that's going to cross organizational boundaries. Now, Splunk, we have deep expertise in security and observability, and that is where we'll leverage that expertise and Cisco's broader portfolio to bring a security-oriented lens into all of these exchanges between application code and the models. And with all of that, Sainaz, why don't we see how all of this is going to look like in practice?
Yes. So AI agents are really powerful, but also very risky. Costs can spike, quality can drop, and security issues can hide in plain sight. So let's roll the demo. Here's me again, your favorite SRE at the Splunk t-shirt company, and we have just launched a flash sales campaign that we built with multiple agents with agent-to-agent interactions. In fact, I'm on call for this, and I just got paged for an issue with my application. So I come here to the AI agent monitoring view. I see all of my different agents. I see operational metrics for them. I also even see evaluation scores for quality metrics, such as accuracy and coherence. Now here, by just looking at this, I see that the campaign generator agent is having issues. It actually looks like it's unhealthy, and the quality is dropping because the factual accuracy of this is dropping. So I want to dig into this a little bit further by looking at the conversations that are specific to this agent. Here, I'm going to zero in on conversations that are low quality and high cost. Also, because we are integrated with Cisco AI Defense, I know I am protected against security issues, safety issues, and even privacy issues. Now, I need to dig into this problem a lot more, so I want to look at a specific conversation that had this issue. Here I can see the inputs and outputs to my system. I can also see the entire agent workflow, including the tool calls and orchestration. I can see in the bottom right that we are claiming to have glow-in-the-dark t-shirts. That's wrong. And on the left, I can see the reason for that. It looks like the tool call to our verifier application has failed, and therefore our system has been hallucinating this whole time. Our AI assistant is telling me the issue is with the newest update to our system prompt. Now, because I had a view into security, operations, and quality all in one place, I can now tell my team to revert back to a previous system prompt and get my sales back on track.
Wow. That is amazing. So again, when are we going to get all these exciting capabilities in the product?
Well, that is the billion-dollar question, because as you may have heard in the product keynote, 1.3 billion AI agents are projected to be in operations by 2028. But don't worry, AI agent monitoring and observability cloud will be in your hands this November. So stay tuned for that. Now, we heard a lot about AI applications, but what about the AI infrastructure that powers all of it? AI infrastructure monitoring and observability cloud gives you a single view for health, availability, and consumption of your entire AI stack. You optimize resource utilization by tracking operational metrics, token cost, GPU, memory, transaction rate. You can visualize issues across your entire stack. You know what happened, where, and why, and it's all tied together to your business KPIs. It is also proactive, so you can catch issues before it hurts your users or your budget. Now, this is not limited to Observability Cloud. AI agent monitoring will be available soon in App Dynamics. This gives you visibility into the performance, cost, and quality, and you can correlate your models, AI applications, and business APIs all together. You can analyze cost and usage of AI applications to avoid surprises. Net-net, proactive health for your AI applications, clear compliance posture, and lower predictable costs.
So you can see a lot of innovation happening in the product, both around leveraging AI as well as letting you observe AI agentic applications. And this is all to ensure that with our solution, you are future-proof for the coming AI wave. Now that's about AI, but what about the here and now? How do we help you with your current day-to-day operations? And PCL, he started the session with a question, why are we here? And that's to have observability move the business. And the way we get there is to enable your SRE teams, your developer teams, your ops teams with a unified view, unified across the front end, the back end, the infrastructure, across the network, across all kinds of application infrastructure, across all kinds of infrastructure environment. And then to be able to let them tie key signals from those environments directly to business impact. Now, if you look at the true value of observability, it is unlocked when you use an observability tool to really understand how the human beings at the other end of the digital service, your users, what is their experience with the digital service. But in reality, the practice of observability is inverted. Only a few teams get to the point where the true value of an observability tool is unlocked. A lot of teams we see, they start with infrastructure monitoring. You are answering questions like, are my pods running hot? Or are they running out of memory? These are critical, necessary signals, but they are not particularly insightful for what is meaningful to the business. Now, some teams then graduate up to the application layer, and they can answer questions like, are my services experiencing high latency, or are they having high error rate? Again, extremely necessary signal, but still one step removed from true business impact. Now, the reason why a lot of teams cannot get to user signals and the tie into business impact, it is very complex to do so. And that is what we are simplifying. With a matter of a few clicks, we will, in Observability Cloud, let you pick key business journeys in your product, and then to be able to monitor them and be able to quantify what is the business impact when you are having an issue in there.
Yeah, that sounds great. Can we actually see a demo of this?
Absolutely. Let's roll the video, please. Your customer's digital experience can have an immediate impact on revenue. But when things break, most teams often fail to see what exactly in the business process is failing or why. That's why we build digital experience analytics in Splunk Observability Cloud so that you can quickly connect user signals to business impact. What you see here is a conversion funnel that is tracking the sale of t-shirt in an online retailer. Looks like something's going wrong with the checkout process and users are consistently dropping off at the payment step. Now, I can quickly filter to the list of problematic sessions, and I can use session replay to figure out what the users were doing before they dropped off. Now, AI helpfully has generated a summary. Looks like the payment page is taking too long to load, and the payment backend service is experiencing high latency. Now, the problem seems to have started around 7:30 in the morning, and it seems like we may have already lost $50,000 in sales. Now, in the related entities tab, I can figure out the health of the entities backing the payment service, and then I can jump into the detail tab where I can get additional context around the key metrics around user drop-off and how they have been trending over the past several days. Now, all of the data confirms what the AI summary told me. I now have a complete view of the entire issue, and I'm able to quantify the impact. I can now reach out to the appropriate development team and engage with them so that they can fix the underlying issue so as to minimize future disruptions to the business.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, this will be tremendously helpful for my product teams because it gives us visibility into end user behavior and usage.
Yeah. So, and all of this is going to be available as alpha in the product in October of this year. Again, so if you see, in a matter of few clicks, you are able to pick a critical user's journey in your application. You're able to monitor it. You're able to tie it back to what exactly is the impact to business because of that. Powerful capabilities simplified to a matter of few clicks.
That's fantastic. Awesome. All right, so we talked a lot about the business impact, but from business journeys all the way down to applications that power them, I am so excited to announce best-in-class support for 3-tier and microservices application now in Splunk Observability Cloud. We are bringing the strengths of App Dynamics and Splunk Observability Cloud together. You can monitor your business transactions, really the end-to-end flows that matter to you, like checkout or account creation. But not only that, you can connect your business impact all the way down to code-level issues, service instance issues, or even underlying infrastructure issues in the Kubernetes cluster. And this will be generally available next month. Now, we all know it's all about that database. We have always given you a view to database from application and infrastructure. But with database monitoring, now we are providing deep query insights. You can see CPU time, wait time, even execution plans. And it's all correlated with, you guessed it, your business metrics. You can uncover heavy patterns, right-size capacity, so you can cut spend without sacrificing quality and performance. And there is so much more. We're deepening our integration with Splunk Platform, with optimized Log Observer Connect for accessing Splunk Platform logs, with log-based charts in Splunk Observability Cloud, and full role-based access control integration, all managed centrally in Splunk Cloud. We're announcing also several other capabilities like application vulnerability detection in Observability Cloud and mobile session replay in Observability Cloud and App Dynamics. We're also extending more of these integrations with the Cisco portfolio, with Observability Cloud RUM integration with Thousand Eyes, and enterprise networking content packs in ITSI. So there is a lot of innovation happening here.
Now, you can see for all of the innovation that we have been bringing forth in the product over the past several years, we have been consistently recognized by the analyst community as a leader in observability. And we are incredibly grateful for that. But what is the point of even a greater pride for us is when we get to hear from you, our customers, as to how our products, our technology is making a meaningful difference in your operating environments. And to hear one such story, let's roll the video, please.
So I'd like to welcome to the stage from T-Mobile, Dave Cornett, Solutions Architect. All right, Dave, how's it going?
Pretty good.
Good. Thank you for joining us. So for us to get started, maybe you can share with us a little bit about your role at T-Mobile and how observability fits in.
Sure. So, hi, everybody. I'm Dave Cornett. I am the senior architect over observability tooling at T-Mobile. So my role is to advise on strategy for how we tool up for metrics, events, logs, traces, synthetics, packet capture, all the kit and caboodle that makes up the enterprise tooling portfolio.
Excellent. So a lot of ground covered there. So tell us a little bit about why observability matters for T-Mobile.
Sure. So at T-Mobile, our team provides platform, but also a center of excellence to make sure that we are training up our operations teams, that we're listening to their requirements, and that we're helping them to build the solutions that they need to proactively manage the performance of their systems, to respond to incidents and triage when there are incidents, and to do the postmortems and root cause analysis afterwards. It's the basic operations process that keeps our customers happy.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I guess all this work that these folks are doing, right? Who are the stakeholders, and what part of it sort of matters most to those stakeholders?
At T-Mobile, we've always seen really our most important business stakeholders as our customers. Since I joined in 2013, it's been part of the DNA of the company to be very customer obsessed. So to that end, our leadership right now is really lightning focused on building out digital-first, AI-enabled, data-driven, self-service experiences within our T-Life mobile app. We're doubling down on that strategy and moving from what was traditionally sort of retail and care-focused use case into building out those digital-first experiences that are always on. So moving operationally really from a place where we have maintenance windows and change freezes to the much more operationally rigorous space where we are always on. We are making sure that we just don't do downtimes anymore.
Yeah. Who does downtime, really? Right? Come on. So one of the things we mentioned this morning is that you're in the process of unifying the data and tools that you've got, right? Tell us a little bit about why that's a thing. Why are you trying to pull together the different tools?
Sure. So like at a lot of the large companies that I've talked to people from, T-Mobile, we have historically liked to joke that with observability tools, we've got one of everything, if not two or three. And it's sort of funny, but at the same time, in reality, that's a huge tax on the operations teams, especially the central SRE and ops teams that need to drive incidents. We've got teams that have really built up an amazing ecosystem of dashboards and alerts in Splunk. We have other teams that have leaned really heavily into App Dynamics. We have teams that have built up their own sort of open source stacks outside of the enterprise suite that we're pulling back in. And in the end, for the central SRE teams, the complexity there has become very difficult for them to manage. So for us, getting to the point where instead of really offering up that sort of suite of separate observability tools as a separate portfolio, trying to build a cohesive operations experience where it's really clear that you start with metrics telling you there's a problem, you inspect your traces to see where it is, right, and the logs inform. We're trying to make sure that we can double down on an open telemetry first end-to-end tracing as a first-class citizen experience that our central ops teams know how to consume without having to talk to every team to figure out which dashboard is where that they're supposed to look at.
Yeah. I mean, I think that a lot of what you're talking about here is this sort of standardization of the data and the approach, right? And I think that when we talked about it this morning, some of the reason for doing so is so that you can actually get to the point where you're using AI effectively. So tell us a little bit about how you're using AI in observability at T-Mo.
The agentic stuff, right, that's the next frontier, and everybody talks about that. As somebody on the ground that's really delivering value right now, I really like to celebrate some of the stuff that has hit maturity over the last 5 to 10 years in a way that we can really deliver in ways that we were talking about on stages, 5 to 10 years ago, right? So, I mean, it seems like table stakes, and it is, but anomaly detection, right, is getting to the point where it can be delivered at scale and with cardinality that we really never could deliver before. So with Splunk Observability Cloud, we are pulling in red metrics across our entire API ecosystem by tapping into our API gateways that emit open telemetry data. And we can actually effectively there build detectors that detect anomalies in error rates or latency across every endpoint that matters enough to be in the API gateway, right? So that also, because we have the tagging standard associated with that open telemetry data, we have CMDB IDs associated with all those endpoints, which means I can figure out, okay, this API is part of this service, which is modeled in the CMDB to this, what we call a key flow. So I can really easily go in and with that advanced anomaly detection across that vast swath of data, very quickly go in and see, do I have anomalous error rates or latency that are in some way impacting our ability to activate a phone, to upgrade a phone, to submit a payment. And that honestly blows me away that I see that happening at the scale that it happens. Because like 5 years ago, that was a serious challenge to do in the way that we do it today. The other piece of this, right, I think 5 years ago, a lot of the hype cycles were around some of the AI-based like anomaly correlation. So getting to the point where instead of just having anomalies, you could go in and have the system tell you in an automated way, these ones are probably symptoms, these ones are probably root causes. Most of the 5 years ago stuff was like on main stages and people talked about it, but it was not really, it was a cookbook mostly, and it was not necessarily delivering the value. I think the last 5 years, you've seen that really accelerate, and we're starting to see that get delivered in tools in ways that on the ground are adding a ton of value today, which is fantastic. Agentic, right, that's obviously the next frontier, and that's where all the investment is happening, and it's really exciting to see, because the promise there, the ability to automate some of the domain expertise that central ops relies on, gives the ability to both accelerate and insulate the operations experience so that it can be done by a smaller group of people, and so that those domain experts get a chance to sleep. So
sleep is a very good thing, part of the value proposition, I think. So maybe let's turn a little bit toward the observability for the AI-enabled applications or agents. You talked about the observability, how we're using AI in it, but how about the sort of corollary of that?
Sure. So, we do have a system of AI services that we support. Because they are all new, because everything is in that space, they're being built to our new modern standard for open telemetry instrumentation. All of that sends its tracing data into Splunk Observability Cloud, and we have a very sophisticated picture of the availability and performance of that AI ecosystem. But we have not yet sort of settled on a good solution for the quality of service, for the security. We have, I will say this, the open telemetry instrumentation that we've gotten support from Cisco in building, the portability of that has allowed us to start looking in the market and very easily POC things, which has been fantastic. I am very excited to see it coming in as real product on the Cisco side, because obviously if we can reduce that swivel chair and again give people one picture of availability, performance, quality of service, security, and cost, that's a fantastic value add.
Absolutely. We've got a product for that. But also, I guess part of the talk track around that is in how OpenTelemetry is a standard that not only we're able to take advantage of, right, but the benefit is that there are a lot of other folks in the ecosystem who are adopting that as well. So it actually allows us to connect the dots across both the systems that you have internally as well as what the third parties are out there producing. Now, I guess if we were to then look a little bit further ahead into this agentic side of observability, if you could wave your magic wand, where would you want that to take you?
Since I first started working with observability tooling, it's almost 20 years ago now, which is kind of scary. The promise of that observability tooling has been we will empower level 1 and level 2 engineers to be able to drive incidents without having to pull domain experts onto a bridge of 50, 100, 150 people. And yet, right, those bridges persist. Yeah. Agentic AI, to my view, is really the first technology that has the ability to deliver on that promise, to not just give people sort of a central dashboard or a central view, maybe sort of correlated, saying maybe these are root causes, but to get to the point where that central ops person, who is not going to have all of the expertise, has the ability to lean on agentic expertise from AI that can go in and be a network engineer and be a Kubernetes platform admin and be a developer and go in and run the commands, do the triage, consolidate it all, and bring it back to a summary that's consumable for that level 1 engineer so that they know where the probable root cause is, what the most likely course to correct it is, and to get to the point where they know who to call in the middle of the night, again, leaving those domain experts to get a good night's sleep. That's the dream, right? And it's not here yet. It's going to be a journey to get there, but I think everybody sees the value prop of where it's going.
Yeah, 100%. I think that part of this is, like we were discussing yesterday, that when you think about the evolution of DevOps, where you put the developers on the front line so that they are there and feel the pressure of production and therefore are motivated to change their code appropriately. Now with this idea of agentic ops, now we can kind of go back in the other direction, right? And have agents as the teammates that help you out. And get us back to the sleep kind of value proposition. Now, okay, so now what are all these folks going to do with all that sleep? How are you going to change the work that the team does?
So, I mean, there's fear factors around automation. I've never really been a doom and gloom guy with that. I think from my perspective, again, the AI and that agentic promise is the promise that observability tooling has been making since the very beginning. It is that promise that our central ops and SRE and level 1 and level 2 teams will finally get the insights and the data they need to drive their jobs effectively and quickly. And then that allows the domain experts, right? There is no anchor on productivity that is heavier than operational toil, right? The 2 a.m. outages, or for that matter, the 2 p.m. outages, they randomize us. They keep us from getting the rest that we need to be effective. They are the reasons that projects are hard to deliver on time. And from my perspective, it's not so much about retooling or reskilling. It's about making sure that those central SRE teams can effectively do their jobs, and the domain experts are freed up to focus on design, build, innovate, develop, right? The things that are their jobs and that they're supposed to be doing.
So we can all do our jobs.
Yeah,
is what you're saying. Okay, well that sounds like a great goal for us to aim for. Now, I guess when you think about all the work that you have done, you've been in the observability space for quite some time here. Can you share like an aha moment that you got, that sort of prompted you down these different paths?
I can't share the details of like specific incidents in this kind of a forum.
Everyone signed an NDA, right?
But what I will say, right? I mean, the observability tools that we support, it's like the oxygen that the operations teams breathe, right? It's their day in, day out, and I get to observe that in daily ops forums, in outage calls. All over the place, and every day I see them proactively managing their systems, responding to incidents, doing RCAs, and I get an enormous amount of pride from what our teams do to help support them through that. The closest thing I could come to a specific incident, right, it is the month of September, and for anyone that has worked in the telecom space or is just a big Apple fan is aware, right, September's a big month. There are new devices likely on the way, and the T-Mobile crew will be heading back from this conference into an operational war room footing to make sure that we are ready with our observability platforms and our operation teams have the data they need to be able to confidently work through one of those high-volume sales events. So that, yeah.
Well, I'm very excited to hear that because I'm due for an upgrade myself. Now, one of the things that we've talked about in some of the other keynote deep dives is the level of work we're doing with our colleagues within Cisco. So I know you're a big Cisco customer on top of all of the other Splunk, the App Dynamics, and so on. What are your thoughts on the integration work that we're doing?
T-Mobile has been a customer of almost the entirety of Cisco's observability portfolio for a large number of years, right? We had App Dynamics in place at scale before Cisco acquired them. We were a huge Splunk shop traditionally. We get a ton of value out of that product in both the operations and the security space. We had a SignalFX contract before Splunk acquired them, and Splunk Observability Cloud was born. We had a Thousand Eyes contract before Cisco acquired them. So
you're saying Cisco is following you?
Yeah, I wanted to say thank you first for making our strategy your own. And largely what I want to say, though, is I am really excited about the opportunities that come from having all of those diverse products that we get a ton of value out of individually, all within one product and engineering umbrella, focused on trying to take the best of each and create a unified experience out of it, right? I'm very excited to see some of the things that we love about App Dynamics, the business insights, the AI-driven capabilities, the database monitoring, move into Splunk Observability Cloud, see those things unify. I'm very excited to see the Log Observer Connect capabilities that connect your traces and your metrics into logs in a seamless way. That whole portfolio with Thousand Eyes starting to integrate it in as well. Candidly, T-Mobile is not there connecting all those systems where we need to be, but I see the product coming together in that way, and I'm really excited to make sure we do get there because, as I said, that swivel chair for our central ops teams is a significant pain point. So for me, that's our strategy, and I'm really excited, like I said, to see the innovations here.
That's excellent. It takes us kind of full circle back to the question about unified observability and why it matters. So I guess maybe with the last couple minutes here, we've got folks who have been working in observability as well, like you. Any kind of words of wisdom or advice based on your experience in this journey so far?
I'd say first, start with sort of developing North Star for what observability needs to look like in your organization and prioritize the path to get there. A lot of people start with infrastructure and sort of build up the stack and work their way towards business insights. T-Mobile, my journey was a little bit different. I joined 2013, and we were just coming out of an outage where we had a lot of observability data, but leadership was frustrated that through that outage, there was not a clear picture of, are we healthy, are we not, are we recovered, are we not, that was at least leadership consumable. So my mission early on was to make sure that we created visibility at the service delivery level so that we could create that sort of fire bell, single pane of glass dashboard that our executive leadership, that our central SRE and ops teams could really steer the ship with to say, are we healthy? Let's make sure that we make those red lights turn green. And so we started with that sort of service delivery and business impact, and then started moving down the stack and saying, okay, we have diverse siloed things in the APM and the log collection space. Let's solidify APM with App Dynamics and start building up Splunk instead of database logging. And we sort of moved the stack down to infrastructure. It can be done either way, but you need to choose a path and start to build your maturity towards that North Star. The infrastructure for us came last, and I think was also sort of confused by it happened at about the same time that infrastructure started to get infinitely more complex with containerization, hybrid cloud, partner-inclusive ecosystems. And that is where I would say the other piece of advice that I'd come with is start to really lean into some of the modern open standards for exactly those kind of environments. 5 years ago, I was one of the main people within T-Mobile telling people to stop on the open tracing, now open telemetry front, because I didn't feel it was enterprise ready. We have completely shifted gears on that and are really doubling down on open telemetry to solve those problems. I believe it is enterprise ready now. What I'm seeing in Splunk Observability Cloud, what I'm seeing when I work with our partners to tell them we want end-to-end tracing even as it leaves our ecosystem. But I can do that with open telemetry because it's just W3C standards I need to tell them about, not to tell them to like adopt our tooling or do something that no partner is going to do. So it's very exciting starting to see with open telemetry, with those open standards, that you can drive towards a full end-to-end telemetry experience that works in that hybrid cloud, partner-driven, complex ecosystem. And for Cisco and Splunk, all the contributions they've made to that environment, I'm really grateful for. And I also love the fact that you're helping us get there on the instrumentation front, because it shows me that you're confident enough to help us build portable telemetry, because you know that you'll be the right data solution for us going forward.
Absolutely. All right. Great words of advice. Thank you so much, Dave, for joining us. Please, a round of applause for Dave. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was really interesting to hear about the whole journey that Dave and T-Mobile have undergone here. Now, I wanted to spend a few minutes here towards the close talking about the innovation that we're doing, not just within the Splunk team, which you've heard quite a lot about, and by the way, which we've got a ton more to talk about. Just hit us on the show floor or something, but also the innovation that we're doing within our colleagues, with our colleagues at Cisco. So the first one I want to talk about is AI Canvas. This is something that got demoed last night. Hopefully you got a chance to see it. And I think that within the context of observability, the way we like to think about that is it's a way for us to add AI-enabled virtual war rooms. Okay? So what that means is that you can go from the single-player mode that you're often in when it comes to observability tooling, where you're one person looking at the information on that screen, to being able to engage your colleagues who know more about this service or that system. And together, you'll be able to get to a faster answer and also bring in the non-player characters, right? The NPCs, the AI agents who can be your teammates. Now, the second piece here is around the Cisco Data Fabric. We already talked about how this is fundamentally powered by the Splunk platform. And so with observability already integrated with and aligned with the Splunk platform, a lot of what you see us doing, the Log Observer Connect, the metrics pipeline management, these are inherently part of that architecture already. And I think as we go forward and do things like federate the trace and metric backends, that's going to help further, and you're going to see this fabric become even richer. Now, with Isovalent, which was one of the subjects of discussion on the platform side, we've actually been working with them to pull information from their agent at the eBPF level for cloud-native network visibility. So you'll be able to see, for example, inside of Kubernetes clusters, what's going on in between services without having to do a whole lot of work. And then finally, we're very excited to be partnering with the agency project. This is part of an effort within Cisco to drive open standards for observability of agentic apps. And of course, they're doing more than the observability piece. We're working with them on that. But what they're going to do with us as they extend into multi-agent scenarios is help us figure out what the right way to provide that visibility is going to be. So lots of great stuff that's coming from these sort of collaborative exercises we've got going on inside of Cisco. Okay, so I hope you've gotten a feel for the work that we're doing here today. I do want to close by acknowledging the incredible work of all of the Splunk and Cisco teams. I'm delighted to have had the opportunity to come up here and represent their work, right? And my only regret is that we're only able to show you just a smattering of the new capabilities. But if what you've seen today piques your interest, I want to invite you once again to join us on this journey with Splunk and Cisco as your trusted partner towards this new era of observability. Now, there's more, of course. Please visit us on the show floor for deep dive demos. You can also catch additional breakout sessions. And if you're interested in participating in the many alphas that we talked about today, please visit our Voice of Customer website, voc.splunk.com. Okay? All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the show.
How can they even see?
We have Splunk.
They can spot anomalies in their sleep.
Wait, wasn't there some kind of incident?
Yeah, we handled that hours ago. Try to keep up.
You have an entourage now.
I know your team's doing some amazing work with Splunk, but I think it's going to their heads.
Oh, sorry, yeah. And your problem with boosting digital resilience and making sure our systems are safe and reliable is what exactly?
Touché.
Insider threats! System outage! Ransomware! New code! Zero-day exploit! DDoS attack!
Get ready for an unexpected traffic spike.
Hold on. You don't need to break a sweat to be more resilient. Splunk helps your business weather all kinds of disruptions, so you can be ready for anything.
In manufacturing, your business is full of moving parts, which makes securing every edge and integrating IT and OT a big ask. But when you get there, you light up incredible possibilities. Splunk helps manufacturers build edge-to-enterprise resilience, so you can be smarter and more secure at every step, and keep your operations up and running no matter what. We help you see across all of your IT and OT systems, so you can detect and respond to threats faster. This helps you catch problems before they become issues and minimize unplanned downtime. With edge-to-enterprise monitoring, you can also gain deep insights and drive incredible transformation from the factory floor to the final product. At Splunk, we're excited about the progress we help manufacturers see every day. From reaching your sustainability goals to seamlessly boosting your productivity and efficiency at scale, we're ready to help you reach next-level resilience and unlock the innovations that will bring on a brighter future. In financial services, resilience is imperative because your systems can't fail, you can't afford to get hacked, and you have to keep up with ever-changing demands. It's a lot, but Splunk can help. We shine a light into every corner of your business so you can fend off threats, create better customer experiences, and find new ways to maximize revenue. With visibility across your entire stack, the benefits are huge. You can detect, investigate, and respond to security incidents faster to minimize risk and protect your reputation and your clients. Analyze business and technical data more efficiently so you can create long-term, loyal customers. And keep your incredibly complex systems up and running while complying with evolving regulations. We know the stakes are high. That's why our standards are too. Splunk is built to handle the complex challenges you face today and can scale to meet massive global demands. In financial services, compromising isn't an option, but working toward a brighter future is. Let's build your resilience together and get there.
When you're in the dark, unknowns are everywhere. And unknowns can leave you vulnerable. But Splunk can help you shine a light. We help you see across your entire tech stack. And not just see it, but understand it. So you can build resilience and be ready for whatever comes your way. System outages, security threats, funky code. Yep, they're all a thing, but they don't need to slow you down. Because at Splunk, we help you get ahead of them. We see opportunities, not obstacles, a brighter future, not fear, and a whole world of truly awesome what-ifs. Resilience isn't just about reducing risk. It's about finding new insights, solving problems quickly, and illuminating your path forward. So let's light it up.
In our super-connected world, the communications and media industry has a lot on the line. Your networks help people stay in touch, get around-the-clock care, and protect their nest eggs. Expectations are incredibly high, and reliability is a must. But here's the good news. Splunk can help you meet today's rigorous demands and keep your customers connected to their essential services and to you. With end-to-end visibility across your most complex hybrid environments, you can reduce latency and catch issues before they become big problems. You can detect key security risk to protect your systems and those who rely on them. And with access to a wealth of high-quality data, you can not only find efficiencies and streamline operations at scale, but also discover new ways to wow your customers and reduce churn. At Splunk, we help communications and media organizations build resilient digital systems so you can deliver brilliant experiences, illuminate possibilities, and strengthen the countless connections that power our world.
Hello, everyone. Good day. So today we are going to talk about how we make troubleshooting easier with Splunk Observability and how AI actually helps us make it faster. With that, a part of this content is talking about the future roadmap, and that roadmap is subject to change. So that's the forward-looking statement for you all. And who we are. So my name is Tapan Shah. I'm a director of product for Splunk Observability. I own Splunk's IT Service Intelligence and on-call products. And I'm joined by my colleague, Anu Kath. Anu, over to you for intro.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anu Kath, and I lead the technical aspects of AI capabilities in Splunk Observability.
Great. With that, let's talk about what we're going to actually talk today. So first, we're going to start it with why observability, right? Why is it important? Then we are going to talk about what Splunk offers when it comes to observability, what specific problems we help solve, and who do we solve it for? How does AI play a role in this problem solving? And we're going to talk about very specific use cases, including demonstration of those. So a lot of the content today is actually seeing the product and seeing the demonstration. With that, let's talk about why observability and why do we need it. How many of you actually have these problems, right? You have a change that's resulting in an incident. Now you need to detect where the problem is. You need to investigate the impact. You need to identify what the root cause is, and then you need to go resolve this problem. This particular process looks relatively simpler on this slide, but as you all know, this is really complex. It slows you down, and it also results in too many teams working in their siloed view, actually taking a lot longer to resolve the real issue. So with that, to solve challenges like this, we have Splunk Observability. So let's talk about how we deliver the observability solution. Splunk's observability has these 4 core components, as you can see here. At the foundation of it, you have Splunk Platform, which is a unified platform for logs, metrics, alerts, and trace data all coming together in one single place. This is the platform that allows you to bring any data from any environment, any stack, in any format, structured, unstructured, or semi-structured, all in one single place. That is supported by App Dynamics, which is optimized for 3-tier and tier self-managed environments monitoring, and Observability Cloud, which is optimized for observability of cloud-native environments monitoring. On top sits IT Service Intelligence, or ITSI, that brings it all together into one single place. And it not only gets the data together from Splunk native technology, but it also supports third-party vendor technologies and domains as well. With that, let's talk about what problems do we help solve, and Anu will walk us through that.
Yeah, so let's dive into what problems Splunk Observability helps solve. As Tapan went through like the whole uniqueness that shows up with Splunk Observability in terms of like getting support for a plethora of personas. As you can see, it's persona agnostic in the sense that IT operators, network operators, developers, SREs, app engineers, service owners, even network analysts can get to the problem root causes, identify solutions, and get remediations through Splunk Observability. And the way that value is delivered is we bring any kind of data, it could be metrics, events, logs, traces from a variety of data sources into Splunk, provide a visibility to an entire IT estate, and break the whole siloed mode of operation. We help you with these AI capabilities embedded in the workflows to identify the problems, understand the impact of these problems, and a guided way to resolve and remediate them. Okay, let's go and dive into the fact that how AI is helping us in this whole incident timeline of looking at what the problem is, investigation part, the root cause analysis, offering the impact, and then the remediation. So AI is embedded across this incident lifecycle, as you can see. The very first step of detection, which means like a faster, more accurate way of figuring out what the problem is. And we have several tools that are built into our workflows, like an outlier detection, dynamic thresholding, auto detection within the data that's coming up, and providing alerts or incidents right up to the user without them doing any configurations, and predictive analytics. As a next step, which is the investigation or finding the root cause, we have capabilities like alert correlation, wherein we identify similar alerts and correlate them and group them so that there is alert noise reduction. We also have capabilities for event prioritization and AI-directed root cause analysis involving trend discovery and using LLM as a backend to do reasoning and judgment. And finally, the automation and remediation piece, which is very important once you have done the root cause analysis, where we have capabilities like alert actions and identifying similar incidents and suggested responders. All of this is backed by AI assistants that we have in place. And we have the Observability Cloud AI Assistant and the SPL AI Assistant, and we have more assistants coming in the future as well.
Okay, thank you, Anu. So as we saw, there are just a lot of capabilities that we have which are all AI-driven capabilities for the complete incident lifecycle. So let's talk about how these capabilities actually map to different use cases. So as Anu mentioned, our goal here is to have AI at every step of troubleshooting. With that, we are primarily going to talk about these three use cases. The first one is eliminating siloed visibility. Now, as we talk about these use case, we will see that the way in which we try to address this using AI is we introduced in product, in context AI experience. So the AI experience here is pretty much partly embedded, and then part of the experience is conversational, which is basically the chat assistant based experience. Next, for the second use case, which is more about finding signals from noise and finding it quickly, that's also pretty much an embedded AI experience, but it's done through the capability that we call it as Event IQ, which is nothing but an AI-driven alert grouping mechanics, which do not require any manual rule creations, and it has an ability to suggest fields based on the incoming alert metadata. Last but not the least is finding the root cause, because that's what the IT teams mainly care about. And that's where we are going to introduce how we move from an embedded or foundational AI experience to the agentic AI experience, where the troubleshooting agents are just talking to each other regardless of the product components that you use across the Splunk observability. With that, let's dig into these use cases. So let's go with the first use case of eliminating siloed visibility. So what exactly does this mean, right? So you do have, I'm pretty sure there are so many of you who face these challenges where, hey, I have too many tools. For every domain, I have one particular tool. My teams are kind of having siloed visibility on. Nobody has this end-to-end big picture view. And when it comes to identifying a problem and trying to identify the root cause, it results into a finger pointing exercise. That's exactly what we're going to talk about now and how we help solve it. So we are going to talk about here a specific persona, in this case, who is an IT analyst, and their responsibility is to ensure that their tier 1 or business critical applications are always available and their customer experience is not degraded. Now, what's their big challenge? So especially this is a particular example related to the retail organization where if payments fail, right, that pretty much results into dissatisfying the customers. And that actually has a direct dollar revenue impact. So this particular persona is incentivized to identify these problems and then help resolve them faster. How do we do it? It'll be a combination of Splunk ITSI, App Dynamics, and Splunk Observability Cloud in a way that this is how our integrated observability solution helps our customers. To see how we actually do it, Anu will walk us through the demo. So let's see this in action.
So right now I'm looking at the boutique company service topology, wherein Splunk IT Service Intelligence is used to observe and monitor this two aspects of this company. One is the online aspect and the other one is the store aspect. In the online side of things, I have the mobile app, which is powered by the Splunk Observability Cloud data. And then I have the boutique website, which has commerce backend powered by AppD and digital experience powered by App Dynamics and Thousand Eyes. So for me, the special interest is in this boutique payment service, wherein it is directly associated with the revenue. So I would like to see why that got degraded. I can see that Splunk Observability Cloud metric, which is powering this KPI here in ITSI, is degraded. Looking further, I see that this particular entity got degraded, and let's look at how the drill down for that into Splunk Observability Cloud APM dashboard shows up. So here is the service map where I see that the payment service looks like is closer to the root cause here. I see that it's degraded, and I see that the map from the another service, which is the front end, is showing a latency towards this checkout service, and then there is issues from checkout service to the payment service. At this point, as a service owner, I would like to open the Splunk Observability Cloud chat assistant and ask a question: what are the issues with my payment service? I had asked this before, so I can see the analysis being displayed here. So let me go over the analysis. It does say that the payment service has significant issues, and it provides a detailed breakdown of the metrics. It shows that it looked at requests and errors, and there is a high error count that suggests a substantial portion of the requests are failing. It provides a breakdown in terms of P90, P99, and P50 values for latency. It does suggest that there's a high latency at these percentiles, indicating that many requests are taking longer. Further, it does a breakdown by showing that the HTTP status code 401, which primarily is the authorization issue, is affecting 654 requests. Further, it also shows that the version 350.10 is also resulting in errors for all the requests. At this point, as a service owner, I can hypothesize in my mind that there could be a relationship between the two, wherein the version of the application might be causing these errors. And if you see, the AI analysis does provide a recommendation where it says that since all the errors are associated with this version, maybe rolling back to the previous stable version could be one of the remediation steps that could be taken. As you can see, that the AI analysis does provide a strong path for the end user to troubleshoot their service.
Let's move on to the second use case. This use case is more about finding signals from noise, finding it quickly so that you can reduce the number of actionable incidents your IT teams have to deal with. So here, we are talking about a specific persona who is an IT operator persona. Their simple goal here is that they want to do centralized event management for alerts that are coming from disparate IT tools, like all into one single place. What's their challenge? The main challenge that the operations team face here is that every time there is an incident that they need to act upon, it roughly costs them about $13 per ticket to just triage the incident, and about close to $50 per incident to even resolve those. So these personas are actually incentivized to reduce the number of actionable incidents. And then we're going to talk about how Splunk ITSI's Event IQ, which is an AI-driven automated event correlation or event grouping capability, is going to help us solve it. Anu, over to you.
Continuing on the example of monitoring an online store through Splunk, I see an incident/episode in Splunk IT Service Intelligence here, which tells me that something is off with my Buttercup Digital service. I look at the events timeline and see how things unfolded. As I can see, around 12:30 a.m., the metric error count did reach its threshold, and then error counts and APM rate and interaction count also got degraded. I see that my payment service got affected, and which led to degradation in mobile app, cart service, and so on. I can click on each of these swim lanes to look at the individual alerts and drill down from there as well. As a part of a feature that we have been developing in Splunk IT Service Intelligence called Event IQ, we provide the ability using ML to intelligently group the incoming alerts based on the commonalities within their fields and their values. As you can see, that Event IQ for this particular episode has grouped based on these three particular fields. Alert group, which it has recognized that had two values with the frequency shown here. It also accounts for the service topology aspect of the system and groups the alerts if they fall in the similar side of the topology altogether. In terms of how Event IQ is configured, when I click on this aggregation policy, it opens up the notable event aggregation policy. As you can see that we have the Event IQ enabled on this, and looking further, I can see that the ML algorithm looked through the various fields and their values across all the alerts, and it decided to rank a certain subset of fields, which is the 4 fields shown here. It does rank alert group as first rank field, and then service name, and followed by source and entity name. The user does have the ability to switch ranks and fine-tune this settings and even add more fields and then preview the results of grouping in the UI. This way, the ML algorithm does under the hood, take away all the pain of manual configuration of the policy for grouping, and it does that in the background for the end user to just look at the impact directly in the episode analyzer.
How was it? I think that was pretty good, because for those of you who have dealt with event correlations before this, you know how much of a manual effort that has been. But now, with just a click of a button, you are able to enable Event IQ, and then it's going to make your life simpler for things like deduplication or correlations by source or correlations by alarm types and so on and so forth. So with that, let's move on to our next use case, which is all about finding the root cause, because this is where the real money is. Yes, I've grouped all these problems together. What exactly is the root cause? So let's talk about how we help solve this challenge. The biggest problem that we hear our customers facing is that when identifying the root cause, the biggest thing here is that who helps them do this context stitching and data correlation across different domains and across different data types. So let's talk about a specific persona here who is nothing but an application owner who actually owns the development and operations of services which are supporting a retail company's web store. Their main challenge is that when a customer cannot reach a retail portal or they cannot search a specific product that they want in the catalog, every time they want to purchase products and this experience is degraded, it costs them close to $1 million per hour. So these folks are heavily incentivized to decrease the time it takes to find where the problem is and identify the root cause. Now, this is where, as I mentioned earlier, we are going to talk about how our futuristic agentic AI approach is going to help us drive this AI-directed troubleshooting where the users are not really mining for data to identify where the problems is and find the root cause, but they actually get the issues that need attention bubbled up in front of them. So let's see this in action, where we're going to see two specific elements for IT operators. ITSI's episode summarization, which is a capability that we have introduced as beta, how that is helping the IT operators, and how we are thinking about AI-directed troubleshooting as part of Observability Cloud for developer and application persona. Anu, over to you.
How we can get the root cause analysis of incidents in Splunk Observability using AI. I'm looking at an incident which is related to the inventory in my environment. As you can see that this incident or episode in Splunk IT Service Intelligence contains 36 different alerts which got grouped together. The Impact tab now also shows me an AI-generated analysis for this incident. It summarizes the incident that it's characterized by high response times in a service and elevated memory usage in another service. It points out the suspected root cause as inventory management overload, which indicates potentially due to an increase in the demand or inefficient processing, and a correlation between the inventory management response and the service shipping service memory. It also calls out that there could be a correlation between the CPU of one service and the memory aspect of another service. It calls out that the shipping service memory issue could be contributing to the overall disruption. For more explainability, the impact analysis shows the key trends in terms of time. And as we can see, at 6:58 p.m., there was high response times detected in a service, followed by elevated memory usage detected in another service, and then leading to a response time increase in another service, and so on. These impact trends are also powered by these evidence links so that the user can further drill down and understand things at a deeper level. We also show what aspects of the system were checked, what alerts or notable events contributed to this episode, what parts of the service topology were checked, and what issues were found. As you can see that ITSI's episode summarization does give you a high-level understanding of what services could be impacted. And in a situation where these services are actually microservices that are powered by or deployed on a Kubernetes environment in Splunk Observability Cloud, we can further drill down into the root causes using the Splunk Observability Cloud's AI capabilities. As you might have seen in the keynote, we have a forward-looking view, which I'm sharing here now, which shows the incidents that need attention. It also bubbles the incidents that have been auto-resolved. As you can see, I can click on the incidents that need attention and further look at each of those incidents, and there I see a summary of the incident and the aspects of it that need attention. I see the evidence timeline and then a root cause analysis tab, which lists down all the suspected root causes, and followed by the remediation steps that could be taken in order to resolve the issue.
How was it? I know it was a lot of future, but as you saw, there's a lot of promising results that we are seeing, which is just going to make your life simpler. Anu, that was awesome. Thank you. So with that, let's talk about where we are headed in future. For all that we talked about so far, I want to just summarize this in terms of what's our approach to machine learning and AI. As you saw, most of our capabilities around the problem detection, problem prediction, correlation, and diagnosis or investigation are focused a lot more towards machine and deep learning. I mean, this is where a lot of AI and machine learning is used under the hood, but the experience that is presented to the customers pretty much hides that complexity. From there, we are moving more towards the use of generative AI, where the skill set of the users or skill set of the operators does not matter, because we want everyone to be an expert when it comes to dealing with operations, where AI is just a means to achieve something. User skill set should not come into the way of using this capability. With that, we are completely thinking about reimagining observability via agentic AI. And we don't need to go through all these capabilities in detail, but what you can see is if you were to envision an incident lifecycle within your organization, there are different stages: onboarding, detection of problems, faster investigation, and the remediation of problems. So for each of these stages of an incident lifecycle, we are beefing up a lot of capabilities which are going to be AI driven. And we are not just stopping there. So AI is not just here pretty much a backend service, but we are also reimagining the whole experience, which could be an AI native experience as the users are dealing with that. You would have seen a lot of this in the conf keynote demos as well by now. Now, beyond using AI for observability capability, we are also thinking of observing the AI applications and AI services itself, which includes monitoring the AI services, monitoring application performance that are using AI services before and after. Before they use the AI service, what was the performance? After it, what's the performance? Monitoring the infrastructure, monitoring the LLMs and the performance of that. So there's a lot that's coming in that area as well. So with that, I'm going to pass it on again to Anu, who is going to walk us through like what's really under the hood technologically, how all these things work. Anu, over to you.
Thanks, Tapan. Yeah, so let's look at what are these individual components under the hood that basically drive these end-to-end workflows in observability. As Tapan mentioned, that we are striving towards agent-to-agent architecture, and this is one example where an agent could be an AI agent within the manager of manager, that is Splunk ITSI, and another agent which lives in Splunk Observability Cloud. I could come up with an example where you see a root cause analysis summary of an incident within ITSI, which tells you that, hey, there's a problem with this application, and that application happens to be monitored via the Kubernetes infrastructure, and it's a microservice observed via Splunk Observability Cloud. In that scenario, the agent within ITSI has to pass on that context to the OLI agent or observability agent in order to give an end-to-end experience to the user. So if you look at the building blocks under the hood, there is a UI or REST interface that comes directly to this main decision-making hub that we call the orchestrator. The orchestrator makes the decision on how to route this request within the rest of the subsystem. It can make a call to an LLM directly if it doesn't know what path to take for LLM to suggest a path. And in scenarios where there are known workflows, it could just like decide the path for the rest of the subsystem to follow dynamically or statically, in which case it could employ certain agents. As an example, it could have a Kubernetes agent which has domain-specific understanding of Kubernetes environment and could then call certain tools to reach conclusions like detect anomalies or find time series analysis of a certain metric and so on. These tools also work with ML capabilities underneath that Tapan also mentioned. They are under the hood, but they are used by our tools within this subsystem to do certain machine learning capabilities to aid the whole process of end-to-end incident lifecycle, for example. So as you can see, there are some connections with Splunk Index. There is data that's residing in Splunk Index that we have to leverage. And then we have the component of memory to retain the short-term memory or the long-term memory in the conversational/chat use cases, which can be connected to a database that's local in the environment. So this is a view of like what there is today as part of the Splunk observability offerings and what we are striving towards in the future, which is that right now we have our various customers who purchase ITSI, AppD, or Ollie, and or all of them together. But as the example I gave of incident summarization within ITSI, there is no direct path that exists right now to drill down from, say, a manager of manager like ITSI into App Dynamics, which could be the driving data source for what ITSI is monitoring, or the same scenario with Observability Cloud. So what we are building upon right now is an agent-to-agent communication under the hood so that the end user gets not like a unified experience, and there is no siloed experiences at all, which means we are going to leverage MCP servers. We use MCP protocol to connect to various internal and external servers, and use that as a mechanism to connect to various domain-specific capabilities in order to provide a unified experience to our end users.
Thank you, Anu. So I think with that, I mean, you saw that what we are planning to deliver, we saw where we are heading in the future. And now let's talk about, like, we also saw what's really technically goes under the hood. Now let's talk about why Splunk Observability, right? And what makes us unique. As you saw, there is an extensive embedded AI experience that basically gives you the complete business visibility, like a view of your end-to-end IT ecosystem. It helps you detect the problems earlier and makes your investigation, root cause analysis, and resolution faster. And last but not the least, it just gives you better control of your data and costs. So it kind of guides you with how much data you really need to make your operations efficient, and then it helps you manage the cost of that data as well. With that, we thank you very much.
Hey everyone, welcome to our global broadcast session on boosting digital resilience, leveraging customer success. I'm here today with two of my guests, Ed Hubbard, who is the Director of Site Reliability Engineering and Observability at Travelport. Welcome, yep. Ed. Thank you. And welcome Inez Thornburg, who is VP of Customer Success. I am Seema Haji. I lead our customer lifecycle marketing function here at Splunk, and my friend and colleague Inez and I are deeply vested in customer success. We're super excited to come to you from conf25 with Ed to talk a little bit about how CS has helped Travelport, get to their observability implementation as it stands today. So Ed, I'd love to kind of kick things off with understanding where Travelport came from. Okay. Tell the audience and share some of the challenges the business was facing, the considerations in looking at Splunk, and why you went with Splunk.
Sure. Why'd we go with Splunk? We were using tools for our alerting and monitoring that were honestly from a mainframe perspective. We had come out of being a solely mainframe company. We're doing more server-based things and ultimately getting into cloud-based, cloud-native applications. And we needed to get out of that legacy tool set and into something that really fit what our business needs were at that point in time. And so Splunk ticked all the boxes, I guess you could say. So we spent a pretty fair amount of time migrating off of our legacy tool set onto, we use Splunk Core, and we use the ITSI product to do all of our event aggregation and correlation. There were a lot of them at first. We figured that out, and then we're also an observability client now as well. So
that's amazing. We like when we tick boxes here at Splunk, right, Inez? So you're currently Travelport's using ITSI. You said. What observability offerings from Splunk are you using today?
Definitely have Splunk Core, using that for all logging and aggregation of data from a lot of different sources, application logs, platform logs. We ingest alerts and clearing events from a lot of other sources as well. We use ITSI to really correlate, aggregate those, and more importantly, correlate those. Try to understand, what's important and what's not. And then we've, in the last couple of years, moved into the Splunk Observability, the Ollie package, I guess, if you will, with some of our cloud-native applications as well. And so, kind of using, using those core Splunk products to get all that stuff together, if you will.
And we see that consistently with a lot of our customers in their observability solutions. It's a combination of, on-premises as well as, cloud-native applications. And as, just to kind of kick things off, we at Splunk invested, just jointly across our teams very heavily in UEM. And for those unfamiliar, UEM stands for the Unified Engagement Model. Can you share a little bit about the, the genesis of UEM and, principally, like what are we trying to solve for our customers with UEM?
Yeah, thank you, Seema. And Ed, great to see you at Conf again.
Thank you.
Many years here, and and again, to all the audience members, we're going to have a great Conf here. Hopefully you'll be able to hit the showroom floors, go to sessions, meet with fellow executives, et cetera. So taking a quick step back before I get into UEM, Ed, just listening to you and talking about your organization, our Splunk/Cisco customer experience organization has a very similar charter. It's to make sure that our customers are getting the value out of the technology investments and making sure that we have the right services at the right time for where they are on their journey throughout their life cycle. And so if you think back a few years ago, Splunk was sort of a rocket ship. We were growing very, very rapidly. And, with all the best intentions, we were working very closely with our customers, but sometimes not as orchestrated as we could have been. And so we heard that loud and clear through NPS surveys, through conversations, through customer meetings, executive dialogue. And we really deliberately took a pause with how we were working as a go-to-market team and across the business, and really started to think about how do we more effectively work together with our customers, bringing the right resources at the right time, and making sure we had very clear roles and responsibilities for our team members to work very closely with our customers. And as we went through that whole exercise and developed the UEM model, the Unified Engagement Model, we also took the time to think about how do we do things in a more consistent way. So we built out many more playbooks, runbooks, methodologies, and
leveraging that vast database of knowledge,
yes,
right?
Leveraging that collection of data and knowledge over the past 20 years to be able to incorporate that into what we called UEM. So hopefully that. And the best part, the most exciting part is last week we had our sales kickoff for Cisco. And as part of that sales kickoff, we launched an engagement model that takes the best of the Splunk Unified Engagement Model together with the best of the Cisco Unified Engagement Model. And we're going to see that start rolling out so our customers can really start to appreciate that. Yeah, with the Cisco layer model. That's what
And
we
it's
call it.
amazing to see, how far it's come in 2 years, and the feedback we've been getting from customers like yourself, customers that I just met today on the show floor, is it's helping. And I think going back 2 years ago, it was several well-intentioned Splunkers trying to help customers, see value really quickly, be successful, but it wasn't, consistently landing in the way that we wanted it to. So this has certainly taken, things, taken things a long way. Ed, I think in one of our initial conversations, we were digging into the stack and the implementation. And one of the things that really stood out to me was something I hear from customers on a daily basis. When we have customers that, they check all the check marks with Splunk, and they're like, hey, we're investing in the Splunk portfolio, they actually purchase and sign up for a ton of CS offerings, right? Things like education or ODS, which is on-demand services, or technical expertise and assigned experts. But what I hear is, they sign up for it, but a lot of customers don't actually use it. It's sitting there, I see that nod, like it's sitting there, and oftentimes, like a big part of my team's job is to have them go back to it and say, hey, did you know you have on-demand services? You can pick up the phone and call someone from Splunk if you're stuck. But Travelport was unique because I'm not sure how early in the cycle.
We were not that customer that didn't use our credits, no.
So tell me a little bit about, and share with us, like, how did you start using assigned experts, and what were you dealing with? What were the challenges that made you look at CS?
So you mentioned education credits and admin on demand.
Right.
We use those religiously. They were included in our first contract. We made sure that we purchased.
So you did have it in your first contract.
Did, and we used them maybe too much to some degree. You kind of mentioned lots of well-intentioned areas within Splunk. We kind of found ourselves in a situation where our Splunk stack, we took all the training and we asked a lot of questions and we implemented things the way we thought was best. But 12 months in, we found out we didn't use Splunk best practices maybe. So we kind of found ourselves in a situation where our stack was not performing well. We were seeing alert storms that we were.
Hold up, I don't mean to interrupt you. Can you define what an alert
storm
is? Because it's different to different, I think, customers, and I'm just curious for the audience to understand from your perspective.
You mentioned on-prem, thousands of servers that are showing CPU alerts or memory alerts, or you've got response times that are too high on one side of your shop, or error rates are too high here, but you never really know if you've got too many alerts in Alert Storm. You don't really know what's important and what's not. I don't really care if one server in a complex of 500 has a high CPU alert. Right? Now, 50 of them, okay, I probably care. And so we found ourselves in a situation where we had alert storms that were, honestly, it's why we went with Splunk, was to try to get ourselves out of this situation. We hadn't really corrected that problem yet. And so we implemented things in such a way where Splunk couldn't keep up. Our stack was performing poorly. We had tens of thousands of searches that were running very, very efficient searches. Again, we did our job getting our folks trained.
You were using it.
We were, but it didn't function correctly. And so the alert storms were still happening. Our data center had, our service desk had no idea what our customer experience really was. Because we had all these alerts in front of them, their reaction was always, oh wow, the customer experience must be horrible because one server in a complex of 500 was struggling.
And it's hard to kind of pinpoint, and get to the heart of it, which is kind of core to observability, right? Is getting to the heart of the problem.
Right. And so we reached out to our Splunk team, and they recommended the Assigned Expert program for us. And so we brought Jenny in, and the Assigned Expert program, you get one technician instead of opening tickets in a different support tech, and they're very good support techs, don't get me wrong. But they don't always know your stack. They don't know how you implemented this or why you did that. Jenny came in and she learned why we did things. She learned how we implemented them and the reasons for that. And so she came in and really helped us redesign how we needed to implement our tens of thousands of searches into far, far fewer searches to help us with those alert storms. Now, we still get them from time to time, but we're getting there. And so the Assigned Expert program, and Jenny specifically, she really came in and helped us undo what we, best intentions, right, what we did incorrectly, and really help us realize the value of what the Splunk products really are.
And I think that's what, just blows me away is just, you heard me say this before, like the wealth of knowledge, right? Like even on something like Splunk Lantern, which is our customer repository of use cases, which all customers have access to.
I probably have a lot in there.
Just kind of like the knowledge, the use cases, how to get kind of started, and that's, Jenny is a star, and I think she was just absolutely valuable. I hear like some of your team members like learn some additional skills in addition to optimizing the stack.
Yeah, not just learning how to do better searches, but when Jenny comes to .conf, she carries hula hoops around with her, and one of our observability engineers learned how to hula hoop with her.
Do we see some hula hooping in the future here in the next couple of days?
Potentially, yeah. We'll have to see how that goes.
And a little karaoke to throw in.
Amazing. Well done, Jenny, if you're listening to this. And that's a great experience, and I'm glad that's the intent when we think about CS, thinking about just the hundreds of people getting certified here at Conf with regard to education in Splunk University. That's what we like to hear. And as just coming back to you, just recently as we go through our integration with Cisco, there's a lot of emphasis on taking what we have, which is great, and taking that a step further. So, share with the audience like what's on the horizon with regard to our customer success portfolio, what's to look forward to, especially with, the magical, AI.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, as I'm so happy that the Assigned Expert was an absolute win for you. And as you talked through it, when I joined Splunk about 8 years ago, also, there was a lot of doocracy that we called, where people doing lots of stuff, building that knowledge base for us. But it's a tool, right? And without guidance and coaching and governance, it is a tool that can go very unwieldy very quickly with that enthusiasm that we see from our Splunkers. And so we did offer the Assigned Expert, or we launched that offering a few years ago to bring that expertise. And then we have evolved that now to include what we call the Technical Account Manager, which includes the platform as well as our premium products. And actually at the beginning of this fiscal year, we just iterated that offering to include platform, security, observability. And the intention of this is, again, to bring the right services at the right time, but also really to sit down with executives like yourself, understand your business objectives, your strategic priorities, bring that expertise to help you not only create that implementation roadmap, but also to how do you leverage your on-demand services credits, your education credits, so you're continuously, building that ecosystem around solving for business outcomes. And as I think about Cisco, wow, the power of Cisco that we have ahead of us between the scale, the size, the robust engineering innovation that's happening, integrating our products, the push from leadership to think bigger, to think faster, to leverage AI in ways to help not only our customers become more productive, but our teams.
Speed up the entire process.
Oh my gosh, speeding up that value conversation so that we can help you get to those business outcomes faster. It's super exciting, Seema. And honestly, I think that as we go through Conf over the next 2 days and hear about all the capabilities that are going to be launched, not only with our products, but also our services and how we're using and leveraging AI, it's super exciting.
Yeah, and we have a whole section in the show floor dedicated to AI and customer success. Have you been down there yet?
It's actually the first place I went.
It's impressive.
Great. So for folks that are here at conf25, we have an entire section of the pavilion dedicated to customer success, and it's really all about learning, you know, just understanding what tools and resources are available. If you're stuck, there is kind of like a help center to go off and, you know, ask your most kind of challenging question to. But, you know, my team, my incredible team, like we invest, Nez's team, really heavily in bringing this experience to the show floor so that, you know, customers here, partners can actually go off and explore like how the investment, you know, in helping customers, how deeply we care about that for, you know, for all of our customers and our partners as well. So Ed, I really appreciate you being here today. Like, I'm not going to keep you because I know you have 2 days of .conf, the breakout sessions to get to, and so thank you for being here.
Well, thank you.
And Inez, thanks for bringing your kind of Splunky color to Conf. I feel like, you know, I need to do better next year, but we have, you know, a fun 2 days ahead of us with sessions online if you're watching global broadcast, as well as just a tremendous amount of like show floor energy at the pavilion. You're not missing out. There are the product keynotes that I would encourage you to check out, along with a curated set of breakout sessions. And we look forward to seeing you here in person at .conf26. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
What's going on here?
Have you seen their detection times? And their MTTR is to die for!
Hey, how can they even see?
We have Splunk.
They can spot anomalies in their sleep.
Wait, wasn't there some kind of incident?
Yeah, we handled that hours ago. Try to keep up.
You have an entourage now.
Come on. Come on!
Amy, hey, I know your team's doing some amazing work with Splunk, but I think it's going to their heads.
Oh, sorry, yeah. And your problem with boosting digital resilience and making sure our systems are safe and reliable is what exactly?
Touché.
There's a file on this floppy disk. The first team to read that file wins. Let's go!
We've brought together 2 teams of 3 cybersecurity experts to battle it out in the first ever Cyber Games Boston. Over the course of 3 challenges, we'll test their skills, their knowledge, and their ability to work as a team. It's the data defenders versus the bug busters. Analysts, ready? Aim. Fire!
In our super-connected world, the communications and media industry has a lot on the line. Your networks help people stay in touch, get around-the-clock care, and protect their nest eggs. Expectations are incredibly high, and reliability is a must. But here's the good news. Splunk can help you meet today's rigorous demands and keep your customers connected to their essential services and to you. With end-to-end visibility across your most complex hybrid environments, you can reduce latency and catch issues before they become big problems. You can detect key security risk to protect your systems and those who rely on them. And with access to a wealth of high-quality data, you can not only find efficiencies and streamline operations at scale, but also discover new ways to wow your customers and reduce churn. At Splunk, we help communications and media organizations build resilient digital systems so you can deliver brilliant experiences, illuminate possibilities, and strengthen the countless connections that power our world. In financial services, resilience is imperative because your systems can't fail. You can't afford to get hacked, and you have to keep up with ever-changing demands. It's a lot, but Splunk can help. We shine a light into every corner of your business so you can fend off threats, create better customer experiences, and find new ways to maximize revenue. With visibility across your entire stack, the benefits are huge. You can detect, investigate, and respond to security incidents faster to minimize risk and protect your reputation and your clients. Analyze business and technical data more efficiently so you can create long-term, loyal customers. And keep your incredibly complex systems up and running while complying with evolving regulations. We know the stakes are high. That's why our standards are too. Splunk is built to handle the complex challenges you face today and can scale to meet massive global demands. In financial services, compromising isn't an option, but working toward a brighter future is. Let's build your resilience together and get there.
When you're in the dark, unknowns are everywhere. And unknowns can leave you vulnerable. But Splunk can help you shine a light. We help you see across your entire tech stack. And not just see it, but understand it. So you can build resilience and be ready for whatever comes your way. System outages, security threats, funky code. Yep, they're all a thing, but they don't need to slow you down. Because at Splunk, we help you get ahead of them. We see opportunities, not obstacles, a brighter future, not fear, and a whole world of truly awesome what-ifs. Resilience isn't just about reducing risk. It's about finding new insights, solving problems quickly, and illuminating your path forward. So let's light it up.
In manufacturing, your business is full of moving parts, which makes securing every edge and integrating IT and OT a big ask. But when you get there, you light up incredible possibilities. Splunk helps manufacturers build edge-to-enterprise resilience so you can be smarter and more secure at every step and keep your operations up and running no matter what. We help you see across all of your IT and OT systems so you can detect and respond to threats faster. This helps you catch problems before they become issues and minimize unplanned downtime. With edge-to-enterprise monitoring, you can also gain deep insights and drive incredible transformation from the factory floor to the final product. At Splunk, we're excited about the progress we help manufacturers see every day. From reaching your sustainability goals to seamlessly boosting your productivity and efficiency at scale, we're ready to help you reach next-level resilience and unlock the innovations that will bring on a brighter future.
And their NTTR is to die
for! Hey, how can they even see?
We have Splunk.
They can spot anomalies in their sleep.
Wait, wasn't there some kind of incident?
Yeah, we handled that hours ago. Try to keep up.
You have an entourage now.
Come on. Come on!
Amy, hey, I know your team's doing some amazing work with Splunk, but I think it's going to their heads.
Oh, sorry, yeah. And your problem with boosting digital resilience and making sure our systems are safe and reliable is what exactly?
Touché.
Insider threats! System outage! Ransomware! New code! Zero-day exploit! DDoS attack!
Get ready for an unexpected traffic spike.
Hold on. You don't need to break a sweat to be more resilient. Splunk helps your business weather all kinds of disruptions, so you can be ready for anything.
In our super-connected world, the communications and media industry has a lot on the line. Your networks help people stay in touch, get around-the-clock care, and protect their nest eggs. Expectations are incredibly high, and reliability is a must. But here's the good news. Splunk can help you meet today's rigorous demands and keep your customers connected to their essential services and to you. With end-to-end visibility across your most complex hybrid environments, you can reduce latency and catch issues before they become big problems. You can detect key security risk to protect your systems and those who rely on them. And with access to a wealth of high-quality data, you can not only find efficiencies and streamline operations at scale, but also discover new ways to wow your customers and reduce churn. At Splunk, we help communications and media organizations build resilient digital systems so you can deliver brilliant experiences, illuminate possibilities, and strengthen the countless connections that power our world. In financial services, resilience is imperative because your systems can't fail. You can't afford to get hacked, and you have to keep up with ever-changing demands. It's a lot, but Splunk can help. We shine a light into every corner of your business so you can fend off threats, create better customer experiences, and find new ways to maximize revenue. With visibility across your entire stack, the benefits are huge. You can detect, investigate, and respond to security incidents faster to minimize risk and protect your reputation and your clients. Analyze business and technical data more efficiently so you can create long-term, loyal customers. And keep your incredibly complex systems up and running while complying with evolving regulations. We know the stakes are high. That's why our standards are too. Splunk is built to handle the complex challenges you face today and can scale to meet massive global demands. In financial services, compromising isn't an option, but working toward a brighter future is. Let's build your resilience together and get there.
When you're in the dark, unknowns are everywhere. And unknowns can leave you vulnerable. But Splunk can help you shine a light. We help you see across your entire tech stack. And not just see it, but understand it. So you can build resilience and be ready for whatever comes your way. System outages, security threats, funky code. Yep, they're all a thing, but they don't need to slow you down. Because at Splunk, we help you get ahead of them. We see opportunities, not obstacles. A brighter future, not fear. And a whole world of truly awesome what-ifs. Resilience isn't just about reducing risk. It's about finding new insights, solving problems quickly, and illuminating your path forward. So let's light it up.
Welcome to Unlock Your Power Splunk Basics. This is going to be a sneak peek into a new course offering by Splunk Education. It's called Introduction to Searching with Splunk. My name is Haya. I'll be your instructor for today's session. I am a technical instructor here at Splunk. I'm a member of the Splunk Education team, and I teach lots of our Splunk core courses as well as our Observability Cloud courses. So during our time in class today, we will walk through using the Splunk user interface. We'll become familiar with how to write searches, and that will include using keywords, using key value pairs called fields, and also how to use wildcards. Once we become familiar with running basic searches, we'll learn how to use commands and run more complex searches using transforming commands. We can use those results from our searches to create meaningful visualizations, colorful charts, pie charts, bar charts. Now, everything we cover today will be a bit of a teaser from our new education course offerings. Near the end of our session today, I'll include a link where you can download your own copy of Splunk and run these searches on your own. We'll also include additional resources for you to take these classes at Splunk Education. When you are revising this material on your own, if you're trying out keywords or running commands, just note that it is common to make mistakes. Honestly, that's the best way to learn. As you continue to use these commands and learn the syntax and the rules, they'll become more second nature as you're exposed to them. Also, if you take some of our Splunk education courses, they're designed to facilitate group learning. So we include things like knowledge checks, where an instructor will ask a question, and then you can work with other learners in your session to answer questions and even ask questions to your instructor. And it's a great way to learn from and with each other. And ultimately, our goal is to build confidence in using Splunk and writing our own searches. So that's our goal for today. Now, when it comes to the searches that we'll be running in this session, they're going to pertain to Buttercup Games. So Buttercup Games is a fictional gaming company. It's based out of San Francisco. They sell games online and in person, and they have additional offices located in Boston and London. So we'll be seeing events from those different locations. These fictional games are going to be sold in our online e-commerce store and also in third-party retail stores worldwide. So we'll be able to see products being purchased both in the online store and at the cash register in person. Now, recently, Buttercup Games opened up some cafes where they're not only selling bakery items and coffee, but also the ability to game in store. So when we're taking a look at some of our results being retrieved, we might see events related to this new store. Now, when it comes to using Splunk, we have different platform options. For today's class, we're going to be using Splunk Enterprise, where both Splunk is installed and administered on-prem. We also offer Splunk Cloud as well. It is offered as a SaaS solution, so software as a service. And then we give you the ability to access Splunk Cloud with Splunk Web. Now, even though my examples today will be using Splunk Enterprise, whether you're using Splunk Cloud or Splunk Enterprise, you should be able to follow along in your own environments. So let's go ahead and get logged into Splunk Web. We're going to use a web browser to navigate to our instance and then use a username and password that's been provided. So I'll go ahead and navigate to my Splunk instance. So my username is admin. I'll go ahead and type in my password. And I'm now logged in. So when you log into your instance for the very first time, on your left-hand side, you'll see an apps panel, and this will show all of the applications that your user account has access to. For today's session, we're mostly going to be searching in relation to Buttercup Games Cafe, so both the products that are being sold from a food perspective and also the gaming products, but we have several apps that are available to us here. We can also set up a custom dashboard, configure bookmarks, see searches that have recently been run, and also any pages that have been viewed. So you can certainly customize this homepage if you'd like to. Now, regardless of where you are in the product, you'll always see the Splunk bar. And the Splunk bar is going to be at the top of your web page. It will include an icon for Splunk Enterprise. And depending on how you've configured your user account, it will always navigate back to either the home page or a default application that you have specified. You can also easily change between applications by using the Apps drop-down menu. If you click on your user account, you have the ability to adjust your account name as it's visible in the platform. You can adjust your user preferences and also log out. You can use the Splunk bar to access any messages you've received. You can use these settings to access different configuration pages, for example, for your knowledge objects, view recent activity, and also access help documentation. The help section also includes a what's new section. So if you're curious about what's been introduced into the product since you've last logged in, you can definitely check out what's new and also view product documentation and access support from this drop-down menu. Now, if you click on your user account name, you can adjust the settings for how your name is being presented and your preferences. This can include things like your time zone and also whether or not you'd like to include search auto format. So I'll go ahead and click on my user account, which is admin. And first I'll adjust my account name. To do that, I'll click on account settings and I can adjust the name that's being displayed to me. I'm going to go ahead and change it to my name. And I could also adjust my password and email address here in this window. For now, go ahead and click Save. And even though my settings have been saved, you'll notice my name hasn't adjusted. Sometimes you'll need to refresh your browser in order to see that change reflected. So I'll go ahead and refresh my browser tab here, and you'll notice my name has now been adjusted. If I click on my username once more and click on Preferences, I can set things like my time zone and my default application. For today's session, we're going to be using store ops, but if you prefer to keep the default home page when you first log in, you can select home as well. We also give you the ability to choose between light and dark mode or have it automatically change based off of your system time. If you click on SPL Editor, this is where we can adjust settings in terms of your searches. We recommend keeping the search assistant toggled on. And if you toggle on line numbers, what that will do is show numbers next to each line of your search. When you typically write a search and line numbers is toggled off, everything will be included in a single line. And this can mean that your search string can look really long and you may have to scroll your cursor right and left to see the entire search. By having line numbers, you'll be able to easily identify different searches that are being run. With search auto format, if you include a pipe, it will automatically take you to a new line. It will also color your commands, functions, arguments in different colors so you can easily identify different elements of your search. So to apply those changes, we'll click Apply. And now that my default application is Store Ops, when I click on Splunk Enterprise, I'm taken to my Store Ops application and I'm able to see that icon in the top right-hand corner. So let's talk about creating our searches. So what is a search? A search is a query that retrieves and analyzes data using search processing language. So in class, you might see the abbreviation SPL. Search processing language is Splunk's original query language. It was designed for searching and manipulating our data. So you'll be learning about the different elements that make up SPL today. When we are writing our searches, we are going to be writing them to retrieve events that are stored in different indexes. With our indexes, they typically have some sort of theme. For today's session, since we're working at Buttercup Games Cafe, we've got indexes for purchases made at the store. We've got indexes for network activity from both our customers and our employees, security logs in relation to who's badging into the building, what access points are there, and then also logs about the games themselves. And so depending on the context, we can retrieve different indexes or different events from different indexes. Inside of our search queries, we'll include keywords. We'll learn how to search on fields, which are key value pairs. And we'll also be able to include conditions as well. For example, maybe we only want to see items that sold over a price of $20. Now, as you become more familiar with searching, you can make your searches really complex. So you can include different commands. We'll cover a couple of commands today. If you take our introduction to searching with Splunk course, it will have several commands covered in a lot more detail, and you can use those as you see fit. We'll learn how to add in additional filters, and you can get really complex in terms of your time ranges. For example, if you'd like to include a specific time range rounded down to the top of the hour, those are things you can do with your searches. Ultimately, we want to make sure that we are making them as specific as possible to identify trends in our data. Now, as we begin to write out our searches, we have two types of searches we can run. We can either have event searches or transforming searches. Event searches are searches that are there to retrieve events. These are going to be events that are either stored in a single index, for example, our Buttercup Games Cafe index, or across multiple indexes. Usually when you're running an event search, it's more exploratory. You're wanting to see all of the events within that time range and the filters you have set. With transforming searches, these are searches that are going to perform some type of statistical calculation against your set of results. What I like to describe these as is a bird's eye view. So now we're not just looking at one individual event in our result set, but instead we're trying to identify trends over several events that have occurred. Now, I'm not going to go into the syntax on this slide just yet, but this is a teaser on what's to come. Time chart is a command covered in our introduction to searching with Splunk course. But from what we can intuitively guess from the terminology on this slide here is that we've got a count function. And so with that count, it's going to count the number of events that have occurred. And we can see that this command starts with time. So we're trying to see how many events have occurred over time per arcade ID. Now, this is a more complex search, but the idea here is that we're no longer concerned with just one event or looking at a list of events, and instead we're performing statistical calculations to identify big picture trends. So let's get started with running some searches. So when we're searching with keywords, we are going to be using terminology that appears in those events. What's nice is values and keywords are case insensitive, meaning as long as you type out the keyword and it's spelled correctly, whether it's in lowercase or uppercase, it will not affect our ability to retrieve those events. Now, if you include multiple keywords in your search, Splunk is going to try to make sure that all of those values are met in order for us to show you the events. So if you're not seeing any events displayed, this could mean that maybe some of the events only have 2 of the 3 keywords that you included. We'll come back to this concept of wildcards in just a moment. Let's take a look at some of the keywords in our events. So what I'm going to do is go back to my live environment, and let's take a look at events related to tablets. So what I'm going to do is type in the word tablet. That's our keyword, and let's see what's returned. So when I enter in a keyword into my search, since I did toggle on line numbers, you'll notice that I see a number 1 listed here, and my keyword is in black. So anytime I'm including keywords as part of my search, they'll be in this black text. When I take a look at my results, I can see that I had 947 events returned, and each of these events is being displayed in reverse chronological order. Since I searched for a keyword of tablet, I can see in each of my events the word tablet is highlighted as well. And so I can see that certain users were trying to connect to the cafe Wi-Fi, and they were doing that using a tablet. Now, keywords are case insensitive. So if I had tried using a capital tablet, I still see results returned even though in my events tablet is with a lowercase t, but I searched with an uppercase T. Now you can also use wildcards with keywords in order to display any variation of the term. We're going to go into wildcards in an upcoming slide. So again, you can use any word or phrase to find events where it appears in the raw data. In these screen captures here, we were searching for a keyword of Gouda, and we can see in one of our events, one of the items that was purchased was Holy Gouda Muffin. And so if we match on that keyword anywhere in the event, we will return it as a result. Now we have the ability to use wildcards as well. This allows us to match on multiple terms and characters. If we take a look at this slide here, it says searching for FAIL asterisks returns several values. And so what's happening here is we are matching on the letters F, A, I, and L. And because keywords are case insensitive, it doesn't matter, for example, whether this F is uppercase or lowercase. Now, after we match on these 4 characters for fail, it's followed by a wildcard. So what that means is if there are no values present after FAIL, it's not a problem. But if there are characters present, we'll match on those as well. So that includes values like failed with a lowercase f, failed with an uppercase f. Pretty much any characters that follow that letter L will match on. And this applies to any capitalization options because, again, we're case insensitive when it comes to keywords. So here we have a knowledge check question for you. Our question asks, what does the wildcard do when used in a Splunk search query? I'll give you a moment to read through the answer choices. Go ahead and pick the one you think fits best, and then we'll talk about the answer together. All right, so let's go through our answers. So with answer choice A, it's incorrect because it states returns only exact matches of the search term. But this isn't true. We could match, for example, on fail or failed. If we're using the example we discussed previously, we can match on any of the letters and then anything that follows after the asterisk. With answer choices B and D, both are indicating cases. Answer choice B states matches only lowercase variations of the term, and answer choice D says filters out terms with capital letters. Remember that keywords are case insensitive. So when it comes to using our wildcard, we can match on the characters regardless of the casing. And that's exactly what answer choice C states, match an unlimited number of characters in a string regardless of the capitalization. So when we ran our search, we were retrieving matching events. Now, as we saw with my example, I was searching on tablet, and I was able to see the term tablet highlighted in each of my results. We also saw that my results were being returned in this reverse chronological order. So this search that I ran at 429 was the most recent search, and so it's listed first, and then any other historical events are sorted in that reverse chronological order. Now, when we want to investigate what fields are in an event, for example, or what default fields are present, we can expand that event to see exactly what values are contained inside, and it makes it a little easier for us to read. To expand an event, what I'll do is click on this arrow that I have highlighted, and I'm able to see extracted fields. So I'm able to see, for example, my device field contains a value of tablet, and I'm also able to see some of my default fields as well, like this event, for example, belongs to the BCG Cafe index. I can also see default fields of host, source, and source type, which we'll talk about in more detail in the deck. So on our search results page, we were able to see where we can run our search. We were able to see our results listed. we have the ability to choose our time range and also see fields that commonly exist within our results. So if we take a look at our fields sidebar to the left-hand side, our interesting fields section is going to contain fields that appear in more than 20% of our events. And if I click on that field name, I'm able to see those common values, how frequently they're appearing, and what percentage they make up of my results. Now, if I'd like to see additional fields being displayed, I can click on the All Fields button and adjust my coverage. If I want to adjust my time range for my search, I can also use this time range picker to adjust the time range. Right now it's set to the last 24 hours, but you'll notice we have several preset options available for you, and you can also include your own time ranges as well. So with our time range picker, you can control the amount of time we are spanning to bring back results. Our best practice is if you want to improve the optimization or performance of your search, time is the most effective filter. If there's anything you can do to make your search appear faster, change the time range. It's a lot easier for us to look through the last 24 hours worth of data compared to the last week or the last month's worth of data. So only specify the time range for which you intend to see those results. We don't want to retrieve extra events from an earlier time range if we're not going to use them. That's going to use extra processing time and power. So I've mentioned fields a few times, and we've seen fields in the product when looking at our interesting fields sidebar to the left-hand side. And I also mentioned that device, for example, is a field with the value of tablet. So what is a field? Fields are searchable key value pairs in your event data. So every field is going to have a field name. We refer to this as the key, and it can have a corresponding value. Now, the values might change depending on the event you are looking at. If we take a look at our gray rectangle on this slide here, we can see a key value pair with the key being severity. So this would be our field name. And in this particular event, our value is error. Now, it might be error in this particular event, but it's possible in another event we receive when we're looking at another application log file, our severity is just a warning. So the value might change depending on the event, but we can see what our different values look like for this severity field. Similarly, we have a message field, and the value again might change depending on the context of the event. In this case, we can see our connection timed out while attempting to connect to our database. Now, some fields are automatically extracted for us. These are called default fields. These include underbar time, which is our timestamp for when the event occurred, underbar raw, which is the entire event as a single string in one field. And then we have some additional default fields that will cover in more detail. So of this list here, these 4 fields are the most commonly used default fields. Host is going to include the host name or the entity from which the data is generated. If we take a look at this screen capture here, our host name is an IP address. The source is going to let us know the path or the file name from which this event came from. So in this case, we can see that this event came from a Wi-Fi log. And our source type is going to let us know what kind of data is contained in this event. For BCG cafes, some of our events might be online data, which might have a different structure from events that are produced through retail devices in the store. And so the source type identifies and categorizes that structure of the event. And so in this case, we can see our source type is Wi-Fi. Underbar time, again, is going to include the timestamp at which the event is occurring. It will be shown to us in a user-friendly format, but it's actually stored as a Unix timestamp. So those 4 fields that we discussed, as well as the other default fields on the slides, are automatically extracted for us before we run any of our searches. So we have access to those fields. Now, in addition to those fields, Splunk Enterprise will automatically extract additional fields from your events. It's going to look for obvious key value pairs. So these might be just based off of the source type. For example, if you're working with web access data and there's a value of 200, Splunk knows you're working with web access data, so it'll automatically extract that for you in a status field. Or it may look for equal signs where it looks like a key followed by some sort of value. It'll go ahead and extract those as fields as well. Now, if those fields aren't being extracted for you, we definitely have tools you can use to bring in additional fields that you'd like to view. We have a field extractor tool that can set up knowledge objects to automatically extract those fields for you. You can include those configurations in our config files, and you can even use a command called rex to use regular expression patterns to extract directly from your results at search time. So if you're not seeing them extracted by default, there are definitely methods you can use to automate that extraction process and make sure you're extracting the fields you're interested in. Now, we don't have time to go through that today, but things like the field extractor tool are included in our new coursework, and the configuration files are included in our system and data admin courses. Now, when you're running your searches, we do want to be mindful of our syntax. If you have any spaces or any special characters, we want to make sure that we surround them with double quotes. Now, if we take a look at line 2 here, we're looking at a field called action with a value of purchase. No spaces, no special characters, no problems. We don't need double quotes. But if we take a look at this first search string here, where we're looking for an item name, we can see this smoothie is called Princess Apple Smoothie. Now, if we don't include quotation marks, what would happen is Splunk would search for an item name called Princess, and then it would separately look for keywords of apple and smoothie. And that would result in us not seeing any results. So if we want the full product name, because there are spaces here, we do need to make sure that we surround it with double quotes. And this applies to our keyword searches as well as when we start using commands later on in our session. Now, again, if you're interested in seeing your fields in the events that you're retrieving, you can always check out the field sidebar. Our default fields will be in the selected fields section. Any fields that appear in the top 20% of your results will be in this interesting fields section, and you can always adjust what fields you're seeing by clicking on all fields. Now, when we're running our searches, another one of our best practices is to always search on the index that contains the events you're interested in. Searching across multiple indexes can be very time-consuming and just requires more processing power. So if we know we're looking for example, a medium roast drip coffee, a better search would be to include both index equals BCG cafe to only look at our cafe index, because why look at the security index and the network index if we're concerned with products being sold in the cafe? Here are some of our other best practices as well. If you're including an IP address, just note that Splunk does recognize IP addresses, and it does recognize subnets. So you'll just want to make sure you surround them with double quotes. We also support the use of asterisks when it comes to your IP addresses. If you're aware of a value being inside of a field, we recommend searching for that field name and value as opposed to just a keyword. So here, for example, we can see the area code and status fields both include a value of 404. If I search for 404, I'm going to get both addresses and web access data for that HTTP status code. If I know I'm only interested in looking at what's going on with online sales and making sure they're successful, a much better search would be to just search for status equal to 404 to make sure I'm not also bringing back those area code events as well. It's important to note that our field names are going to be case sensitive, but the values are not case sensitive. And then if you're going to use a wildcard and you have some sort of string, we can definitely match on them. Just make sure you place the wildcard near the end of that value so that we aren't bringing back additional results we're not trying to match on. Now we also have the ability to use operators. So we have operators that include the equal sign, not equals, less than or equal to, greater than, or greater than or equal to. So if you're working with fields that contain numbers, and you can double check if a field contains a number by taking a look at our interesting fields sidebar, any fields that contain numbers are going to include this pound symbol. Any fields that contain strings are going to contain this letter A. So if I take a look at my year, for example, that's a numeric value, and I can see it has a pound symbol. So I could look for events, for example, that happened prior to 2025. Now I'm not going to run that search just because we would be looking back over a year's worth of data. That would take quite some time. But the idea here is that we have the ability to use our filters with operators, especially on numeric values. Now, when it comes to case sensitivity, we do want to be careful. The names of the fields are always going to be case sensitive. So we have to spell and use the correct casing for the field name. However, for the value we produce, in this case BCG Cafe, is generally case insensitive. So whether we use uppercase, lowercase, or some combination of the two, it's not a problem. The exception to this includes the where command, the regex command, and the eval command. So let's take a look at results in our BCG Cafe index. Now, index is spelled with a lowercase I. So if we take a look at our index field here, we can see that it's lowercase index. So if I search for index equals BCG Cafe, I see results. If I change this to an uppercase index, you'll notice no results are returned. And so I have to make sure that I'm spelling the name of the field exactly as it appears in my results. Now, if I modify the value of the field, generally, again, that's case insensitive. So if I use a capital BCG Cafe, even though in my result sets it's lowercase, it's not a problem. It still matches. So when we run our searches, so far we've been using keywords. Another way we can describe keywords are search terms. In addition to those keywords or search terms, we can include commands, functions, arguments, clauses, and options. Now, in these next few slides here, because this is a teaser for our introduction to searching class, I'm going to go through a few commands and also some of those options. But I would definitely encourage you to take our trainings to get access to additional commands and learn all about the functions, arguments, and options that you can include with those commands to make your searches even more complex. So far we've been using keywords as our search terms. We could also use phrases. Phrases are just keywords that are surrounded with double quotes, and Booleans are going to include operators like and, not, and or. And all of these are used to just filter down what events we're going to retrieve from our indexes. Now, since we toggled on search auto format, our search terms are going to appear in black. And so these can include keywords, for example, like just error, I had searched on tablet, or we can include field value pairs like status with a value of 404. Now this is new. We're also going to learn how to include commands. Commands can do a number of different things. They're going to take input from the events we've retrieved and manipulate them, whether we are renaming fields, which is what we'll be doing today. We can format the output. Maybe we want all of our results to be in lowercase. Maybe we want to calculate some statistics. So if we're selling different products, we want to see the total amount of revenue for the past day. We can do that using commands, and we can also create meaningful charts and visualizations from the results of our commands. Now, the way we're going to be using commands is with a vertical pipe character. Typically on your keyboard, it's going to be under your delete key or above your return key. Now, if you have search auto format toggled on, so if I go back to my preferences, click on SPL editor, you'll notice I have search auto format toggled on here. Just for the purpose of this demonstration, I'm going to toggle it off, and I'm going to type in a vertical pipe. You'll notice that when I'm piping these results into whatever command I include here, I'm on the same line, and this can be a little bit difficult to read. But if I go back to my preferences, click on SPL editor, and toggle that search auto format back on, now when I type in a vertical pipe, I'm automatically taken to a new line. It's not going to affect the functionality in any way, but it just makes it a little easier to read. And then also our commands will change color. You'll notice it's automatically suggesting quite a few commands to me. And so whenever I mention I'm going to pipe into this command, we're literally taking the results, in this case of BCG Cafe, and piping them into whatever command I specify. So examples of commands include the stats command, the table command, and the eval command. We're going to go through the rename command and the top command today. So let's talk about the rename command. With the rename command, it's going to do exactly that. It's going to rename our field name into a new name we specify. Often at times, individuals who are involved with your implementation may not be the same users who are actually running searches in your environment. And so sometimes the field names might not be easy to guess what's contained in them. So renaming your fields can make them more intuitive, descriptive, user-friendly, especially if you're troubleshooting and you're on a time crunch, it's a little stressful. Renaming those field names in the moment can make it easier for you to continue to work with those fields. This is our syntax for the rename command. Anytime we introduce a new command in our classes, we want to give you the rules about the command before we show you some examples. Now, sometimes the syntax can look a little scary, but we'll walk through each element and we'll always give you examples so you can see how those rules are being applied. So up top, when we take a look at our command, we first see 3 ellipses. And what that's referring to is we have some sort of results that we're going to pipe into our rename command. We can't rename fields if we don't have fields. So that's what this ... is referring to. Now that could be me retrieving indexes or events from my BCG Cafe index or my security index or my network index. It doesn't matter where those results are coming from as long as I have results. From there, I have the name of my command, rename, and then I have a placeholder for the original field name. So this will be the name of the field from my results that I'm wanting to change. We then have an as clause, and then that's followed by a placeholder for our new field name. So this will be a field name that you are defining. Now, if you are creating a new field name that includes any special characters or a space, we want to make sure that it's wrapped in quotes, again, so we're getting the entirety of that field name. Now, once your field has been renamed, it's important to note that we're not going to be able to reference the old field name any further. If you have any other lines in your search string following that rename command, we have to reference the new field name. Now, this rename command only exists for the context of your search. So if you clear out your search, it'll go back to the original field name. We're not modifying the underlying index where this event came from in any way. So let's, for example, take a look at this arcade ID field. Right now I can see it's lowercase arcade with a capital ID. But what if I want arcade ID to be visible to me in all caps? Well, that's where I can use my rename command. So again, I have my results from index equals BCG Cafe. I'm going to pipe my results to a new line, and I'm going to pipe these results into the rename command. So I typed in a vertical pipe, and I typed in the name of my command rename. Next, I'm going to include my original field name. So I'm going to spell it exactly as it appears in my results, arcade ID. It's prompting me with some suggestions, but I'm going to go ahead and type it out just to make sure we talk through each element. So we've got as, which is going to be our clause, and then I can rename it as arcade ID in all caps. This is my new field name. To make sure that I'm seeing results for the arcade ID field, what I'm going to do is include a filter up top just to make sure that every result contains an arcade ID. So now when I take a look at my interesting fields list, you'll notice arcade ID is now in all caps. And that's because I used my rename command to take it from arcade ID in lowercase and uppercase to all uppercase. Now this only exists for my current search. So if I navigate away from my search and I come back to my search page and decide to rerun my search, you'll notice my arcade ID field had the original casing. So using that rename command is not going to persist. It's only going to rename in the moment as I include it in my search string. Now, if I'd like to have this be automated, every time I run my search, I see an arcade ID in all caps. In that case, what you can do is create something called a field alias knowledge object, which we don't have time to cover for today, but it's definitely covered in our Splunk education offerings. And that's where you can automate some of these commands that we're looking at. The same goes, for example, extracting with regular expressions. You can automate that process using knowledge objects as well. So we saw the rename command, which allowed us to change how our field names were appearing to us. We can also use transforming commands to take our results and use statistical calculations to organize them into a table. As the slide states, it's not a streaming command, so it's not going to go through each event one by one. Instead, it's going to look at our entire results set as a whole. It's going to give us that big picture view about overall trends in our environment. So whether we're counting the number of events we have in our results, or we're looking across all of our events and saying, you know, we had 100 products sell. I want to see what the average price a customer had, or I want to see the total revenue that was collected. All of that can come from a transforming command. Now we have several transforming commands we cover in our classes. For today's class, we're going to take a look at the top command, and it's going to show us by default the top 10 results in our events. Now, this syntax looks a little more complicated than the rename command, but I promise it's not scary. First, what we have again is our 3 ellipses, which means we have some results that we're wanting to sort. We're then going to pipe those results into a top command, and then we can look for the values that occur most frequently across an individual field or across a combination of fields. So you can look to see, for example, what the top selling game was across multiple arcades. You can also use additional options. Anything optional is always going to be surrounded by square brackets. So we could split those results by a field, and then we can control exactly what's being displayed to us, whether or not we want to see percentage fields displayed, if we want to adjust the name of fields that are automatically created for us. Anytime we have something that's an option, if we have search auto format toggled on, it's going to be shown to us in this green color. So in our sample scenario here, we're told, let's find the top gaming products sold at the cafe over the past 7 days. So if we go back to our search, I'm going to modify our search to include a source type for just arcade data. And I'm going to look for events that occurred over the last week. So I'm going to change my time range to the last 7 days. And I can see different games are being sold, like Curling 2014, World of Cheese, Fire Resistant Suit of Provolone. So I've got different events for different games that were sold. Now, if I want to see what the most popular games are, meaning they have the most events, what I'm going to do is use a top command. So I'm going to pipe these results into a top command, and I'm going to include the name of the field I'm looking at, which in this case is the game field, because the game field contains the name of the game. Now, because I haven't included any limits, by default, it's going to show me the top 10 games. So I'll go ahead and run my search. And I can see that I'm now taken to a statistics tab. I can see all of my products that were sold, how frequently they were sold, and what percentage they make up of the total results. So I can see World of Cheese, definitely Buttercup Games' most popular game. By default, it includes a count field and a percent field, but I don't have to display these fields if I don't want to. That's where some of those different syntax options we looked at earlier come into play. So for example, if I don't want to see the percent field, one of my options here is show percent equal to Boolean. And that Boolean can either be a true or a false value. So if I want to remove that percent column from view, I can type in show percent, and I can have it be equal to either true or false. It also accepts the abbreviated versions of true or false with T or F, so I'll go ahead and include F for false. I'll run my search, and you'll notice now the percent column is no longer being displayed to me. Now, under the Statistics tab, I can also format my table. For example, if I have really long results, very long strings, I can wrap them. I can include row numbers. I can choose if I'm clicking on the row of my table, whether I'd like it to select just the cell I'm clicking or the entire row. And I can data overlay additional series as well. To access this menu, I can click on the Format option. So I'll click on Format Visualization. And for example, if I toggle on row numbers, I can see those row numbers have been added to my table. Now, additionally, in clicking on the Statistics tab, I can also build visualizations off of my table. So if I click on the Visualization tab, I can see by default, I'm taken to a column chart. And so I can see World of Cheese definitely wins the top product being sold, at least over the last week. But I have other visualization options I can choose from as well. I could make this a bar chart. I could make this a pie chart. Now, some of these visualization options are available to me, but they may not be appropriate. Because I'm looking at different types of products being sold, using something like a filler gauge may not be appropriate here. This is typically used if we're trying to reach some sort of fundraising goal or if we're trying to reach some sort of total. If my data included fields in relation to locations, whether it's on a geographic map or an office map or an election map, a choropleth map option might be more appropriate. But here, because we're concerned with counts and distributions between the products, I really like using this pie chart because I can see World of Cheese definitely dominates in terms of popular products being sold. And so that is it for our material today. We were able to walk through how to write our searches, what our syntax rules are for those searches. We were able to see a few commands and see that we were able to build off visualizations off of those commands as well. Now, this session was definitely a teaser. So if you would like to play around with Splunk, try out some of these searches on your own, I highly encourage you scan this QR code on my screen here. It will take you to the Splunk free trials and downloads page, and from there you can download your own instance of Splunk, and it will include a tutorial on how to import in sample data. That way you can try out all of the searches that I presented today. It is a free trial, so you have nothing to lose. I highly encourage you to check out that website and download Splunk if you can. And I'd also encourage you to register for some of our training courses. So I teach several of our courses at Splunk. I'd love to see you in one of my classes. You can check out this QR code here on our screen here. It shows all of our Splunk education offerings and certification exams. The content we cover today is covered on the Splunk core user and power user exams. So our courses are a great way to prep for those certifications. But thank you so much, and I hope to see you at Splunk Education soon.